Surviving image. Phantoms of Time and Time of Phantoms. George's Didi Huberman. Translated by Harvey L. Mendelsohn. This study of Warburg was begun in 1990 and conceived, along with Devon Latemp's Confronting Time, as a sequel to Confronting Images questioning the ends of a certain history of art. It was first presented in a seminar at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, 1990-92, and its initial results appeared in 10 articles published between 1992 and 1998. One was able to explore the subject more deeply and give the work its current form in September 1997 and June 1998 thanks to a grant from the School of Advanced Study, of the University of London, and the Warburg Institute, where I was able to work in the best possible conditions, owing, above all, to the exceptional welcome and incomparable scholarly generosity of its director, Nicholas Mann. And owing, as well, to Francis Quiviger, to his friendship, his constant accessibility, and his perfect grasp of the Guy savoir. The final stage of the research was concluded in October and November 1999, while I was guest at the Courtauld Institute, whose welcome was equally warm. I also profited from the valuable advice of Elizabeth McGrath, Christopher R. Ligeta, and, of course, Dorothea McEwen, curator of the Warburg Archive, whom I thank in particular for her competence and her patience. Finally, I wish to thank Hella Faust, who, for the benefit of German readers, reformulated in the nominative case my quotations from German texts, and who also made a number of corrections in my German, which is that of a perpetual beginner. Some extracts of this work have been published in different journals and collaborative publications. L'Historien d'art et fantômes notes sur J. J. Winckelmann, L'Inactuel, N.S., No. 1, 1998, 7588 Seismographies du Temps Warburg, Burckhardt, Nietzsche, Cahiers du Musée National d'Art Moderne, No. 68, 1999, 420 Histoire de l'art, Histoire de fantômes renaissance et survivance, de Burckhardt à Warburg, in Le Corps avant ou les images subites, ed. Véronique Morin and Claire de Ribaupierre, Lausanne Musée de l'Élysée Paris Hazan, 1999, 6071 L'image survivante by Warburg et l'anthropologie théorienne et l'Inactuel, N.S., No. 3, 1999, 3959 Notre Dibelka by Warburg dans Fodder Temps de l'Histoire, Part de Lille 1516, 1999, 219-35 Plasticite du devenir et fracture dans une histoire Warburg avec Nietzsche, in Plasticite, ed. C. Malibu, Paris Leo Scheer, 2000, 5869 La tragédie de la culture Warburg avec Nietzsche, Visio, No. 4, 2001, 919 Unash Leben, ou l'inconscient du temps les images aussi souffrant de reminiscences, l'animal. Literatures, Arts et Philosophique, No. Io, 2001, 4048 and a by Warburg at l'Archive des Intensités Études Photographiques, No. 10, November 2001, 14463. The first version of the current text was burdened by a critical apparatus of overly abundant notes, an indication of empathy with Warburg's own style, or, more simply, an emanation of the treasures offered by the Warburg Library. It took up, just by itself, about 200 pages. It has therefore been reduced, in order to facilitate the publication of an already voluminous work, to a telegraphic minimum. G. D. H. DRANSLATORSNOTE. In the surviving image Phantoms of Time and Time of Phantoms by Warburg's History of Art, George's Didi Huberman quotes very liberally from a by Warburg's writings, and occasionally significant differences in phrasing or meaning arise between the published French and English translations of his work. In such cases, I have followed the English translation, comparing them both to the original German, whenever possible. For other authors, I have used standard English translations whenever they exist, giving preference to easily accessible editions, including those available on the web. I have made every effort to match them exactly with Didi Huberman's citations and quotations. My use of italics requires a brief explanation. In this work Didi Huberman uses them far more frequently than do most other scholars. Moreover, he often extends his penchant for them to quotations from other authors. To indicate all the instances in which his emphasis on certain words differs from that of the quoted author, whether in the original text, if he happens to provide that, or in the published French translation, would needlessly clutter the translation with many, only marginally significant, notes, adding to the already exceptional number of the author's own. In order to avoid that, as well as to preserve an important element of his style, I have always followed his usage in this respect. There is one exception: I have not italicized his quotations from English authors. Since this is merely standard procedure for any French author, and would obviously not make sense here, the reader will notice that I have included many French words in square brackets, without italics or quotation marks, except when the author's original is in italics or quotation marks. This reflects a conscious effort to help the English reader appreciate, to the extent it is possible, the author's rich and complex use of language, as, for example, when the words he employs are neologisms, appear in plays on words, or are otherwise stretched beyond their usual semantic boundaries. How well I have succeeded in conveying the flavor and import of the original in these cases will doubtless depend in part on the English reader's patience, knowledge of French, and tolerance for playfulness and scholarly prose. Should this effort fail to reach its goal, blame should be laid at the translator's door, not the author's. H. L. M. The image is phantom. Survival of forms and impurities of time I. Art dies, art is reborn, history begins again. From Vasari to Winckelmann, one may ask if art history, the type of discourse that goes by that name, Kunstgeschichte, was really bomb one day. At the very least, let us say that it was never bomb all at once on one or even on two occasions that could be considered birth dates or identifiable points in a chronological continuum. Behind the year 77 and the Dedicatory Epistle to Pliny the Elder's Natural History there stands, as is well known, an entire tradition of Greek historiography. One similarly, behind the year 1550 and the dedication in Vasari's Lives there stands, revealing its residues, a whole tradition of chronicles and eulogies written for the uomini illustri of a city like Florence. 2 Let us boldly assert the following: historical discourse is never born. It always recommences. And let us observe this: art history, the discipline which goes by that name, recommences each time. This happens, it seems, each time that the very object of its inquiry is experienced as having died, and is undergoing a rebirth. This is exactly what happened in the 16th century, when Vasari established his entire historical and aesthetic enterprise upon the observation that ancient art had died. He writes of the voracità del tempo in the proemio of his book, and then points to the Middle Ages as the real guilty party in this process of forgetting. But, as is well known, the victim was saved, miraculously redeemed or ransomed from death by a long movement of Rinascita that, in broad outline, begins with Giotto and culminates with Michelangelo, recognized as the great genius in this process of recollection or resurrection. 3 It appears that starting from this point, starting from this Renaissance that itself emerged from a state of mourning, something could emerge calling itself the history of art. 4, Figure I. 2 centuries later, the whole thing starts again, with some substantial differences, of course. In a context that is no longer that of the humanist Renaissance but rather that of the neoclassical Restoration, Winckelmann invents art history, Figure 2, by which we mean art history in the modern sense of the word history. In this case, art history emerges from an age of enlightenment, soon to become the age of the grand systems, Hegelianism in the first place, and of the positive sciences in which Michel Foucault sees the two concomitant epistemological principles of analogy and succession at work. That is to say, the phenomena are systematically apprehended according to their homologies, and the latter, in turn, are interpreted as the fixed forms of a succession which proceeds from analogy to analogy. 5 Winckelmann, whom Foucault unfortunately does not discuss, may be seen as representing, in the domain of culture and beauty, the epistemological change within thinking about art in the age of Historf, a history that is now authentic, already scientific. The history under consideration here is already modern, and already scientific in the sense that it goes beyond the simple chronicle of the Plinian or Vasarian type. It aims at something more fundamental, which Quatremere de Quincy, in his eulogy of W. Winckelmann, rightly called an analysis of time. To the surviving image. The scholar Winckelmann is the first to bring the true spirit of observation to this study. He is the first who dared to decompose antiquity, to analyze the times, the peoples, the schools, the styles, the nuances of style. He is the first who laid out the road and set out the markers in this unknown land. He is the first one who, in classifying the various periods, included the history of the monuments, and compared the monuments with each other, discovered reliable characteristics, principles of criticism, and a method that, in correcting a mass of errors, prepared the discovery of a mass of truths. And, finally, when turning from analysis to synthesis, he succeeded in creating a body out of what had been only a pile of debris. 7. The image is significant. While the piles of debris continue to be strewn around on the ground and underground in Italy and Greece, Winckelmann, in 1764, publishes a book, his great history of ancient art, that, in Quatremere's phrase, creates a body from this whole dispersion. A body, an organic joining of objects, the anatomy and physiology of which amounts to something like the joining of artistic styles and the law of their biological functioning, that is to say, of their evolution. And also a body, a corpus of knowledge, an organon of principles, in fact a body of doctrine. Winckelmann thus invented art history, in the first place, by going beyond the simple curiosity of the antiquarians and constructing something like a historical method. The historian of art will no longer be satisfied just to collect and admire its objects. As Quatremere writes, he will analyze and decompose, exercise his observational and critical powers. He will classify, bring together and compare, and turn from analysis to synthesis in order to discover the reliable characteristics that will give to every analogy its law of succession. And this is how the history of art assumes the form of a body, of a methodical domain of knowledge, a genuine analysis of time. The majority of commentators have been aware of the methodological, even doctrinal aspect of this elaboration. Winckelmann establishes an art history less through what he discovers than through what he constructs. It is not sufficient simply to see Winckelmann the aesthetic critic of the thoughts on the imitation of Greek works as being succeeded by Winckelmann the historian of the history of ancient art. For there is no doubt that the aesthetic crisis of the Enlightenment affected even the manner in which he assembled his basic archaeological material. 10 In reading the exegeses of this body of work, one also senses a certain theoretical discomfort caused by a contradictory figure who, on the one hand, is supposed to be the creator of a history, and, on the other, is a zealous advocate of an aesthetic doctrine. One cannot simply say that this contradiction is only apparent. 11 One must say, rather, that it is constitutive. As Alex Potts has demonstrated, the history of ancient art establishes the modern perspective of knowledge of the visual arts only by means of a series of paradoxes in which the historical position is, time and again, composed of eternal postulates, and in which the general conceptions, in turn, are overthrown by their own historicization. 12 These contradictions are far from delegitimizing the historical enterprise underway here, that is something that only a positivist or naive historian would believe, imagining the existence of a history drawing its presuppositions only from its own objects of study. Rather, these contradictions are literally the enterprise's foundation. How should this framework of paradoxes be understood? It seems to me insufficient, indeed impossible, to separate within Winckelmann's work various levels of intelligibility, for they are so different that, in the end, they would form a major contradictory polarity, with one term being the aesthetic doctrine, the atemporal norm, and the other, historical practice, the analysis of time. This separation, conceived literally, would wind up rendering the very express sign art history incomprehensible. At the very least, one can easily sense the eminently problematic nature of that expression. What conception of art must it imply in order that one might write its history? And what conception of history must it imply in order that one might apply it to works of art? The problem is difficult because the whole thing hangs together, that is to say, the position one takes with regard to a single element obliges one to take a position on all the others. There is no history of art without a philosophy of history, be it merely spontaneous and not really thought out, and without a certain choice of temporal model to the power of USD, as there is no history of art without a philosophy of art and without a certain choice of aesthetic models. One must try to see how, in Winckelmann, these two types of models work in concert. This would allow one, perhaps, better to understand the dedication placed at the end of the prologue to the history of ancient art. This history of art is dedicated to art and to time, the almost tautological character of which remains something of a mystery to the reader. 13. Books are often dedicated to the dead. Winckelmann first dedicated his history of art to ancient art, because, in his eyes, ancient art had long been dead. Likewise, he dedicated his book to time, because the historian, in his eyes, is the one who walks in the realm of things that have passed, that is to say, have passed away. Now, what happens at the other end of the book, after several hundred pages in which ancient art has been recollected for us, reconstructed, in the psychological sense of the term, put in the form of a story? We sense a kind of depressive latching onto a feeling of irremediable loss and to a terrible suspicion as the object whose history has just been told, not simply the result of a phantasmic illusion by means of which this feeling, or the loss itself, may well have misled us. In meditating upon its downfall, I have felt almost like the historian who, in narrating the history of his native land, is compelled to allude to its destruction, of which he was a witness. Still I could not refrain from searching into the fate of works of art as far as my eye could reach, just as a maiden, standing on the shore of the ocean, follows with tearful eyes her departing lover with no hope of ever seeing him again, and fancies that in the distant sail she sees the image of her beloved, das Bild des Geliebten. Like that loving maiden we too have, as it were, nothing but a shadowy outline left of the object of our wishes tenris. Unser Wünsche, but that very indistinctness awakens only a more earnest longing for what we have lost, and we study the copies, Kopien, of the originals more attentively than we should have done the originals, or Bilder, themselves if we had been in full possession of them. In this particular we are very much like those who wish to have an interview with spirits, Gespenster, and who believe that they see them when there is nothing to be seen, Wunschtsist. A formidable page, its very beauty and its poetry are formidable. And a radical page. If art history recommences here, it is defined as having for its object a fallen object, one that has disappeared and been buried. Ancient art, the art of absolute beauty, thus shines in its first modern historian by a categorical absence. 15 The Greeks themselves, at least in Winckelmann's mind, never produced a living history of their art. That history begins, first revealing its necessity, at the very moment in which its object is conceived as a dead object. Such a history, therefore, will be experienced as a work of mourning. The history of ancient art is a work of mourning for ancient art, and a hopeless evocation of what has been lost. Let us immediately stress this point: the phantoms that Winckelmann speaks of will never be convoked or even invoked as powers that are still active. They will simply be evoked as past powers. They will be the equivalent of nothing that is existent or actual, nicht sith. They represent only our optical illusion, the live time of our mourning. Their existence, be it only spectral, their survival, or their return is quite simply not envisioned. This, then, is what the modern historian becomes: someone who evokes the past, saddened by its definitive loss. He no longer believes in phantoms. Soon, in the course of the 19th century, he will no longer believe in anything but the facts. He is a pessimist, often employing the word Untergang, which signifies decline or decadence. In fact, his entire enterprise seems to be organized according to the temporal schema of greatness and decline. No doubt Winckelmann's enterprise should be set in the context of the historical pessimism characteristic of the 18th century. 17 We should note, too, that, in the aesthetic domain, Winckelmann's ideas inspired innumerable nostalgic writings on the decadence of the arts, and even the revolutionary vandalism linked to the successive destructions of ancient masterpieces. 18 The temporal model of greatness and decline proved to be so potent that it long informed the definition of art history, as can be seen, for example, in the Brockhaus Real Encyclopedia. Art history is the representation of the origin, the development, the grandeur, and the decadence of the fine arts. 19 This is no different from what Winckelmann said: the history of art is intended to show the origin, Ursprung, progress, Wachstum, change, Veränderung, and downfall, fall, of art. 20 Careful attention to this schema reveals that it is linked to two types of theoretical models. The first is a natural model, more precisely, a biological one. In Winckelmann's sentence the word Wachstum should be understood as growth, vegetable or animal, and the word Veränderung also takes on the vitalist connotation implied by any notion of mutation. What Winckelmann means by art history is thus not fundamentally very different from natural history. It is known, of course, that he read the one by Pliny, but he also read Buffon's just as he read the treatise on physiology by J.G. Kruger, and the medical manual by Allen. And, as we learn from a letter dated December 1763, he wanted some day to move from studies of art to studies of nature. 21 From all that, Winckelmann drew a conception of historical science articulated not only around the typical classificatory problems of Enlightenment epistemology, but also around a temporal schema that is obviously biomorphic, constructed between the poles of progress and decline, birth and decadence, life and death. The other side of this theoretical configuration is better known: it is an ideal model, and, more specifically, a metaphysical one. It thus accords very well with the categorical absence of its object. Think of Solon's famous saying, reported by Aristotle, to DNA, which assumes the prior death of that about which one wants to pronounce the truth, or, better, the quiddity. 22 In this sense, we could say that the very disappearance of ancient art founds the historical discourse capable of telling its ultimate quiddity. The history of art as Winckelmann conceives it, therefore, is not satisfied with describing, or classifying, or dating. While Quatremere de Quincey speaks of a simple movement backwards from analysis to synthesis, Winckelmann himself radicalized his position from the philosophical point of view. The history of art, Die Geschichte der Kunst, should be written in such a way that it makes explicit the essence of art, Das Wesen der Kunst. The history of ancient art which I have undertaken to write is not a mere chronicle of epochs, and of the changes which occurred within them. I use the term history, Geschichte, in the more extended signification which it has in the Greek language, and it is my intention to attempt to present a system. Lehrgebod. The Historie of Art, die Geschichte der Kunst, in a more limited sense, is the history of its development as far as external circumstances were concerned, but only in reference to the Greeks and Romans. However, the principal object is the essential of art, das Wesen der Kunst. 23. Reading this text, one sees that it is not exactly true to say, as it is often said, that the historicity of art as Winckelmann conceives it emerges from a compromise through which history would find a field within or at the margins of the norm. 24. To speak in this way gives too much credit to historical discourse as such. It is to suppose that a history becomes normative only by leaving its own domain, by straining against its natural philosophical neutrality, in short, by betraying its natural modesty in the face of pure and simple observational facts. This, however, is to fail to see that the norm is internal to the narrative itself, and even to the simplest description or mention of any phenomenon that the historian considers worth retaining. The historical narrative, it goes without saying, is always preceded and conditioned by a theoretical norm concerning the essence of its object. Art history, therefore, is conditioned by the aesthetic norm that determines the right objects for its narrative, those beautiful objects whose conjunction constitutes, in the end, something like an essence of art. Winckelmann was thus right to claim for his history the status of a system Lehrgebod, in the philosophical and doctrinal sense of that term. To varying degrees his enterprise resonates with those of a Montesquieu, of a Vico, of a Gibbon, or of a Condillac. 25. This status of Winckelmannian history, moreover, was clearly recognized in the 18th century. Herder writes that Winckelmann has most certainly proposed this grand, true, and eternal system Lehrgebodges, the quasi-Platonic undertaking of an analysis bearing on the general, on the essence of beauty. 26. As a thinker deeply concerned with historicity, Herder soon raised the following question: is this the goal of history? The goal of a history of art? Are not other forms of history possible? But he readily recognized the need for a history of art that, going beyond the historical collections of Pliny, of Pausanias, and of Philostrates, was theoretically established, and this he called, with Winckelmann, a historical system, one he also termed it an ideal construction. 28. Ideal in the sense that it was conceived in the first place to harmonize with the metaphysical principle par excellence, namely the ideal of beauty, that essence of art that the great artists of antiquity were able to realize in their works. Ideal beauty, of course, constitutes the cardinal point of the whole Winckelmannian historical system as of neoclassical aesthetics in general. 29. It provides the essence, and therefore the norm. The history of art is simply the history of its development and its decline. It also appears to confirm aesthetic thought's long-term allegiance to philosophical idealism. 30. The word ideal suggests that the essence, here, the essence of art, is a model to be attained according to the categorical imperative of classical beauty, and, yet, it is presented as a model that is impossible to attain as such. It is very significant that the chapter Winckelmann devotes to the essence of art von dem Wesentlichen der Kunst is really devoted instead to the detours that our mind must take in order to recollect for itself the ideal beauty of Greek statues. Since the first chapter of this book is only an introduction to the latter, I will pass, after these preliminary observations, to the essence itself of art. I imagine myself, in feet, appearing in the Olympic Stadium, where I seem to see countless statues of young, manly heroes, and 2-horse and 4-horse chariots of bronze, with the figures of the victors erect thereon, and other wonders of art. Indeed, my imagination has several times plunged me into such a reverie, in which I have likened myself to those athletes. I would not, however, wish this imaginary flight to Aeolus to be regarded as a mere poetic fancy, but as real contemplation of the objects. And this fiction will take on a sort of reality as if I were to conceive as actually existing all the statues and images of which mention has been made by ancient authors. Translation modified, trans. 31. This is really very strange. The ideal is apprehended and recognized by means of a real contemplation of objects, as Winckelmann phrases it. But not by the contemplation of real objects. The latter have disappeared and have been replaced by later copies. All that remain are the mediations of the mind in search of that point outside of time that is the ideal. And, meanwhile, the most necessary of these mediations, textual reconstruction and ideal restoration, will be called art history. An art history understood as standing in the service of the idea, and presented as the narrative of avatars, of the moments of greatness and decline with respect to the norm of art, beautiful nature, noble contour, and spiritual archetype in the outlining of female bodies, elegant draperies, and so on. 32 The history of ancient art is obviously composed of constant appeals back to the aesthetics presented 10 years earlier in the Thoughts on the Imitation of Greek works. Here, then, is our inventor of the history of art, plunged into mourning over his object, crying over the death of ancient beauties. Here is our aesthete with his esprit de système, our historian who does not believe in phantoms, paradoxically constructing the absent objects of his narrative, or, as he believes, of his science, representing them to himself as if they existed, on the basis of old Latin and Greek descriptions to which he is obliged to give credence. Here he is, finally, he who has assailed us with the essence of art, with a principled panegyric of good taste, der gate Geschmack, and an absolute rejection of any deformation of the body, in an astonishing passage of the Reflections in which he expresses his horror of venereal diseases and their daughter, the English malady, those evils that he assumed were unknown to the ancient Greeks. 33 And, as if those things were linked by some obscure common pathology, Winckelmann expresses just as radically his rejection of pathos, that malady of the soul that deforms bodies and thus ruins the ideal, which presupposes the calm that characterizes greatness and nobility of soul. The more tranquil the state of the body, the more capable it is of portraying the true character of the soul. In all positions too removed from this tranquility, the soul is not in its most essential condition, but in one that is agitated and forced. A soul is more apparent and distinctive when seen in violent passion, but it is great and noble when seen in a state of unity and calm. 34 W. was presented in the Reflections as a general postulate will be applied, in the history of art, to the specific domain of Greek art. Instead of saying one must, point of view of the norm, Winckelmann henceforth is satisfied to write that the Greeks were accustomed to. This point of view is historical, of course, but it is the same essence that is expressed in it, or, should I say, that shows itself in it. Expression, in its limited as well as more extended signification, changes the features of the face, and the posture, and consequently alters those forms which constitute beauty. The greater the change, the more unfavorable it is to beauty. On this account, stillness was one of the principles observed here, because it was regarded, according to Plato, as a state intermediate between sadness and gaiety, and, for the same reason, stillness is the state most appropriate to beauty, just as it is to the sea. Experience also teaches that the most beautiful men are quiet in manners and demeanor. Besides, a state of stillness and repose, both in man and beast, is that state which allows us to examine and discover their real nature and characteristics, just as one sees the bottom of a river or a lake only when their waters are still and unruffled, and consequently even art can express her own peculiar nature, das Wesen der Kunst, only in stillness. 35. This introduction is sufficient, I believe, to show the eminently problematic nature of the moment of thought represented by the history of ancient art and its overall legacy. It erects a system, but one that constantly fails to reach completion. Every affirmation of a thesis or theoretical proposition is quickly followed by a contradiction. Thus, Winckelmann contrasts art history with simple judgments of taste, but an aesthetic norm informs every step of his historical narrative. He claims his history is an objectification of the debris of the past, but a powerful subjective element never ceases to guide his scholarly writing. I imagine myself appearing in the Olympic Stadium. The art history that Winckelmann advocates oscillates ceaselessly between essence and becoming. In it the historical past is invented as much as it is discovered. What should one make of this state of affairs? It has been said since Quatremère de Quincy, and it is still repeated today, that Winckelmann invented art history in the modern sense of the term. Is not this one more contradiction? The sociologist of images, the iconologist, the archaeologist using an electron microscope, the museum curator who is familiar with spectrometric analyses, are they still burdened with such philosophical problems? The status of art history as a scientific discipline seems so well established that it is hard to see what we could still owe to such a world of thought. Yet one is often unaware of the heritage of which one is the legatee. What knot of problems does this history of ancient art continue to offer us? The very title of Winckelmann's work introduces and imposes a triple knot, a knot tied 3 times a knot of history. How can we construct it, how write it? A knot of art, how can we distinguish it, look at it? And a knot of antiquity, how can we recollect it, restore it? Winckelmann's system, of course, is not philosophical in the strict sense and therefore could not be considered anything like a dialectical construction. But there exists a crucial notion, a word that holds together the 3 bows of the knot. It is a kind of magic word, resolving all the contradictions, or rather causing them to pass unnoticed. It is the word imitation, and it forms the central element of the Winckelmannian system, the hinge, the pivot thanks to which all the differences are linked together and all the abysses can be crossed. In the conclusion of his work, Cited above, 36 Winckelmann seems to have opened a depressive chasm, linked to the loss of ancient art and to the impossibility of the return of that object of wishes, a chasm separating mourning from desire, Wunsch, a chasm separating the originals, or builder, of the Greek statues and their Roman copies, Capian. But elsewhere in his work, beginning with the thoughts, of course, imitation throws a bridge across these chasms. Imitation of the ancients, as practiced by the neoclassical artist, has the capacity to rekindle desire beyond the mourning. It creates a link between the original and the copy that enables the idea, the essence of art to revive, as it were, and to traverse time. It is thanks to imitation that the categorical absence of Greek art, to use Alex Pott's expression, becomes capable of a renaissance, and even of an intense presence. 37 For it is truly a matter of presence and of the present time of an imitation revives the lost original. 38 Thus restoring to the origin an active or current presence. That turns out to be possible only because the object of imitation is not an object, but rather the ideal itself. While the depressive side of Winckelmannian history made Greek art into an object of mourning, impossible to attain, we have, as it were, nothing left but a shadowy outline of the object of our wishes. 39 A maniacal side, if I may be so bold as to put it that way, makes this art into an ideal to be grasped, into the categorical imperative of the essence of art, something which becomes possible only through the imitation of the ancients. Imitation, of course, is a highly paradoxical concept. But its paradox is precisely what allows Winckelmann to execute his famous pirouette. The only way for us to become great, or, if this be possible, inimitable, is to imitate the ancients. 11118 is a considerable achievement, and its consequences will be considerable, as well. They affect the very framework, the temporal architecture of the entire enterprise. For the art history that Winckelmann constructs winds up overlaying the natural time of Veränderung alteration on the ideal time of the Wesen der Kunst. And this is what allows him to have the schema of life and death and of greatness and decline coexist with the intellectual project of a Renaissance or neoclassical restoration. We must stress the crucial element of this achievement. Imitation allows this Renaissance to imitate only the ideal. How can one fail to recognize here, reconfigured but still carried along, the three basic magic words of Vassarian idealism? 41 How can one fail to recognize, in the overlaying of natural time on ideal time, the thing that constitutes the ambivalence of the humanist concept of imitation itself? Moreover, would the modern imitation of the inimitable ancients have been possible without the middle term represented, in Winckelmann's eyes, too, by the Renaissance imitation, by Raphael, in the first place, of these same ancients? A difficult knot, with a tangled-up solution, now becomes one that is properly tied, with an obvious solution, consisting of three loops. The knot of antiquity comes undone, forming a notion of the ideal. The knot of art comes undone, forming a notion of imitation, and the knot of history comes undone, forming a notion of the Renaissance. This is how Vasari's humanist history had already been constructed, and this is how Winckelmann's neoclassical history recommences. Let us, however, raise Herder's question again: is this the goal of history? The goal of a history of art? Are not other forms of history possible? 42 And let us be clear about what is still at stake here, given the Winckelmannian heritage so unanimously claimed among art historians. Consider, in the first place, the analysis of time. Might there not exist a time of images which is neither life and death nor greatness and decline, nor even that ideal Renaissance whose values historians constantly put to their own uses? Might there not be a time for phantoms, a return of the images, a survival, Nachleben, that is not subject to the model of transmission presupposed by the imitation Nachahmung, of ancient works by more recent works? Might there not be a time for the memory of images, an obscure game of the repressed and its eternal return, that is not the one proposed by this history of art, by this narrative? And, as for art itself, might there not be a body of images that escapes the classifications established in the 18th century? Might there not be a type of resemblance that is not the one imposed by the imitation of the ideal, with its rejection, in Winckelmann's formulation, of pathos? Might there not be a time for symptoms in the history of the images of art? Was this history truly born one day? Warburg, Our Phantom. A century and a half after Winckelmann wrote his monumental History of Ancient Art, a by Warburg published, not in Dresden but in Hamburg, a minuscule text, actually, a 5.5-page summary of a lecture, on Die Ehre and Italian Antiquity. 43 The image that opens this text is not that of a Christian resurrection, as in Vasari, Figure I, or of some Olympian glory, as in Winckelmann, Figure II. Rather, it is one in which a human being is torn apart, A passionate and violent scene, frozen at a moment of extreme physical intensity. Figure 3. The dissymmetry between these moments of thinking about history, about art and about antiquity, appears to be very radical. In his brief text, which is shorter than a single life in Vasari, as is the case with all his published work, just as all his published work is less voluminous than the history of ancient art by itself, Warburg surreptitiously decomposes and deconstructs all the epistemic model employed in Vasarian and Winckelmannian history of art. He thus deconstructs what the history of art still today considers to be its initiatory moment. For the natural model of cycles of life and death and greatness and decline, Warburg substituted a resolutely non-natural, symbolic model, a cultural model of history in which temporal periods are no longer fashioned according to biomorphic stages, but, instead, are expressed by strata, hybrid blocks, rhizomes, specific complexities, by returns that are often unexpected and goals that are always thwarted. For the ideal model of renaissances, good imitations, and the serene beauties of antiquity, Warburg substituted what might be termed a phantasmal model fantamal of history, in which temporal periods are no longer fashioned according to the academic transmission of knowledge, but are expressed, rather, by hauntings, survivals, residues, and the persistent return of forms, that is to say, by notions that do not constitute knowledge, that are unthought, and by unconscious aspects of time. In the final analysis, the phantasmal model that I am speaking of is a psychological model psychic, in the sense that the psychological point of view would not constitute a return to the point of view of the ideal but to the possibility of its theoretical decomposition. What we have here, then, could be called a symptomatic model symptomology in which the emergence and change of forms is to be analyzed as an ensemble of processes characterized by tensions, for example, tensions between the desire for identification and the constraint of alteration, between purification and hybridization, the normal and the pathological, order and chaos, and between characteristics that can be seen and others that remain unthought. Admittedly, I have asserted all this in a very abrupt and condensed manner. We need to start over again from the beginning in order to construct this working hypothesis. But it was necessary to state the following right away. With Warburg, thinking about art and thinking about history took a decisive turn. And after him we no longer confront or stand before the image devant l'image or before time devant le temps in the same way as we did previously. L'image sur vivant was preceded by two other books by Didi Huberman in which he explored themes in the methodology and epistemology of art and its history. Devant vintage, translated as Didi Huberman 2005, and Devant le temps, trans. All the same, art history does not commence with him in the sense of a systematic refoundation, as one might well have expected. Beginning with him, though, art history becomes relentlessly worried about itself. The history of art becomes unsettled and confused, which is a way of saying, if one recalls the lesson taught by Walter Benjamin, that it comes close to reaching an origin. Warburg's art history is very much the opposite of an absolute beginning, of a blank slate. It is more like a vortex in the river of the discipline, a trouble-making moment beyond which the course of things is inflected, indeed, profoundly changed. Just how profoundly changed is not easy to determine, even today. Elsewhere I have attempted to characterize certain tensions, both in the history of the discipline and in its current state, that have impeded the recognition of a change of this magnitude. 44 Let me add to that the following persistent imprecision. Warburg is our obsession hauntis, he haunts us. He is to art history what an unappeased ghost, a dybbuk, might be to the house we live in. What is such an obsession? It is something or someone that always comes back, survives everything, reappears at intervals, and expresses a truth concerning an original state of affairs. It is something or someone that one cannot forget, and yet is impossible to recognize clearly. Warburg, our phantom located somewhere in us, but beyond our grasp, unknown. Upon his death, in 1929, the obituaries devoted to him, penned by scholars as distinguished as Erwin Panofsky and Ernst Cassirer, displayed the great respect due to ancestors who really matter. 45 He was recognized as the founding father of a substantial discipline, iconology, but his work was soon eclipsed by that of Panofsky, so much clearer and more distinct, so much more systematic and reassuring. 46 Since that time, Warburg has been wandering through the history of art like an unmentionable ancestor, a ghostly father of iconology, without anyone ever saying exactly what should not be mentioned, nor what should be disavowed, in his work. Why ghostly? First of all because one does not know where to get hold of him. In his obituary of Warburg, Giorgio Pasquali wrote, in 1930, that the historian, during his lifetime, already disappeared behind the institution he had created in Hamburg, the famous Kulturwissenschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, which, following the exile precipitated by the Nazi menace, was able to survive and revive in London. 47 In order to tell who Warburg was, and what Warburg was, Ernst Gombrich, to whom the task fell of writing a book that was first conceived by Gertrude Bing, resolved to produce an intellectual biography in which he would deliberately self-censure certain psychological aspects of Warburg's life and personality. 48 This decision was accompanied by a somewhat disembodied elaboration of an oeuvre in which the dimension of pathos, indeed of the pathological, proved to be essential, as much with respect to the objects studied as to the view that was brought to bear on them. Edgar Wynne severely criticized this prudish reassembly, this watered-down version. 49 One should not, he thought, separate a man from his pathos, his empathies and his pathologies. One should not separate Nietzsche from his madness nor Warburg from those losses of self that led to his confinement behind the walls of a psychiatric asylum for almost 5 years. The symmetrical danger exists, of course, that of neglecting the work in favor of a cheap fascination with a destiny worthy of a Gothic novel. 50 Another source of this ghostly character is the impossibility, even today, of discerning the exact limits of Warburg's oeuvre. Like a spectral body, it remains without definable contours. It has not yet found its corpus. It haunts every book in his library, and even every interval between the books, on account of the famous law of the good neighbor that Warburg instituted for their classification. 51 But, above all, it is spread out in the vast maze of still unpublished manuscripts, all those notes, sketches, schemas, and journals, along with the correspondence that Warburg tirelessly kept up, never throwing anything away, and that the editors have so far been unable to bring together in a methodical fashion. So perplexing is the kaleidoscopic fashion of all this material. 52 Certain of these writings, moreover, were explicitly envisaged as proposing fundamental principles, namely the Grundlegende Bruchstick zu einer monistischen Kunstpsychologie, 1888, 1905, and the Allgemeine Ideen, 1927. Thus, given our ignorance with respect to such a mass of texts, all our reflections about Warburg remain subject to a certain indecisiveness. To write about this oeuvre today, we must accept that our own working hypotheses may one day be modified or brought into question by an unanticipated piece of this floating corpus. But that is not all. There is a third, still more fundamental cause of the ghostly aspect of this thought, namely style, and, therefore, time. In reading Warburg we confront the difficulty of seeing the tempo of the most exhausting, or the most unexpected erudition, such as the sudden appearance, in the middle of an analysis of the Renaissance frescoes of the Schifanoa Palace in Ferrara, of an Arab astrologer of the 9th century, Abu Sar 53, combined with the almost Baudelarian tempo of rockets, thoughts that simply burst out, uncertain thoughts, aphorisms, permutations of words, experiments with various concepts. All this, Gombrich assumes, is liable to put off the modern reader, but this is precisely what signals Warburg's modernity. 54 From what position, then, from what place and from what time, does this fantôme speak to us? His vocabulary is drawn alternately from German Romanticism and from Carlyle, from Positivism and from Nietzsche's philosophy. He alternately displays a meticulous concern for historical detail and the uncertain inspiration of prophetic intuition. Warburg himself described his style as being like an eel broth, all sup and still. Taking our cue from this remark, let us imagine a mass of serpentine, reptilian bodies, somewhere between the dangerous circumvolutions of the Laocoon, which obsessed Warburg for his entire life, no less than the snakes that the Indians he studied inserted into their mouths, figure 37, and the unformed mass, without head or tail, of a way of thinking that always stubbornly resists cutting itself, that is to say, defining for itself a beginning and an end. Let us observe, in addition, that Warburg's vocabulary itself seems destined to assume the status of a spectre. Gombrich notes that the most important words of this vocabulary, such as bewegtes Leben, pathos formal, and Nachleben, had difficulty making their way into English. 56 It would be more to the point to say that post-war Anglo-Saxon art history, which owed such a large debt to German émigrés, 57 deliberately gave up the use of German philosophical language. The unappeased ghost of a certain philological and philosophical tradition, Warburg thus wanders through a twofold and elusive time. On the one hand, he speaks to us from a past that the progress of the discipline seems to have rendered outmoded. It is characteristic, in particular, that the term Nachleben, survival, a concept which is crucial to the whole Warburgian enterprise, fell into complete neglect and, if by chance it has been cited at all, has not been the subject of any serious epistemological critique. On the other hand, Warburg's oeuvre can be read as a prophetic text and, more precisely, as the prophecy of a knowledge that will come to us in the future. In 1964, Robert Klein wrote concerning Warburg, he created a discipline that, contrary to so many others, exists but has no name. 58 Taking up this formulation, Giorgio Agamben has shown the degree to which the science envisaged by such an oeuvre has not yet been established, indicating thereby not so much a lack of rationality as the considerable ambition and disruptive nature of this way of thinking about images. 59 Warburg said of himself that he was created less to exist than to remain, I would say persist as a beautiful memory. 60 Such is indeed the sense of the word Nachleben, this word that signifies afterlife or living afterwards. A being from the past never ceases to survive. At a certain moment, its return into our memory becomes urgent, possessing the anachronistic urgency of what Nietzsche termed the untimely. Such is Warburg today, a survivor whose presence is urgent for art history. He is our Dibuk, the ghost of our discipline, speaking to us simultaneously of his, of our, past and of our future. With respect to the past, we should rejoice in the philological work that, especially in Germany, has been devoted for some years now to Warburg's oeuvre. 61 With respect to the future, things are obviously rather trickier, the value of Warburg's efforts as a stimulus having now been recognized. 62 Interpretations of his work are beginning to diverge. Not only was the heritage of the Warburgian method questioned right from the moment scholars began to employ it. 63 The current profusion of references to this supposed method can truly make one dizzy. Warburg, one might say, is redoubling his ghostliness at the very moment when everyone is beginning to invoke him as the guardian angel of the most diverse theoretical approaches. He is guardian angel of the history of mental elites, of the social history of art, and of microhistory. 64 Guardian angel of hermeneutics, 65 Guardian angel of a so-called anti-formalism, 66 Guardian angel of a so-called retro-modern postmodernism, 67 Guardian angel of the new art history, and even a major ally of feminist critique, 68 etc., etc. Forms survive. History opens up. What remains certain is that, as Ernst Gombrich wrote, but how could he not feel himself targeted by his own statement? The current fascination exerted by Warburg's legacy may also be viewed as a symptom of a certain dissatisfaction with art history as it has been practiced since the end of the Second World War. 69 In his time, Warburg himself had displayed this kind of dissatisfaction, which is a way of expressing a demand that has not yet been fully formulated. In 1888, when he was only 22 years old, Warburg, in his private journal, was already castigating art history for cultivated people, the aestheticizing history of art of those who are content to evaluate figurative works of art in terms of beauty. He was already calling for a Kunstwissenschaft, a science of art, writing that there would come a day when, without it, it would be as futile to talk about images as for a non-physician to comment on a symptomatology. 70. And, in 1923, Warburg still recalled that it was on account of his downright disgust with aestheticizing art history, Ästhetische and Kunstgeschichte, that he suddenly left for the mountains of New Mexico. 71 Throughout his life he insisted that the serious study of images required a much more radical questioning than all that curiositgermond of the attributionists, such as Morelli, Venturi, and Berenson, whom he termed professional admirers. He likewise demanded much more than the vague aestheticism of the disciples of Ruskin and Walter Pater, when they were of the vulgar kind, that is to say, bourgeois, and of those of Burckhardt and Nietzsche, too. Thus, in his notebooks he sarcastically evokes the tourist Superman on Easter vacation who comes to visit Florence with Zarathustra in the pocket of his loden coat. 72 Responding to this dissatisfaction, Warburg evinced a constant displacement in thought, in philosophical points of view, in fields of knowledge, in historical periods, in cultural hierarchies, and in geographical locations. And this very displacement continues to make him phantom-like. Warburg was, in his time, though never more so than today, the will-o'-the-wisp, the passe-muraille of art history. His displacement toward art history, toward scholarship and images in general, had already been the result of a critical reaction to his family's world malaise with respect to upper-middle-class business circles and to Orthodox Judaism. 73 But, above all, his displacement through the history of art, to its borders and beyond, created in the discipline itself a violent critical reaction, a crisis, and a real deconstruction of disciplinary frontiers. This reaction is already evident in the choices the young Warburg made as a student between 1886 and 1888. He studied with classical archaeologists, classical in all senses of the term, such as Reinhard Kekulé, von Stratonitz and Adolf Michaelis. With the latter he studied the Parthenon friezes. In the Vermeer's course he discovered the aesthetics of the Laocoon and, in 1887, produced his very first analysis of Apathis Formal. 74 He became a disciple of Carl Justi, who initiated him into classical philology and introduced him to Winckelmann, but also to Velázquez and to Flemish painting. On the other hand, he developed an enthusiasm for the anthropological philology of Hermann Usner, with all the philosophical, ethnographic, psychological, and historical problems that it raised in its wake. Then, in Karl Lamprecht's lectures on history conceived as a psychological science, he encountered several of the basic elements of his future methodology. 75W With regard to the Renaissance, the teaching of Real and of Thode served mainly as foils. 76, the latter had made Italian artistic development a result of the Franciscan spirit, pushing the return of pagan antiquity into the background, but Hubert Janicek led him to understand the importance of theories of art, those of Dante and of Alberti, as well as the role played by the social practices that are linked to all forms of the production of figurative art. 77 As for August Schmarso, he quite simply initiated Warburg into the Florentine terrain. If I may put it that way, it was in Florence itself that the young historian took the former courses on Donatello, Botticelli, and the relationship between Gothic and Renaissance in Quattrocento Florence, all of them subjects we recognize today as eminently Warburgian. 78 Furthermore, Schmarso advocated a Kunstwissenschaft resolutely open to anthropological and psychological questions. He elaborated a specific concept of visual communication and information, Verständigung, but, above all, he understood the fundamental role of what, in that period, was called the language of gestures. Taking up again the topic of the expressiveness of the Laocoon, and going beyond Lessing, Schmarso sought to elaborate a theory of the corporeal empathy of images, utilizing a binomial scheme of gesture, mimic, and modeling plastic. 73 It is not so astonishing, therefore, to see the young Warburg going from the ancient psychomachias to the reading of Wilhelm Wundt, or from Botticelli to medical courses, or even to a course on probabilities, where, in 1891, he gave a presentation on the logical foundations of games of chance. 80 More than a domain of knowledge information, it was really a domain of knowledge in motion that, lit by lit, was emerging through the seemingly erratic play of all these methodological displacements. Baum in 1866, Warburg was a member of a generation of distinguished art historians. Emil Mayle was Baum in 1862, Adolf Goldschmidt in 1863, Heinrich Wulfflin in 1864, Bernard Berenson in 1865, Julius von Schließer in 1866, Max J. Friedlander in 1867, and Wilhelm Voge in 1868, but his epistemic position and his institutional situation totally distinguished him from these others. In 1904, nearing his 40th birthday, he once again failed to pass his habilitation examination for a post as professor in Bonn. He had already written as early as 1897, half lucidly and half anxiously, "I have decided once and for all that I am not suited to be private doesn't." 81 He was to decline, subsequently, offers of chairs in Breslau, in Halle, and in general all public positions, refusing, for example, to represent the German delegation at the International Congress in Rome, 1912, even though he had been one of its most active promoters. He was to remain a private researcher, and we should understand the word in all its possible senses, whose very project, the science without a name, was unable to find a satisfactory home in the various existing disciplinary enclosures and other academic arrangements. This, then, was his initial dissatisfaction, the territorialization of the study of images. In 1912, concluding his address to the Rome Congress on the astrological motifs in the frescoes of Francesco del Cossa at Ferrara, Warburg pleaded, to use his own words, for an enlargement of the discipline. The isolated and highly provisional experiment that I have undertaken here is intended as a plea for an enlargement of the methodological borders of our study of art, eine methodische Grenzerweiterung unserer Kunstwissenschaft, translation modified, trans. Point 82 It would be correct, but very incomplete, to understand this plea as a call for interdisciplinarity, or as the philosophically motivated extension of a point of view about images to areas beyond the factual and stylistic problems that the traditional historian or art chooses to consider. It is certain that Warburg's desire was always to reconcile a philological concern, and thus the prudence and competence that it presupposes, and a philosophical concern, and thus the risk and even impertinence that it presupposes. But there is still more. Warburg's demands respecting art history stem from a very precise position concerning each of the two terms art and history. Warburg, I believe, felt dissatisfied with the territorialization of the study of images because he was sure of two things at least. First, we do not stand confronted with or before an image the way we do before a thing whose exact boundaries we can trace. The ensemble of definite coordinates, author, date, technique, iconography, etc., is obviously insufficient for that. An image, every image, is the result of movements that are provisionally sedimented or crystallized in it. These movements traverse it through and through, each one having its own trajectory, historical, anthropological, and psychological, starting from a distance and continuing beyond it. They oblige us to think of the image as an energy-bearing or dynamic moment, even though it may have a specific structure. Now, that entails a basic consequence for art history, which Warburg announces in the words immediately following his plea: we stand before the image as we do before a complex time, namely the provisionally configured, dynamic time of these movements themselves. The consequence, indeed the stakes in play, of a methodical enlargement of the frontiers is no less than a deterritorialization of the image and of the time in which its historicity finds expression. This clearly means that the time of the image is not the time of history in general, that is, time that Warburg defines here in terms of the universal categories of evolution. What, then, is the urgent task he envisages, the one that is untimely, not current? The history of art needs to re-establish an evolutionary theory of its own theory of time, which, one immediately notes, Warburg orients toward an historical psychology. Until now, a lack of adequate general evolutionary categories has impeded art history in placing its materials at the disposal of the, still unwritten, historical psychology of human expression, Historische Psychologie des menschlichen Ausdrucks. By adopting either an unduly materialistic or an unduly mystical stance, our young discipline gropes toward an evolutionary theory of its own ihre eigene Entwicklungslehre, somewhere between the schematisms of political history and the dogmatic faith in genius. 83 For now, we must seek to follow Warburg in his attempt to pass through walls to decompartmentalize the image and the time that it bears within itself or that bears it. To follow the organic movement involved here, without omitting anything, would be an overwhelming task. One can at least begin to undertake an epistemological critique of this scope by considering the way or ways in which Warburg goes about initiating movement in a displacing art history. Once again, we observe that everything involved in this enterprise is a matter of style, whether style of thinking, of making a decision, or of coming to know something, which is to say that is a matter of time, of tempo. One way to displace things is to take one's time, to postpone differ. In Florence, Warburg is already postponing the history of art. He makes it take on another time than the Vassarian time of the self-glorifying histories, or the Hegelian time of the universal meaning of history. He creates a novel type of relationship between the particular and the universal. In order to do that, he traverses and overturns the traditional domains of art itself. As the Uffizi galleries are no longer enough for him, he decides to immerse himself in the unhierarchical world of the archives, of the Archivio, with its innumerable private Recordings, its account books, its notarized wills, and such like. Thus, the notice of a payment for a votive image made in 1481 and based on the donor's own countenance, or the last wishes of a Florentine bourgeois, become, in his eyes, elements of a body of material, both moving and unlimited, suitable for reinventing the history of the Renaissance. 84 This is a history that could already be called phantasmal, in the sense that in it the archive is treated as a material vestige of the sounds of the dead. Warburg writes that his aim in using the archival documents that have been read is to restore the tone and timbre of those unheard voices, den unhörbaren Stimmen wieder klangfarbt zu verleihen, voices of the deceased, yet voices that still lie waiting, coiled up, as it were, simply in the writing itself or in the particular turns of phrase of an intimate Quattrocento journal exhumed in the Archivio. Looked at from this point of view, which might be called that of ghostly return, the images themselves are considered to be what survives of a dynamic process of anthropological sedimentation that has become partial, or virtual, having been largely destroyed by time. Thus, as a first approximation, the image, starting with those portraits of Florentine bankers that Warburg examined with a particular fervor, is viewed as what survives of a population of ghosts. Ghosts whose traces are scarcely visible and yet are disseminated everywhere in an astrological theme concerning birth, in a business letter, in a garland whirland of flowers, the very one from which Ghirlandaio took his name, in a detail relating to the fashions of the time, a belt buckle, say, or the particular curl of a woman's chignon. This anthropological dissemination obviously calls for a multiplication of points of view, approaches, and competencies. The impressive Kulturwissenschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, in Hamburg, was destined to assume the burden of such an epistemological displacement, a burden demanding infinite patience, and one which was constantly enlarged and altered. Conceived by Warburg as early as 1889 and built between 1900 and 1906, the library constituted a kind of magnum opus in which its author, although assisted by Fritz Saxl, probably got lost as he went about constructing his thinking. Space, Den Raum, in it. 86 In this rhizome-like space, which by 1929 contained 65,000 volumes, Art history as an academic discipline underwent an ordeal of regulated disorientation everywhere that there existed frontiers between disciplines. The library sought to establish links. 97 But this space was still the working library of a science without a name, a library, our work, but also a library that was a work in progress. Fritz Saxel put it very well when he said that the library was, above all, a space of questions, a place for documenting problems, a complex network at the summit of which, and this is extremely significant for our purposes, stood the question of time and of history. It is a library of questions, and its specific character consists precisely in the fact that its classification obliges one to enter into its problems. At the library's summit, an der Spitze, is located the section on the philosophy of history. 88 Salvatore Settis, in a remarkable article, has reconstituted the library's practical models, beginning with the library of the University of Strasbourg, where Warburg was a student, as well as the theoretical context provided by the debates over the classification of knowledge at the end of the 19th century. Above all, he has traced the many stages in Warburg's incessant ruminating on the trajectories and places in the library, showing them to be a function of the way in which he grappled with the fundamental problems signaled by such crucial terms as Nachleben der Antike, survival of antiquity, Ausdruck, expression, and Mnemosyne. 89 This helps us understand how a library conceived in this manner was able to produce its displacement effects. A heuristic attitude, that is to say, a thought experiment that does not assume one knows ahead of time the axiom on which the answer depends, guided the ceaseless efforts involved in its reconfiguration. How was one to go about organizing interdisciplinarity? That presupposed, once again, the difficult encounter of philological cogwheels and philosophical grains of sand. It also presupposed creating a real archaeology of the fields of knowledge that are linked to what today are called the human sciences, a theoretical archaeology centered, from the start, on the twofold question of forms and symbols. 90 At the same time, however, an enterprise of this kind generated what might be called an aporetic situation. In the beginning, it involved one person and one universe of questions. And, as one can still verify today, wandering among the bookshelves at the Warburg Institute in London, one has a very strange feeling using a working tool that clearly bears the mark of its builder. If Warburg's library has resisted the effects of time so well, it is because the phantoms of the questions he raised have found neither a stable home nor any rest. In his funeral oration for the historian, Ernst Cassirer wrote a magnificent page on the erratic character of a library at once so private and so open, inhabited by those original spiritual configurations, as he put it, from which there seems to have emerged, spectre-like and still without a name, a possible archaeology of culture. 91 It is undeniable, however, that this kind of strangeness carries with it something like the stigmata of an aporia. Warburg multiplied the links between the fields of knowledge, that is to say, between the possible responses to the insane overdetermination of images. And with respect to this multiplication, he probably dreamed of not choosing, of postponing, of cutting nothing out, of taking the time to take everything into account, surely a kind of insanity. How does one orient oneself in the midst of this knot of problems? How does one orient oneself in the eel soup constituted by the problem of the determinism of images? There is another way of posing the question, of displacing things. Another style, another tempo. Namely, to lose, or rather seem to lose, one's time. It is to proceed along the edges of an issue, to act by impulse. It is to bifurcate, to branch off all of a sudden, to no longer put anything off. It is to directly confront the differences involved in the matter. It is to start out, as it were, at ground level. Not that the archivio or the library is a pure abstraction, floating above the terrain. To the contrary, these treasure houses of knowledge and civilization bring together a great number of different strata, and one can, in fact, follow their movements in the terrain, from one archive to another, from one field of knowledge to another. But to bifurcate is something else. It means moving toward the terrain, traversing the ground, and accepting the existential ordeal provoked by the questions one raises. In fact, it requires one to undergo a displacement in one's point of view, more specifically, the displacement of one's position as subject in order to give oneself the means of displacing the definition of one's object. Warburg offered reasons for his trip to New Mexico that he himself labeled romantic, der Wille zum Romantischen, above all a powerful reaction to the inanity of the modern civilization, die Leerheit der Zivilisation, that he observed on the east coast of the United States during a trip with his family. But he also invoked properly scientific reasons, zur Wissenschaft, connected with his downright disgust with aestheticizing art history and with his quest for a science of art, Kunstwissenschaft, open to the symbolic field, or, as he put it at that time, to the cultural field in general, Kulturwissenschaft. 92 Although Warburg's Indian trip has often been studied, 93 The question of what exactly he was looking for, and of what he found there, has to some extent remained unanswered. There is agreement on the methodological importance of such a displacement, setting aside the readings of those who, bewildered or even shocked by it, interpret it as the purely negative and inappropriate déplacé act of an art historian in the midst of a psychological crisis. Still, one must ask what type of object Warburg encountered during this trip, what type of object suitable for displacing the art object contained in the very expression art history. Let us ask, symmetrically, what type of time Warburg experienced there that was suitable for displacing history, as that term is generally understood in the expression art history. What sort of object, then, did Warburg encounter in the course of this experience? Something that, in 1895, probably still remained unnamed. Something that was an image but also an act, i.e., corporeal and social, and a symbol, i.e., psychological and cultural. A theoretical eel soup, in short. A pile of snakes, the very thing that actually was swarming in the Arabi ritual, and the very thing that shot forth symbolically its celestial lightning strokes, figures 37 and 73 to 76, and, likewise, that which appeared as an image in the vision of the reptilian stalactites of New Mexico and the torsade of a Burrokrotable before which Indians were observed praying at Acoma. 94 The problem raised by this concretion of acts, images, and symbols is not really one of knowing whether Warburg was looking to establish a parity or disparity between them and the Western European objects from the Florentine Renaissance he was working on. Was he there to establish an analogy with the Renaissance, with its festivals, representations of Apollo and of the serpent Python, and its Dionysian and pagan elements, as Peter Burke thinks? 95 Or was he perhaps there to carry out a complete reversal of the Western, classical point of view, as Sigrid Weigel contends? 96 The answer must be dialectical. It is in the visible incorporation of strangeness, to use Alessandro Dal Lago's express scion, 97 that Warburg no doubt looked for the foundation of the polarities that, according to him, are manifested in every cultural phenomenon, but for him this foundation should be understood not as communal and archetypal but rather as differential and comparative. What, then, made this object suited for displacing the art object that the discipline of art history traditionally studied? Precisely the fact that it was not an object, but rather a complex of relations, indeed, a pile, a conglomeration, or a rhizome of relations. This is undoubtedly the main reason for the passionate engagement with anthropological questions that Warburg displayed throughout his life. Anchoring the images and works of art in the field of anthropological questions was a first step in displacing art history, but also a way of leading it to confront its own fundamental problems. As a historian, Warburg, like Burckhardt before him, refused to pose these problems at the most basic levels of knowledge, as a Kant or a Hegel would have done. For him, to pose fundamental problems was not a matter of seeking to derive the general law, or the essence of a human faculty, the capacity to produce images, or of a domain of knowledge, the history of the visual arts. It was, rather, a matter of multiplying the pertinent singularities. In short, it meant to enlarge the field of admissible phenomena in a discipline whose attention until then had been riveted on its objects, to the detriment of the relationships that these objects establish, and by which they are established, like a fetishist on issues. Anthropology, therefore, displaces and defamiliarizes, one might almost say, disquiets, art history. Not in order to disperse it into some eclectic interdisciplinarity without a point of view, but in order to open it up to its own fundamental problems, which, in large measure, remain unexamined within the discipline. It is a matter of doing justice to the extreme complexity of the relationships and determinations, or, better, overdeterminations, of which images are constituted. But it is also a matter of offering a new formulation of the specificity of these relationships and of the formal work of which the images themselves are constitutive elements. It is completely foolish, though often enough done, to see Warburg as someone whose sole concern was the discovery of historical facts and iconographic contents, a so-called anti-formalist incapable of distinguishing between a mass-produced image and a unique masterpiece. Had he attempted, rather, as his final project, the Mnemosyne Atlas, clearly attests, was to reformulate the problem of style, that problem of linkages and formal efficacy, by always joining the philological study of the singular case with the anthropological approach to the relationships that render these singularities historically and culturally viable. 98 It would require a whole book to determine precisely what Warburg found in the anthropology of his time that was capable of transforming his attitude as an art historian, for this involves a vast field encompassing specialized ethnographic studies and grand, philosophically inspired systems. 99 It would require, in particular, reconstructing the substantial impact on him of the thought of Hermann Usner, whose courses Warburg attended in Bonn in 1886 and 1887, and whose aim of establishing a morphology of religious ideas profoundly marked Warburg's methodology. 100 He had approached ancient myths in the same spirit as Warburg was soon to do in his study of Renaissance frescoes, linking philological inquiry, with its emphasis on details, specifics, and singularities, to the most fundamental problems of psychology and anthropology. For example, in studying the forms of Greek metrics, Usner conceived of the latter as a symptom of overall culture, seeking for survivals up through the period of medieval music and, reciprocally, he approached acts of belief generally as forms that, in every specific case, had to be addressed with the tools of the philologist. 101 One could also look for what Warburg borrowed from the overly general anthropology of images that Wilhelm Wundt attempted in his gigantic Völker psychology. 102 One could trace Warburg's references to Lucien Lévi-Breuil, for example with respect to the law of participation, the survival of the dead, and the notion of causality and primitive mentality. 103 But it is important to bring to light not only what Warburg owes to the anthropology of his day. One must also ask, reciprocally, what anthropology in general and historical anthropology in particular owe to an approach of this type. For various reasons, mainly historical reasons, of course, linked to the long years of the two world wars, French scholarship displayed a particular ignorance regarding this German tradition. 104 Hermann Usner, whom Mauss, however, read very closely. 105 Remains unknown to Jean-Pierre Vernon and Marcel Didi. 106 As for Warburg, he has been ignored not only by positivist art historians, but also by historians sympathetic to structuralism, even by the best scholars of Raynal school. 107 Thus, Jacques Le Goff generously accords Marc Bloch's sole credit for the creation of historical anthropology, observing, moreover, that the latter's thaumaturges includes only about 10 pages, and not very analytical ones, at that, of iconographic material. Dossier iconographic. He concludes that the renovation of art history is one of the priorities of historical research today. 108 Rereading Warburg today requires that one invert one's customary perspective. His way of practicing art history, of opening it up, which is so particular and so radical, has had the effect, it seems to me, of raising anew the questions of historical anthropology, a discipline he conceived of in the form he inherited from Jacob Burckhardt and Hermann Usner, on the basis of an inquiry into the symbolic efficacy of images. It is not art history that has to renew itself on the basis of new questions raised by the overall discipline of history in the domain of the imaginaire. It is the discipline of history itself that has to recognize that at a given moment in its own history the guiding notions, the novelty comes from thinking in specific ways about the powers inherent in the image. For Warburg, in fact, the image constituted a total anthropological phenomenon, a particularly significant crystallization or condensation of what a culture was at a given moment in its history. This is what one must understand, first of all, by the idea, dear to Warburg, of the mythopoetic power of the image. Die Mythenbild and Kraft im Bild. And this is why, in his work on the emotive formulas of the Renaissance, the Pathosformelen, those gestures that are intensified in representation through the artist's recourse to the visual formulas of classical antiquity, he felt that there was no disciplinary contradiction in orienting his research towards such topics as social mimicry, choreography, fashions and clothing, behavior during festivals, and codes governing the way people greet each other. 111 In short, the image should not be dissociated from the overall actions and way of acting, agir, of the members of a society, nor from the knowledge and ways of thinking savoir of an epoch, nor, or course, from beliefs and ways of believing. Here resides another essential element of Warburgian invention, which was that of opening up art history to the dark continent of the magical efficacy of images, but also to their liturgical, juridical, and political efficacy. It is one of the prime duties of art history Kunstgeschichte, to bring such forms out of the twilight of ideological polemic and to subject them to close historical scrutiny. For there is one crucial issue in the history of style and civilization, eine der Hautfragen der Stylerforschenden Kitschwissenschaft, the influence of antiquity on the culture of Renaissance Europe as a whole, that cannot otherwise be fully understood and resolved. 112 The slippage in the vocabulary is significant. We move from art history, Kunstgeschichte, to a science of culture Kulturwissenschaft, and this move simultaneously opens up the field of objects to be studied and sharpens the formulation of the fundamental problems. For example, Kunstgeschichte tells us that a genre of fine arts called the portrait emerged in the Renaissance thanks to the humanistic triumph of the individual and to progress in mimetic techniques, but Warburg's Kulturwissenschaft tells another story, involving the much more complex time of the intersection, an interlacing, an overdetermination, of ancient and pagan magic, survivals of the Roman imago, and of medieval and Christian liturgy, the practice of ex voto in the form of effigies, as well as of the specific circumstances of artistic and intellectual activity in the Quattrocento. As a result, the portrait is transfigured before our eyes, becoming the anthropological support of a mythopoietic power that the Vassarian version of art history had shown itself to be incapable of explaining. 113 The Kunstwissenschaft, the science of art that Warburg so ardently wished for during his youth, thus took the form of a specific investigation of images within the framework of a non-specific, endlessly open Kulturwissenschaft. 114 It was necessary to open up the field of objects capable of interesting the art historian, inasmuch as the work of art was no longer envisaged as an object fully enclosed its own history, but rather as the dynamic point of encounter, Walter Benjamin would later call it the lightning flash, of heterogeneous and overdetermined historical factors. In a magisterial article on Warburg's concept of Kulturwissenschaft, Edgar Wind wrote that any attempt to detach even the artistic image from its ties to religion and poetry, to cult and drama, amounts to cutting it off from its own lifeblood. 115 Countering any notion of an autonomous history of images, which does not mean that their specific formal qualities must be ignored. Warburg's Kulturwissenschaft, therefore, ultimately opens up the time in which this history occurs. By having the Greek word for memory mnemosine engraved in capital letters above the entry door to his library, Warburg indicated to the visitor that he was entering into the territory of another time. The name of this other time is survival, Nachleben. We know the key express sign, the mysterious watchword of Warburg's entire enterprise, Nachleben der Antike. It is the fundamental problem, the one for which he gathered all that material in archives and libraries, seeking to understand the sedimentations and shifts that occurred in the many different terrains involved. 116 It is also the fundamental problem that Warburg tried to confront, in the brief time he had there, on the terrain itself of his American Indian experience. Thus, before examining the notion of survival in the context of the science of culture that Warburg patiently elaborated on the basis of images of antiquity and of the modern Western world, it seems worthwhile to look at the emergence of this problematic in its experimental stage on the specific, displaced terrain of his travels in Hopi country. The theoretical and heuristic function of anthropology, its capacity to deterritorialize the fields of knowledge and to reintroduce difference into objects and anachronism into history, will thereby appear all the more clearly. The survival that Warburg invoked and investigated throughout his life was, originally, a concept of Anglo-Saxon anthropology. When, in 1911, Julius von Schlosser, who was a close friend of Warburg's and who in many respects shared an interest in his problematic, 117 referred to the survival of figurative practices associated with wax, he did not employ the vocabulary that would naturally come to him from his own native language. He did not write Nachleben, or Fortleben or Überleben, but, rather, survival, in English, as Warburg also did on several occasions. 118 This is a significant indication of a citation, of a borrowing, indeed of a conceptual displacement. What is cited by Schlosser, and what before him Warburg had already borrowed, or displaced, is nothing other than the survival of the great British anthropologist Edward B. Tyler. When Warburg suddenly left Europe for New Mexico in 1895, he was not undertaking a journey to the archetypes, as Fritz Saxlow believed, but rather a trip to the survivals, and his theoretical reference point was not James G. Fraser, as Saxlow wrote, but Edward B. Tyler. 119 Commentators on Warburg, as far as I can determine, have not really paid much attention to this anthropological source. At most, they have considered only the differences. Ernst Gombrich, for example, argued that the science of culture called for by Tyler could never find favor in the eyes of a disciple of Burckhardt's concerned primarily with Italian art. 120 And yet this science of culture was enthroned at the beginning of Primitive Culture, published in London in 1871, a work that had such an impact that by the end of the 19th century anthropology was called Mr. Tyler's science. 121 Of course, a work's fame, even if it is immense, as in this case, is not sufficient to guarantee its status as a theoretical source. It is, above all, in the establishment of a specific link between history and anthropology that a point of contact exists between Warburg's Kulturwissenschaft and Tyler's science of culture. Each of them, in fact, aimed at overcoming the virtually never-ending opposition between the model of evolution required by any kind of history and the absence of a temporal dimension that is often attributed to anthropology, an opposition that Levi Strauss was still criticizing a century later. 122 Warburg opened up the field of art history to anthropology, not only in order to discover in it new objects for study, but in order to open up time to a new approach, as well. Tyler, for his part, wanted to carry out a strictly symmetrical operation. He began by asserting that the fundamental problem of any science of culture was that its development, that this development was not reducible to a law of evolution that could be formulated according to the model of the natural sciences. 123 and that the anthropologist could not understand what culture means except by establishing its history, and even its archaeology, and working to gain an insight into the general laws of intellectual movement of culture in general. There is practical gain in being able to study them rather among antiquarian relics of no intense modern interest. 124 Warburg was certainly never to disavow this methodological principle concerning the importance of studying objects devoid of interest at the current moment. What creates meaning in a culture is often its symptomatic, unthought, or anachronistic aspects. Here we are already in what we may call th's phantasmic time of survivals. Tyler introduced it at the level of theory at the beginning of primitive culture, observing that the two rival theories of development of culture, progress theory and degeneration theory, need to be treated dialectically, the one intertwined with the other. The result will be a kind of temporal knot that is difficult to understand because within it there occur ceaseless intersections of movements tending toward evolution and movements resistant to evolution. 125 Within the space of these intersections there soon appears, as the differential of two contradictory temporal statuses, the concept of survival. In fact, in his attempts to establish a theoretical foundation for his work, Tyler devoted a major portion of his efforts to this concept. But he had already used the word, as if spontaneously, in another context, and in the midst of another kind of temporal experience during a displacement, namely on a trip to Mexico. Between March and June 1856, Tyler had scoured Mexico on horseback, making observations and taking thousands of notes. In 1861 he published his travel diaries, his own Tristes Tropiques, where there appear, one after the other and seemingly to his own surprise, mosquitoes and pirates, alligators and missionary fathers, slave trading and Aztec vestiges, Baroque churches and Indian costumes, earthquakes in the use of firearms, table manners and ways of counting, museum objects and street fights, etc., etc. 126 Anahuac is a fascinating book because it displays its author's constant astonishment that a single experience in the same place and at the same time could encompass this knot of anachronisms, this melange of things past and present. Thus, during the Mexican Holy Week festivals he witnessed a number of heterogeneous commemorations, half Christian and half pagan. And at the Indian market in Grand he saw a system of numeration that he had previously thought could be found only in pre-Columbian manuscripts. A further example was the coexistence of ornaments of ancient sacrificial knives with the ornaments on the spurs worn by the Mexican vaquero. 27, figures 4,5. Confronted with all that, Tyler discovered culture's extreme variety and vertiginous complexity, which one also senses in going through Fraser, but he also discovered something even more overwhelming, which one never senses in going through Fraser, the vertiginous play of time in the present, in the current surface of a given culture. This vertigo finds expression, first of all, in the powerful sensation that the present is woven from multiple pasts. This is something which is obvious in itself, but its methodological consequences are less so. That is why Tyler thinks that the anthropologist must become the historian of each of his observations. The horizontal complexity of what he sees is rooted, above all, in the vertical or, to use a linguistic term, paradigmatic complexity of time. Progress, degradation, survival, revival, modification, are all modes of the connection that binds together the complex network of civilization. It needs but a glance into the trivial details of our own daily life to set us thinking how far we are really its originators, and how far but the transmitters and modifiers of the results of long past ages. Looking round the rooms we live in, we may try here how far he who only knows his own time can be capable of rightly comprehending even that. Here is the honeysuckle of Assyria, there the fleur-de-lis of Anjou, a cornice with a Greek border runs round the ceiling. The style of Louis XIV and its parent the Renaissance share the looking-glass between them. Transformed, shifted, or mutilated, such elements of art still carry their history plainly stamped upon them, and if the history yet farther behind is less easy to read, we are not to say that because we cannot clearly discern it there is therefore no history. Astonishment that a single experience in the same place and at the same time could encompass this knot of anachronisms, this melange of things past and present. Thus, during the Mexican Holy Week festivals he witnessed a number of heterogeneous commemorations, half Christian and half pagan. And at the Indian market in Grand he saw a system of numeration that he had previously thought could be found only in pre-Columbian manuscripts. A further example was the coexistence of ornaments of ancient sacrificial knives with the ornaments on the spurs worn by the Mexican vaquero 27, figures 4,5. Confronted with all that, Tyler discovered culture's extreme variety and vertiginous complexity, which one also senses in going through Fraser, but he also discovered something even more overwhelming, which one never senses in going through Fraser, the vertiginous play of time in the present, in the current surface of a given culture. This vertigo finds expression, first of all, in the powerful sensation that the present is woven from multiple pasts. This is something which is obvious in itself, but its methodological consequences are less so. That is why Tyler thinks that the anthropologist must become the historian of each of his observations. The horizontal complexity of what he sees is rooted, above all, in the vertical or, to use a linguistic term, paradigmatic complexity of time. Progress, degradation, survival, revival, modification, are all modes of the connection that binds together the complex network of civilization. It needs but a glance into the trivial details of our own daily life to set us thinking how far we are really its originators, and how far but the transmitters and modifiers of the results of long past ages. Looking round the rooms we live in, we may try here how far he who only knows his own time can be capable of rightly comprehending even that. Here is the honeysuckle of Assyria, there the fleur-de-lis of Anjou, a cornice with a Greek border runs round the ceiling. The style of Louis XIV and its parent the Renaissance share the looking-glass between them. Transformed, shifted, or mutilated, such elements of art still carry their history plainly stamped upon them, and if the history yet farther behind is less easy to read, we are not to say that because we cannot clearly discern it there is therefore no history. It is characteristic that this example of survival, one of the very first offered in primitive culture, pertains to the formal elements of ornamentation, those primitive words found in all discussions of the notion of style. It is likewise characteristic that this survival of forms is expressed in terms of an imprint or stamp. To say that the present bears the mark of multiple pasts is above all to assert the indestructibility of the stamp of time, or of several time periods, on the forms themselves of our present life. Thus, Tyler writes of the strength of these survivals, by means of which, as he states, using another metaphor, old habits hold their ground in the midst of a new culture, which presses hard to thrust them out. 130. He also compares the tenacity of the survivals to a stream once settled in a riverbed that will flow on for ages, expressing, again in terms of stamping, what he calls the permanence of culture. 131. Here, then, we see a fundamental problem raised in which Warburg could have recognized his own investigation of the permanence and tenacity of ancient forms during long stretches of the history of Western art. But that is not all. Tyler might have explained such permanence in terms of the essence of culture, as did many 19th-century writers on philosophical anthropology. The central interest of his thought concerning this point, as well as the closeness of his position to Warburg's approach, is due to a further, decisive point. The permanence of culture is not expressed as an essence, a global characteristic, or an archetype, but, on the contrary, as a symptom, an exceptional characteristic, something displaced. The tenacity of the survivals, their very power, as Tyler says, comes to light in the tenuousness of minuscule, superfluous, derisory, or abnormal things. It is in the recurrent symptom, in games, in the pathology of language, and in the unconsciousness of forms that survival as such is to be found. Accordingly, Tyler paid great attention to children's games, bows, slings, rattles, knucklebones, playing cards, survivals of very serious old practices, stemming from war and divination, just as Warburg would later pay great attention to the practices of Renaissance festivals. He examined the characteristics of language, adages, proverbs, and ways of greeting. 132, just as Warburg later wanted to do for Florentine culture. Most importantly, however, in examining survivals Tyler considered them specifically in terms of superstitions. For him, the very definition of this anthropological concept could be inferred from the traditional Latin meaning of the term superstitia. Such a proceeding as this would be usually, and not improperly, described as a superstition, and, indeed, this name would be given to a large proportion of survivals generally. The very word superstition in what is perhaps its original sense of a standing over from old times, itself expresses the notion of survival. But the term superstition now implies a reproach. For the ethnographer's purpose, at any rate, it is desirable to introduce such a term as survival, simply to denote the historical fact. 133 This passage allows us to understand why the analysis of survivals in primitive culture culminates in a long chapter dedicated to magic, astrology, and all the various forms they assume. 134 How can we fail to recall here that high point of the Nachleben der Antike reconstructed by Warburg in his analysis of the astrological activities found in the Ferrara frescoes and even in the writings of Martin Luther? 135 In both cases, and this is before the work of Freud, it is a split within consciousness, a logical error, or a nonsensical aspect of an argument that opens a breach in the current state of some historically produced factory allowing its survivals to appear. Tyler, before Warburg and Freud, liked to study trivial details because of their capacity to make sense of, or rather serve as symptoms of, their own insignificance. He also called them landmarks. Before Warburg and his interest in the animism of votive effigies, Tyler attempted, along with others, it is true, to construct a general theory of this power of signs. 136 Before Warburg and his fascination with the expressive phenomena of gestures, Tyler sought to create, again, like others, a theory of emotional and imitative language. 137 And, in his own fashion, again before Warburg and Freud, he made a case for the exceptional capacity of the symptom, whether it be absurdity, a lapsus, illness, or madness, to act as guide to the vertiginous temporal dimensions of the survivals existing within a given culture. Might the path indicated by the symptom prove to be the best way of hearing the voice of the phantoms? It may perhaps be complained throughout the whole of this varied investigation, of the dwindling survival of old culture its illustrations should be so much among things worn out, worthless, frivolous, or even bad with downright harmful folly. It is in fact so, and I have taken up this course of argument with full knowledge and intent. For, indeed, we have in such inquiries continual reason to be thankful for fools. It is quite wonderful, even if we hardly go below the surface of the subject, to see how large a share stupidity and impractical conservatism and dogged superstition have had in preserving for us traces of the history of our race, which practically utilitarianism would have remorselessly swept away. 138 In the domain of the historical and anthropological sciences, the notion of survival, located between those of phantom and symptom, may be considered a specific expression of the trace. Warburg, as is well known, took a great interest in the vestiges of classical antiquity, vestiges which were in no way reducible to the objective existence of material remains, as they subsisted just as often in a society's forms, styles, behaviors, and psyche. One easily understands his interest in Tyler's survivals. In the first place, they referred to a negative reality, namely what appears to be a discarded element in a culture, something which is no longer of its time and no longer of any use. For example, the Florentine Bodhi, in the 15th century, bore testimony of a practice already cut off from the present and from the modern concerns behind the creation of Renaissance art. In the second place, according to Tyler, the survivals refer to a masked reality, something persists and testifies to a vanished stage of a society's history, but its very persistence is accompanied by an essential modification, a change in status and change in meaning. For example, to say that the bow and arrow of ancient warfare have survived in children's games is, obviously, to say that their status and meaning have completely changed. In this respect, the analysis of survivals clearly appears to be a matter of analyzing symptomatic manifestations as much as phantasmal ones. Survivals refer to a level of reality that we might call breaking and entering réalité diffraction, a tenuous, even imperceptible reality, and thus one could also say they refer to a spectral reality. Thus, astrological survivals appear in Luther's writings as phantoms whose efficacy Warburg was able to detect thanks to their nature as intruders, and as the intrusion of a symptom, in the logic of Luther's argumentation. 140 It is not surprising that the first area in which Tyler's notion of survivals found employment was in the study of beliefs. Its most numerous applications were in the history of religion. 141 Even so, some archaeological studies concerned with long periods of time, anticipating what André Leroy Gower Hahn later named technical stereotypes, have also succeeded in approaching the history of objects in terms of this notion of survival too. It must be said, however, that the notion of survival has never had a very good press, and that is true not just in art history. In Tyler's period, survival was accused of being a concept that was too structural and abstract, a concept completely resistant to any precision or factual verification. The positivist objection consisted in asking, how do you go about dating a survival? 143 This showed a complete misunderstanding of a concept meant, precisely, to describe a kind of temporality that is not historical, at least not in the trivial, factual sense of the term. Today, one would more likely accuse survival of being insufficiently structural, A concept, in short, that bears the evolutionist stamp. Accordingly, it is considered outmoded and irrelevant, an old scientific phantom typical of the 19th century. This is what one tends to assume, without giving the matter much thought, in the light of modern anthropology, which, from Marcel Mauss to Claude Lévi-Strauss, has supposedly produced the necessary reorientation of ethnological concepts that were too deeply marked by essentialism, as in Fraser, or by empiricism, as in Malinowski. When one begins to examine the question more closely, however, it becomes obvious that matters are more nuanced and complex than first appeared. What is really under debate is not the notion itself of survival, but rather the use to which it was put by several late 19th century Anglo-Saxon ethnographers. Mauss, for example, has no hesitation in employing the term in his own work. Chapter 3 OF is the gift. S.I. Searle Don is entitled Survivals of these principles that establish the exchange of gifts in ancient systems of law and ancient economies. Survivances des principes dans les droits anciens et les économies anciennes. 144. There he explains that the principles of the gift and of the counter-gift are to be considered survivals by the historian as well as by the ethnologist. They have a general sociological value, since they allow us to understand a stage in social evolution. But there is more to them than this. They also have a bearing on social history. Institutions of this type have really provided the transition toward our own forms of law and economy. They can serve to explain historically our own societies. The morality and the exchange practiced in societies immediately preceding our own still retain more or less important traces of all the principles we have just analyzed in the framework of so-called primitive societies. 145 Elsewhere, Mauss will go as far as to extend the notion of survival to the primitive societies themselves. There is no known society that has not evolved. The most primitive men have an immense past behind them. Diffused tradition and survival therefore play a role even among them. 146 This amounts to saying not only that primitive societies have a history, which was long denied by some, and is reflected in the expression peoples without history, but also that this history can be as complex as our own. It, too, is composed of conscious transmissions and of diffused traditions, as Mauss writes. It, too, is constituted through the play of, or in and out of, heterogeneous temporal phases and out of anachronisms. It is just that this is hard to analyze in the absence of written archives. When Mauss critiques the uses made of the notion of survivals, it is, therefore, not in order to question the appropriateness of employing models of time characterized by this kind of complexity. On the contrary, it is in order to refute ethnological evolutionism as an oversimplification of the required models of time. Thus, when Fraser describes survivals of the ancient confusion of magic and religion, and Mauss responds that the hypothesis really explains very little, we need to understand that what Mauss is objecting to is the following hypothesis: that the confusion between magic and religion was followed by the emergence of the latter as an autonomous sphere, one which was more rational, more moral, in short, more evolved. 147 Mauss also critiqued, clairvoyantly, what continues to be the other basic trap of any analysis of survivals. One could call it archetypism. It terminates not in the simplification of the models of time, but in their negation, pure and simple, and in their dilution in an essentialist view of culture and of the psyche. The key element in this trap is the decoy of analogous perception. The resemblances become pseudomorphisms, and when they serve, beyond that, to produce a general and non-temporal meaning, then, of course, survival becomes involved in a myth-making process, and turns into an epistemological obstacle. 148 Let us note right here that Warburg's Nachleben has, on occasion, been interpreted in this manner and employed to such ends. But Warburg's philological effort, his perception of singularities, and his constant attempt to keep track of all the various strands, to identify each thread, even though he knew that some strands slipped from his hands, had been broken, and ran in underground channels, all of that distances his notion of Nachleben from any essentialism. What we might term symptomatic anamnesis clearly has nothing in common with archetypal generalization. Lévi-Strauss' critique, set forth in the introductory chapter of his Structural Anthropology, seems a good deal harsher. That is because it is more radical but, at the same time, more one-sided and, at times, burdened with inaccuracies and possibly even a hint of bad faith. He begins, following Mauss, by criticizing archetypism and its erroneous use of substantialized analogies and of pseudomorphisms in the service of universalism. 149 Looking for traces of this approach in Tylor himself, he notes that the bow and the arrow do not form one species, as Tylor states in Language based on the biological link of reproduction, for there will always be a basic difference between two identical tools, or two tools which differ in function but are similar in form, because one does not stem from the other. Rather, Each of them is the product of a system of representations. 150. Let us remark, in passing, that Warburg would have unhesitatingly subscribed to this first assertion, for it amounts to making the organization of symbols the foundational structure of the empirical world. Levi Strauss takes a further, less well-advised, step when he writes that studies focused on the problematic of survivals do not teach us anything about unconscious processes in concrete experiences. He himself invalidates this assertion a few pages later in according Tyler the status of virtual founder of the analysis of the unconscious nature of collective phenomena. 151. Yet, in his eyes, Tyler's anthropological work remains devoid of any concern with history, and in this regard he simply cites a brief passage of Researches into the Early History of Mankind, 1865, without paying attention to the book's very title and, above all, without recognizing the ideas on the historicity of primitive societies that Tyler elaborated 6 years later in Primitive Culture, ideas that Levi Strauss clearly wished to credit exclusively to Franz Boas. 152. In 1952, the author of Structural Anthropology asserted that the historicity of primitive peoples is beyond our reach or designed, which is a completely unconscious paraphrase of the passages from Tyler cited above. 153. None of this alters the basic question facing us: we still do not know what survival means. The first thing to establish is to what extent, if any, this concept derives from evolutionist doctrine, in terms of both content and of what is at stake. When, in the 7th chapter of his book Researches into the Early History of Mankind, devoted to the growth and decline of culture, Tyler sprinkles his text with references to Darwin, the stakes are clearly polemical. He needs, at this juncture, to play off human evolution against divine destiny, that is to say, the origin of species against the Bible itself. 154. He needs to rehabilitate developmentalism and its links to the notion of the species against the religious theories of degeneration and their links to the notion of original sin. 155. A further observation should be made here: at the moment when Tyler starts making these references in his texts, he has not yet elaborated a vocabulary concerning survival. Even though the debate over evolution does constitute his overall epistemological horizon, Tyler, in constructing his notion of survival, clearly displays his independence with regard to the doctrines of Darwin and Spencer. 156. Where natural selection speaks of the survival of the fittest, which guarantees biological innovation, Tyler approaches survival in an inverse manner, from the angle of the most unfit and inappropriate cultural elements, the bearers of a bygone past rather than of an evolving future. 157. In short, survivals are only symptoms, bearers of temporal disorientation. They are in no sense the initial indicators of a teleological process, of any evolutionary direction whatsoever. They do bear witness, certainly, to a more original, and repressed, state, but they say nothing concerning evolution itself. They doubtless possess some diagnostic value but have no prognostic value at all. Let us recall, finally, that, according to Tyler, a theory of culture ought no more to be based in biology than in theology. For him, savages are no more the fossils of an original human group than they are degenerate examples of God's image. His theory aimed rather at a historical and philological point of view, 158, which is sufficient to explain its attractiveness to Warburg. One thing is certain: Warburg's concept of survival, Nash-Leben, was initially sketched out in an epistemic field in which anthropological subjects and the central preoccupations of evolutionist theories were major elements. In this regard, Ernst Gombrich asserts, Warburg remains a man of the 19th century. Accordingly, he concludes, his art history has aged, its basic theoretical models having become outmoded. 159. The simplification is brutal, and not free of bad faith. At best, it shows how difficult it was for iconologists of the second generation to administer a patrimony that was clearly too phantasmal to be applied in the form in which they received it. At worst, this simplification aimed at blocking off again precisely the theoretical paths the notion of Nachbilden had opened up. Warburg the evolutionist, what can that mean? That he read Darwin? There is not a shadow of doubt about that. That he promoted an idea of progress in the arts and adopted a continuous model of time? 160. Nothing could be further from the truth. The theory of evolution, of course, introduced the question of time into the life sciences, moving beyond that long cosmic duration, as Georges Canguilhem put it, that still constituted the framework of Lamarck's thinking. But to raise the question of time is to raise the question of times, that is to say, of the different temporal modalities manifested, for example, by a fossil, an embryo, or a rudimentary organ. 161. Patrick Tort has shown, moreover, that it is a complete mistake to consider the philosophy of Herbert Spencer, which automatically comes to mind when one hears the word evolutionism, as being closely based on the Darwinian theory of biological evolution. The latter is a bioecological theory of transformation, in which the emergence of living species is subject to the process of variation, while the former is a doctrine, or better, an ideology, of the meaning of history, whose conclusions, widespread among the ruling classes and the industrial milieu of the 19th century, are opposed in many respects to those of the origin of species. The misunderstanding is rooted, precisely, in the notion of survival. It was only in the 5th edition of his book that Darwin introduced the Spencerian phrase, the survival of the fittest. Today, students of epistemology see only theoretical confusion in the association of these two words, which Tyler, as we have seen, carefully dissociated. To speak in this manner amounts to linking selection very tightly to survival. The fittest, the strongest survive and multiply. The idea that this law might be relevant to the historical and cultural world comes from Spencer, not from Darwin, who, instead, saw in civilization a way of opposing natural selection, of becoming unfit. 163. In this sense, Warburg was no doubt a Darwinian, but not an evolutionist in the Spencerian sense. For Warburg, Nachleben made sense only if it was used to complexify the notion of historical time, to recognize in the world of culture the existence of specific, non-natural temporal modes. To base a history of art on natural selection, i.e., the successive elimination of the weaker styles, with this elimination bestowing on change or becoming its perfectibility, and on history its teleology, nothing could be further from his basic project or from his temporal models. The surviving form, in Warburg's understanding of the term, does not triumphantly survive the death of its competitors. Quite to the contrary, it survives, as symptom and as phantom, its own death. Having disappeared at a certain point in history, it reappears much later, at a moment when, perhaps, it is not expected it has survived, therefore, in the still poorly defined limbo of a collective memory. Nothing could be further from this idea than the synthetic, authoritarian, and highly systematic notions of Spencer's so-called social Darwinism. 164. On the other hand, one could trace links between this idea of survival and certain Darwinian statements concerning the complexity and the paradoxical interpenetration of biological times. From this point of view, Nachleben could be compared, although not assimilated, to models of time which allow for a symptomatic interpretation of certain cases within the framework of the theory of evolution, that is to say, models which create difficulties for all schemas of adaptation that stress continuity. Theorists of evolution have spoken of living fossils, those creatures that have survived but are completely anachronistic. 165. They have spoken of missing links, those intermediate forms in a series of variations situated between older stages and recent ones. 166. With the concept of retrogression they have indicated their refusal to oppose a positive evolution to a negative regression. 167. They have also spoken not only of panchronistic forms, living fossils or surviving forms, i.e., organisms that have been widely found in the fossil state and that were believed to have disappeared but that are suddenly discovered, in certain conditions, in the state of living organisms. 168. But also of heterochronies, those paradoxical states of a living organism in which heterogeneous phases of development are found combined. 169. When the normal processes of natural selection and genetic mutations cannot account for the development of a new species, they have even spoken of hopeful monsters, non-competitive organisms that are nevertheless capable of engendering a radically divergent, original evolutionary line. 170. In its own way, Warburg's Nachleben is really only concerned with living fossils and retrogressive forms. It allows for heterochronies, and, indeed, hopeful monsters, like the prodigious sow of Lanzer, with 2 bodies and 8 trotters, that Warburg, after seeing it in an engraving by Dyer, discussed in terms of what he called a world of prophetic freaks region der Wahrsageanden Monstra. But one also sees how a misunderstanding can arise when the label evolutionist is applied to a body of work as experimental, and also as unsettled and heuristic, as Warburg's. In order to get a better grasp of the anachronistic and extraordinary object of his quest, Warburg proceeded like all pioneers. He cobbled together a system of disparate borrowings, reorienting them using the good neighbor approach for each one with respect to all the others. Ernst Gombrich revealed, but also overestimated, his use of the heterodox evolutionism of Tito Vignoli. 172. This positivist source should really be placed alongside the romanticism of Carlyle, for example, from which Warburg drew further arguments in favor of that questioning of history that always arises from recognizing the phenomena of survival. His influence on Warburg was not limited to just the philosophy of the symbol, and of clothing, found in the strange book entitled Sartor Resartus, to which we shall return. In the same context, Carlyle sketched a veritable philosophy of history in dialogue with the whole of German thought, including that of Lessing, of Herder, of Kant, of Schiller, and, of course, of Goethe. 173 It was a philosophy of distance. History is that which puts us in contact with what is distant, and of experience. History as philosophy teaching by example. It was a philosophy of the vision of times, at once prophetic and retrospective. It was a critique of prudent history, and an encomium of artistic history. It was a theory of the signs of the times that Carlyle himself defined as hyperbolic asymptotic, always in search of limits and of unknown depths. Whereas he considered history in the trivial sense to be successive, narrative, and linear, Carlyle spoke of time as an eddy composed of innumerable and simultaneous acts and solids, which he wound up calling the chaos of being. 174 It is not without interest to observe that in 1890 Wilhelm Dilthey commented on this philosophy of history in relation to his own critique of historical reason. 175 In their very different ways, and though they disagreed on many points, Carlyle and Dilthey were thus able to furnish the young Warburg with several conceptual tools he later used in constructing, little by little, the temporal model of his own emerging Kulturwissenschaft. The opening up of art history to anthropology could not fail to modify its own schemas of intelligibility, its own determinants. And whether he wanted to or not, Warburg found himself taking part in a polemic that at the end of the 19th century was opposing the positivist historians or specialists to the proponents of an expanded Kulturgeschichte, such as Salomon Reinach and Henri Beer in France, and, in Germany, Wilhelm Dilthey and Warburg's own teacher Karl Lamprecht. What should we conclude from this play of borrowings and debates if not that evolutionism produced its own crisis, its own internal critique? In recognizing the necessity of enlarging the canonical models of history, narrative models, models of temporal continuity, models based on the assumption of the attainability of objectivity, and in moving slowly toward a theory of the memory of forms, a theory composed of jumps and latencies, of survivals and anachronisms, of desires and unconscious motives, Warburg effected a decisive rupture with the very notions of historical progress and development. He thereby set evolutionism against itself, deconstructing it simply by identifying and recognizing the importance of those phenomena of survival, those cases of Nachbilden to which we now must turn our attention, with the aim of understanding his specific elaboration of them. Renaissance and the impurity of time. Warburg with Burckhardt. Warburg elaborated the notion of Nachbilden within a very specific historical framework, one which formed virtually the exclusive domain of his published studies. It encompassed, first of all, the Italian Renaissance, Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and Francesco del Casa, but also Pico della Mirandola, and, secondly, the Flemish and German Renaissance, Memling, van der Goes, and Differ, but also Luther and Melanchthon. If we consider such a notion today, it of course seems to offer us a theoretical lesson capable of refounding, as it were, several major presuppositions concerning our knowledge of images in general. But we should not forget that Warburg formulated the problem in the context of the Renaissance in particular. We should not expect him to provide something that he never promised, which is what Gombrich does, for example, when he reproaches him for having virtually omitted medieval art. 177 When speaking of survivals. Whatever general value the notion of Nachleben may possess results from a reading of Warburg, and thus of an interpretation of him. We are the only ones responsible for that interpretation. Let us agree that, in any case, Warburg has a certain taste, though subtle and surreptitious, for provocation. Is it not provocative of the historian philosopher to juxtapose head-on in his work two notions as different as Survival and Renaissance? Of course, in German, the word Renaissance means a historical period. It does not, as in French or Italian, spontaneously refer to a process that, at the time, referred to the survival of antiquity. Nachleben der Antike. But the impression persists that there is something irritating about the confrontation of these two words. We must observe, in fact, that neither of them emerges unaffected by this pairing. The Renaissance, as the golden age of the history of art, loses some of its purity and its completeness. Reciprocally, survival, as an obscure evolutionary process, loses something of its primitive or prehistoric aura. But why this context? Why the Renaissance? Why, in particular, begin again? I am thinking of Warburg's thesis on Botticelli, his first published work 178, with the Italian Renaissance? First of all, because that is precisely where art history, conceived as a branch of knowledge, had begun again. Warburg and Wolf Effin, before Panofsky, reinvented the discipline of art history by returning to the humanist conditions, that is to say, to the Renaissance conditions, of an order of discourse that had not always existed as such. Entering into the Renaissance, entering into art history by the royal road of the Renaissance, also meant, for a young scholar at the end of the 19th century, entering into a theoretical polemic about the very status, about the style and the stakes of historical discourse in general. This polemic goes back to Jules Michelet, who, in several celebrated formulas, sketched, for the first time, a properly historical and interpretative notion of the Renaissance, the discovery of the world and of man, the advent of modern art, the free flight of fantasy, the return to antiquity conceived of as an appeal to the living forces, and so on. 179 Let us try to relativize what today appears banal or even questionable in these expressions. For when Warburg followed the courses of Henry Thode at the University of Bonn, he probably heard 100 recriminations concerning this modern Renaissance, perceived essentially as the moment of the invention of an anti-Christian morality. Recriminations addressed less to Michelet himself than to two German thinkers guilty of having pushed such formulas to their extreme consequences. These two authors are none other than Jacob Burckhardt and Friedrich Nietzsche. The polemic, one suspects, was not only about the status, Christian or not, of the Italian Renaissance, but also about the status of historical knowledge itself, of its philosophical and anthropological ambitions. At the heart of this polemic lay nothing less than a struggle over the new Kulturgeschichte inaugurated by Nietzsche and by Burckhardt. It is clear that between Thode's Franciscan lectures and Burckhardt's modern writings, Warburg did not hesitate a moment. The former's name is not cited even once in the pages of the Gesammelte Schriften, whereas the latter's influence is acknowledged throughout them. 181 A single example will suffice to bring out this contrast. In his article of 1902 on the Florentine portrait, Warburg begins, precisely, with a topic involving Franciscan iconography, the confirmation of the rule of the Order of St. Francis, portrayed by Giotto in the Church of Santa Croce and by Ghirlandaio in Santa Trinita, which renders the absence of any reference to Thode all the more flagrant. 182 Indeed, Warburg simply left unmentioned the fact that his anthropological interpretation of Ghirlandaio's cycle contradicted point by point the schema proposed by Thode in his own work on the Renaissance. In contrast, the same text opens with a vigorous theoretical statement dominated by the authority of Burckhardt. With all the authority of genius, that model pioneer, Vorbildlicher Pfadfinder, Jacob Burckhardt, dominated the field that he himself had opened up for scholarship, that of Italian Renaissance civilization, Kultur der Renaissance. But it was not in his nature to be an autocratic exploiter of the land he had discovered. Such, indeed, was his self-abnegation as a scholar, wissenschaftliche Selbstverleugnung, that, far from yielding to the temptation of tackling the cultural history of the period as a whole, Einheitlichkeit, he divided it into a number of superficially unrelated sectors, in mehrere außerlichen Zusammenhänge, which he proceeded to explore and describe with magisterial poise and authority. On the one hand, in Die Kultur der Renaissance in Italien, he discussed the psychology of the individual and society without reference to visual art. On the other, in Cicerone, he undertook to offer no more than an introduction to the enjoyment of works of art. Our perception of the greatness of Jacob Burckhardt must not deter us from following in his footsteps. 183. This path, to Fazzi, demands a methodological rigor that is extremely difficult to maintain. But it led Warburg's humility, his Selbstverleugnung self-denial, as he puts it here, to reach the level of humility he recognized in Burckhardt. This attitude could almost be called stoic. On the one hand, it meant recognizing the unity, Einheitlichkeit, of all culture, its fundamentally organic nature. On the other hand, however, it meant refusing to assert it, to define it, or to claim one has grasped it as such things are to be left in their state of division or of disassembly. Zerlegung. Like Burckhardt, Warburg always refused to complete reclore a system, which was his way of always postponing the moment of conclusion, the Hegelian moment of absolute knowledge. It was necessary, he thought, to push humility, or epistemological modesty, to the point of recognizing that an isolated researcher, a pioneer, can and should work only on singularities, as Warburg well expresses it on the same page, presenting the paradox of a synthetic history which, however, consists of particular studies, that is, studies that are not placed in any hierarchical order even after his death. This connoisseur Burckhardt and scholar of genius presented himself to us as a tireless seeker in his posthumous Beitrag für Kunstgeschichte von Italien. He opened up yet a third empirical path to the great objective of a synthesis of cultural history, synthetische Kulturgeschichte. He undertook the labor of examining the individual work of art, das einzelne Kunstwerk, within the immediate context of its time, in order to interpret as causal factors the ideological and practical demands of real life, das wirkliche Leben. W. Wülflin, too, the other great 20th-century reinventor of art history, admired in Burckhardt a master capable, precisely, of creating a systematic history in which the system was never defined, that is to say, completed, schematized, and simplified. With Burckhardt, his sensitivity to the individual work always predominates, leaving any conclusion an open 1.185. Now, no one has been better able than Warburg to accomplish, if such a verb may be used here, the paradoxical task so well expressed in his text by the verbs erlegen, to decompose or take apart. No one in the field of art history has ever traveled with such daring along the path of this infinite analysis of singularities, an analysis which, because of its lack of completion, has wrongly been considered imperfect or unfinished. The modesty and humility Warburg displayed with respect to the historical monument erected by Burckhardt are neither false nor simply a matter of politeness. 186 They do not, however, mean that the later body of work is purely the offspring of the earlier one. In his personal notes, Warburg is quite willing to be more critical, readier to discuss certain issues and even take an opposing position. 187 It should also be said that Warburg's basic vocabulary, that of Nachleben, of Pathosvermeld, and of the theory of expression, Ausdruck, does not figure among Burckhardt's own conceptual tools. Yet one cannot help thinking that Warburg's famous Notas Kästen, his multicolored cardboard file boxes, are, so to speak, the three-dimensional incarnation of the Materialien that Burckhardt had assembled with a view toward writing a history of Renaissance art, a project continually placed on hold and never published, figures 6 and 7. It is worthwhile, in any case, to determine what elements among the work of the great historian from Basel could have nourished the intuitions and intellectual constructions of the young Warburg. Entering into art history by the royal road of the Florentine Renaissance, as Warburg did in 1902, in the study of the portrait, and, earlier, in 1893, in the study of Botticelli, meant taking a position with respect to the very concept that Burckhardt had forged throughout his Livre Fleuve, the civilization of the Renaissance in Italy. 188 That book's themes and theses have been endlessly glossed. Commentators have recognized its audacity, its ambitious scope, and its brilliant, animated presentation. Some have written admiringly of its way of unifying extraordinarily rich and highly varied historical material. On the other hand, every famous theme, the opposition of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the primacy of Italy, the development of the individual, has come in for criticism. 189 It has also been observed that beyond all the critiques, the book still dominates historical debate concerning the notion of the Renaissance. 190 The fact of this oppressive domination has been used to argue that, with his masterpiece, Burckhardt created a mythical Renaissance whose myths fostered a cult which ultimately yielded what Heinrich Mann censured in the expression hysterical Renaissance. 191 If there is indeed a myth of the Renaissance, this myth is intrinsic to Renaissance culture itself, and Burckhardt is the one who analyzed it as such. The development of the individual probably does derive from a mythical structure, in any case an ideological and political structure. 192 It nonetheless generated effects in the realms of knowledge and style, and in the realms of truth and of history. If the individual is a Renaissance myth, it at least created those fascinating realities that are the Quattrocento Florentine portraits. Now, this is precisely where Warburg started from. To analyze a myth, to trace the ramifications of its aesthetic effects, required one to both gauge its fecundity, as a science of the concrete, and deconstruct it, as an ensemble of phantasms. Burckhardt's analysis, therefore, did not interest Warburg because it offered a few generalizations explaining how the Renaissance, as a culture or a period, might have emerged entirely pure and conceptually armed, like Athena emerging from the head of Zeus. Burckhardt did recognize a development of the individual in Renaissance Italy, but this development found a strange conclusion in an analysis of the symptoms and of the mental traits, of the parodies and of the deformations, in themselves obstacles to any trivially evolutionary model, of which the individual, from Franco Sacchetti to Aretino, was a constant victim. Burckhardt spoke, therefore, of the development of the individual not only as ever-increasing emancipation but also as a development of the individual's perversity. 193 One can derive two very different interpretations from this analysis. The first is moralizing. It follows the greatness and decline model of the pessimistic outlooks of the 18th century. 194 It rightly sees a connection between Burckhardt and Schopenhauer. 195 But, in stressing the theme of decline, it winds up viewing Burckhardt as nothing but a reactionary ideologue, an anti-democratic precursor of Spengler's type of Kulturpessimismus and even a partisan of the conservative revolutions which, in Germany, prepared the way for Nazism. 196 The other interpretation is structural. It is more intent on detecting the workings of history than in the judgments of history. It has the advantage, which Warburg hilly understood, of being dialectical and, for that very reason, epistemologically fecund. When Burckhardt castigated modern culture and its incapacity to understand antiquity, 197, he was not so much offering a reactionary judgment as he was drawing attention, in a critical fashion, to the more general problem of the relationship between a culture and its memory. For a culture which represses its own memory, its own survivals, is just as likely to become powerless as a culture immobilized in the perpetual commemoration of its past. Walter Benjamin's view of this matter, it seems to me, was no different. 198 The development of the individual in the Renaissance thus contains within itself the development of the individual's symptoms, encompassing perversions and negative qualities in general. What should one conclude from this proposition? The proponent of a moralistic view would speak of a decline, asserted in the name of a certain purity, though it is unclear whether or not one should, like Winckelmann, locate such purity exclusively in the time of the Greek miracle. A structural point of view understands that time, whatever that time may be, whether of antiquity or the Renaissance, is impure. This is the kind of interpretation, I believe, that provided the starting point for all of Warburg's subsequent work, inasmuch as he was able to use Burckhardt's analysis to construct an incisive notion of this impurity of time, to construct, in short, the theoretical foundation of the notion of survival. Right from the start, Burckhardt had decided to take the measure of the complexity of times that he saw as an essential characteristic of the Renaissance, finding it impossible, and historically pernicious, to sum up the period as consisting in the appealing science of a Leonardo, the angelic expression of a Raphael, or the genius of a Michelangelo. A half-century before Freud defined his fundamental rule of non-omission, Burckhardt wrote that historians must not seal themselves off from anything past 199. The lacunae, the dark areas, the counter-themes, and the aberrations are all part of his quest. That is why the famous development of the individual should be considered in terms of what Burckhardt called a mixture of ancient and modern superstitions. 200 Characteristic of Renaissance Italy. Warburg later undertook a similar analysis for the Germany of Luther and Melanchthon, where Robert Klein saw in Burckhardt a certain opposition between the two orientations of the Renaissance, the positive spirit of the discovery of man and of the world and the fantastic spirit of esoteric fictions. 201. We are tempted to recognize something like a dialectical clairvoyance, a way of thinking centered on tensions and polarities, which Warburg, for his part, went on to systematize at each level of analysis. Given all this, it is hard to see how the famous resurrection of antiquity 202 could be thought of, with regard to its temporal aspects, as a pure and simple return of the same ideal of beauty, for example. It is its relationship, inescapably anachronistic, to a specific time and place, Italy of the 15th century, which leads this return to be bound up with differences, with complexities, and with metamorphoses. 203 It is the encounter of the long period of survivals. Burckhardt does not designate them by this term, writing instead that this antiquity had made its influence felt for a long time, with the short period of stylistic decisions that makes the Renaissance such a complex phenomenon. 204 This is why Burckhardt, with regard to the historical concept of rebirth, which he noted in the verbal form, renaître, in French, in a manuscript of 1856, was able to describe a true dialectical movement between the temps coupure, or period of rupture, of what he called the reprise of the ancient past and the temps remue, or period of slow stirring, of the vital remains, Lebensverhältnis, which had long remained latent, though efficacious in a sense, at the very heart of the long interruption that caused them to go unperceived. 205 Antiquity is not a pure object of time which returns as such when called. It is a great movement of large domains, a silent vibration, a harmonic wave which traverses all the historical layers and all the levels of a culture. The history of the ancient world, i.e., of all those peoples whose lives have flowed into ours, is like a fundamental chord that keeps sounding through the fields of human knowledge. 206 In this light, one is less astonished to find Burckhardt penning a proposition as radical, and as scandalous in the eyes of the aesthetic devotees of the Renaissance, as the following. The Renaissance created no organic style of its own, kein eigener organischer Stil? 07 What does that mean? That the Renaissance is impure, both in its artistic styles and in the complex temporality of its comings and goings between the living present and recollected antiquity. One cannot imagine, in the 19th century, a more pointed critique of historicism, bent on unity of time, or of aestheticism, bent on unity of style. 208 The Renaissance is impure. Warburg never ceased to explore and deepen this observation, thanks to his specific concepts of Nachleben and Pathosformel. The Renaissance is impure. That perhaps limits it with respect to any ideal, but it is also the source of its very vitality. And this is exactly what Warburg wrote in 1920. The heterogeneous mixture of elements, Mischung heterogener elemente, designates precisely what is vital, So Lebenskraftig, in the civilization of the Renaissance, Kultur der Renaissance? Registered, it designates the composite character of the Florentine style, missed still, 210, and it implies the existence of a constant dialectic of tensions and compromises, with the result that, in the end, Renaissance culture appears to the historian to be a truly enigmatic organism. When conflicting worldviews, Lebensanschauung, kindle partisan emotions, setting the members of a society at each other's throats, the social fabric inexorably crumbles. J. Fairfall. But when those views hold a balance within a single individual, when, instead of destroying each other, they fertilize each other and expand the whole range of the personality, then they are powers, Kräfte, that lead to the noblest achievements of civilization. Such was the soil in which the Florentine early Renaissance blossomed. The citizen of Medici and Florence united the wholly dissimilar characters heterogene Eigenschaften, of the idealist, whether medievally Christian, or romantically chivalrous, or classically Neoplatonic, and the worldly, practical, pagan Etruscan merchant. Elemental yet harmonious in his vitality, Lebensenergie, this enigmatic creature ein Rätsel after Organismus, joyfully accepted every psychic impulse as an extension of his mental range, to be developed and exploited at leisure. 211. The Renaissance is impure, and the notion of survival is Warburg's way of designating the temporal mode of that impurity. Although not striking, the expression vital remains. Lebensfähig in Burckhardt's writings seems to me decisive for understanding, going back earlier than Warburg himself, the paradox, and the necessity, of such a notion. It is the paradox of a residual energy, of a trace of past life, of a death barely evaded and almost ongoing, a phantasmal death, to put it bluntly, one which gives to this triumphantly named Renaissance culture its own principle of vitality. But just what vitality and what temporality are we discussing here? How does survival impose a specific, fundamental way of understanding the life of forms and forms of time that this life displays? Our working hypothesis will be that, beyond Burckhardt's evocation of vital remains, Warburg's Nachleben provides a model of time specifically suited to images, a model of anachronism which breaks not only with Wasserian Feuilletons, those family novels, and Winkelmannian nostalgia, those elegies of the ideal, but also with all the usual assumptions about the meaning of history. The concept of Nachleben, as Warburg understands it, therefore, is linked to a whole theory of history. It is with respect to Hegelianism that we must ultimately take the measure of such a concept and judge it. 212. Let us observe, to begin with, that Warburg himself was well aware that the survival of antiquity was a central problem, hot problem, in all his research. His closest collaborators and friends, such as Fritz Saxel and Jacques Méniel, have attested to this. The library founded in Hamburg by Professor Warburg is distinguished from all other libraries by the fact that it is not devoted to one or several branches of human knowledge, that it does not fit into any of the usual categories, whether general or local, but rather that it has been formed, classified, and oriented with a view to solving a problem, or rather a vast ensemble of connected problems. This problem is the one which has preoccupied Warburg since his youth. What did antiquity really represent for the men of the Renaissance? What was its significance for them? In what areas and in what ways did it exercise its influence? The question posed in this manner was not for him a purely artistic and literary question. In his mind the Renaissance evoked not only a style but also, and above all, the idea of a culture. The problem of survival and of the Renaissance of antiquity is as much a religious and social problem as an artistic one. 214. The current classificatory scheme at the Warburg Library still testifies to this obsession. Virtually every major section begins with a subsection on the survival of antiquity, encompassing the survival of the ancient gods, of astrological knowledge, of literary forms, of figurative motifs, etc. The volumes of lectures, Vorträge der Bibliothek Warburg, published between 1923 and 1932 by Fritz Saxel, likewise are all marked by this problem. Just opening the first volume we find an article on Die Tyre as interpreter of antiquity, by Gustav Pauli, joined by a study on Hellenistic survivals in Arab magic, by Helmut Ritter, Ernst Cassirer's famous lecture on the concept of symbolic form, and an essay by Adolf Goldschmidt on the survival of ancient forms in the Middle Ages, Das Nachleben der antiken Formen im Mittelalter. 215. All of the bibliographic efforts of the Warburg Institute came together in a two-volume work devoted exclusively to the problem of the survival of antiquity. 216. But was this problem really all that new? Had not the neoclassicism of Winkelmann and his followers already projected antiquity, Altertum, all the way into the living present, Gegenwart, of the men of the 19th century? 217. Ernst Gombrich has insisted on the influence of a text by Anton Springer, The first chapter of his book Bilder aus der Neueren Kunstgeschichte, published in 1867, concerning the survival of antiquity in the Middle Ages, Das Nachleben der Antike im Mittelalter. In the margin of a passage in which Springer speaks of the ancient draped statue as a perfect tool of expression, Warburg noted his agreement with the laconic bravo. 218 Warburg, of course, was thoroughly knowledgeable about all the historical literature concerning the problem of the ancient tradition. But this knowledge, from our point of view, underscores all the more sharply the difference between his notion of Nachleben and all those others which, in varying guises, were under discussion at the time. 219 How, then, was Warburg's notion of survival able to break with all the preceding and contemporary ones? Essentially because it alone was not meant to be superimposed on any historical periodization. Springer's Nachleben simplified history by periodizing it. It allowed one to see a diminished antiquity existing in the form of its survivals in the Middle Ages, as opposed to the triumphant antiquity of the Renaissance. Warburg's Nachleben, in contrast, is a structural concept. It is as relevant to the Renaissance as it is to the Middle Ages. Each age has the Renaissance of antiquity it deserves. Jede Zeit hat die Renaissance der Antike, die verdient. He wrote. 220 But he could have just as well written, in a symmetrical fashion, that each period has the survivals it deserves, or rather, that are necessary to it and, in a sense, underlie it stylistically. According to Warburg, the notion of survival offers us no way of simplifying history. It confronts any urge we might have toward periodization with a formidable disorientation. Lt is a notion that cuts across any chronological scheme. It always describes another time, and thus it disorients history and opens it up, making it more complex. In short, it anachronizes history. It creates the following paradoxical situation: the most ancient things sometimes come after less ancient ones. Thus, the Indian type of astrology, the most ancient there is, came to be used again in Italy in the 15th century after it had been supplanted and rendered out of date by Greek, Arab, and medieval astrology. 221 This single example, developed at length by Warburg, shows how survival disorients history, revealing how each period is woven with its own knot of antiquities, anachronisms, present times, and tendencies toward the future. Why does medieval knowledge survive in Leonardo? Why does the Northern Gothic survive in the classical Renaissance? Michelet already said that the Middle Ages are all the more difficult to kill because they have long been dead. 222 It is the things which have long been dead, in fact, which haunt our memory the most effectively, and the most dangerously. For example, when today's housewife works on her horoscope, she continues to manipulate the names of ancient gods in whom, it is assumed, no one any longer believes. Survival, therefore, opens up history, which is what Warburg encouraged when he spoke of a history of art in the widest sense. Vol. zum Beobachtungsgebiet der Kunstgeschichte im weitesten Sinne, a history, namely, open to the anthropological problems of superstition and of the transmission of beliefs. 223 This would be an art history informed by that psychology of culture in which Warburg began to take a passionate interest when studying under Hermann Usner and Karl Lamprecht. To the degree that it enlarges the discipline's objects, approaches, and temporal models, survival complexifies history. It frees up a kind of margin of indeterminacy in the correlation of historical phenomena. What comes after almost frees itself from what comes before when it joins that phantasmal, surviving before the before. This can be seen, for example, in the work of Rembrandt, which Warburg termed more ancient and more classical, more Ovidian, in short, than that of an Antonio Tempesta, which preceded it historically. 224 The form almost frees itself from the content, as in the frescoes in Ferrara, in which the Renaissance structure, the reciprocal position of the figures, and the astrological reference itself, coexists with an iconography which is still medieval, heraldic, and knightly. 225 This makes it clear that the ideas of tradition and of transmission present a formidable complexity. They are historical, Middle Ages, Renaissance, but they are also anachronistic. The Renaissance of the Middle Ages, the Middle Ages of the Renaissance, they are constituted out of conscious and unconscious processes of forgetting and rediscovery, of inhibitions and destructions, of assimilations and inversions, of sublimations and alterations, all terms, moreover, that Warburg himself used. 226 A displacement of perspective, through which the historical model of the Renaissance and the anachronistic model of survival became dialectical, was sufficient to turn the very idea of a transmission into a problematic one. All the more so since this complexity, according to Warburg, is accompanied by a stubborn reference to an anthropology based on the linked questions of belief, of alienation, and of knowledge, and of the image, of course. In the perspective of the evolution, Windel, of the images of these gods, which were transmitted, then disappeared, and were then rediscovered, Überliefert, Verschollen und weiterentdeckt. The history of antiquity has some unexplored insights to contribute to the history of the meaning of anthropomorphic thought, eine Geschichte der Bedeutung der anthropomorphistischen Denkweise, thus understood. The images and words, Bilder und Worte, here discussed, a mere fraction of all that might have been brought to light, are to be regarded as hitherto unread records of the tragic history of freedom of thought in modern Europe, die tragische Geschichte der Denkfreiheit. At the same time, the intention has been to show, by the example of a positive investigation, how the method of the study of civilization, Kulturwissenschaftliche Methode, can be strengthened by an alliance between the history of art and the study of religion, die Verneiapfung von Kunstgeschichte und Religionswissenschaft. 227. Because it is woven of long stretches of time and of critical moments, of ageless latencies and of brutal resurgences, survival ends up by anachronizing history, thereby eroding any chronological notion of duration. In the first place, survival anachronizes the present, it violently contradicts the obvious facts presented by the zeitgeist, that spirit of the age on which the definition of artistic styles is so often based. Warburg liked to cite Goethe's statement that what is called the spirit of the age, Geist der Zeiten, is, in reality, nothing more than the spirit of the worthy historian in whom this age is reflected. Consequently, Warburg gauged the greatness of an artist or of a work of art, in opposition to what a too readily accepted sociological reading of his work would have us believe, according to its capacity to resist such a spirit of the age. 228. In the second place, survival anachronizes the past. If Warburg analyzed the Renaissance as an impure time, it was also because the past from which it summoned up its living forces, namely, classical antiquity, was itself very far from having an absolute origin. Consequently, the origin itself is an impure temporality characterized by hybridizations and sediments, by pretensions and perversions. Thus, in the pictorial cycles at the Schiefenower Palace, what survives is an Oriental model of astrology in which the more ancient Greek forms had already undergone a long process of alteration. As soon as the art historian takes the risk of recognizing the Longsturies at work in the artistic monuments of the Renaissance, as Warburg did in presenting together a work by Raphael and the Arch of Constantine in Rome, created 1200 years apart, 229, he quite logically exposes himself to the risk of anachronism. Let us call this a decision to recognize anachronism at work in historical evolution itself. For the notion of survival indeed opens a breach in the usual models of evolution, detecting within the latter paradoxes, ironies of fate, and non-linear changes. It anachronizes the future inasmuch as it is considered by Warburg to be the force which determines style aus Stilbild and Macht. 230. The fact that Luther and Melanchthon reveal their interest in the arcane survivals of paganism and den Vordelbenden Mistritz Praktischen heidnischer Religiosität, of course seems a paradox in terms of any rectilinear view of history, Geradlinig Denk an Geschichtsauffassung. 231. But that is precisely what fully justified Warburg's call for a model of time specific to the history of images, what he called, as we have seen, a search for an evolutionary theory of its own Übereigene Entwicklung selber, p. 2. Now we are somewhat better prepared to understand the paradoxes of a history of images conceived as a history of phantoms, in which survivals, latencies, and returns revenances all take part in the most clearly marked developments of periods and styles. One of Warburg's most striking formulations, dating from 1928, a year before his death, was his definition of the kind of history of images that he pursued as ghost stories for grown-ups, Gespenstergeschichte für ganze Erwachsene. 223. But whose ghosts are these? When and where do they come from? Warburg's admirable texts on the portrait, with their mixture of archaeological precision and melancholic empathy, at first make one think that these ghosts are a matter of persistence, of the survival of a post-death state. At the time he was working on the portraits of the Sassetti family, a family of bankers, like his own family, Abbe Warburg wrote his brother Max a moving letter in which he tried to describe how it was that all his archival work, however arid eine Trockenarbeit it might be, became tremendously interesting, colossal, interessant, as soon as he was able to restore to a kind of life, even of palpitation, those phantom-like images schemenhaft Bilder, of beings who had disappeared so long ago. 234. With this in mind, we can better understand the paradoxical liveliness of the Florentine portraits, that is to say, their physical relationship with death, and, consequently, their very powerful animism, that is to say, their psychical relationship with the inanimate. 235. After all, was it not on the ancient sarcophagi, those caskets of death, that the artists of the Renaissance, from Nicola Pisano to Donatello and beyond, scrutinized the classical formulas for representing life itself, that life in motion which survived, fossilized, as it were, In the marble of the Roman remains (236). But that is not all. The phantoms of this history of images also emerge from an inchoate past. They can be seen as the survival of what we might call a pre-birth. Their analysis should teach us something decisive concerning what Warburg termed the formation of a style, its morphogenesis. The model of Nash-Leben, therefore, is not applicable solely to a quest for disappearances. Rather, it seeks the fecund element in the disappearances, that which yields a trace and, accordingly, is capable of becoming a memory, of returning, indeed, of a renaissance. With this scheme, we have, speaking in epistemological terms, something like a redefinition of the biomorphic model of evolution. Life, death, and renaissance, progress and decline, in other words, the models habitually used since Vasari, are no longer sufficient for describing the symptomatic historicity of images. Darwin, of course, dealt with these same issues, as can be seen in his analysis of accidental appearances, truly symptoms, or Millet Don's revolution, where he describes in a remarkable fashion the return of lost characteristics and the notion of the latencies through which the biological structure of the common ancestor survives. With pigeons, however, we have another case, namely, the occasional appearance in all the breeds, of slaty blue birds with two black bars on the wing, white loins, a bar at the end of the tail, with the outer feathers externally edged near their basis with white. As all these marks are characteristic of the parent rock pigeon, I presume that no one will doubt that this is a case of reversion, and not of a new yet analogous variation. No doubt it is a very surprising fact that characters should reappear after having been lost for many, probably for hundreds of generations. In a breed which has not been crossed, but in which both parents have lost some character which their progenitor possessed, the tendency, whether strong or weak, to reproduce the lost character might, as was formerly remarked, for all that we can see to the contrary, be transmitted for almost any number of generations. When a character which has been lost in a breed, reappears after a great number of generations, the most probable hypothesis is, not that one individual suddenly takes after an ancestor removed by some 100 generations, but that in each successive generation the character in question has been lying latent, and at last, under unknown favorable conditions, is developed. 237. Before inquiring into the conditions under which, in the history of art, an ancient form becomes capable of surviving in certain cases and of undergoing a renaissance in others, let us attempt to determine how this problematic fared within the history of the discipline. Was Warburg's Nash-Leben understood? By few, certainly, but certainly not by the mainstream, as a few examples will make clear. Hen Julius von Schlosser published his History of the Waxporträtgeschichte der Porträtbildnerei in Wax in 1911. It became clear that the vocabulary of survival, borrowed from Tyler, but mainly from Warburg, who was a friend of Schlosser's 238, had opened the only possible theoretical way of understanding the strangest phenomenon of wax sculpture, namely its persistence longue durée, its resistance to the history of style, in other words, its capacity of surviving without significantly evolving. 239 Schlosser understood that the history of images is not all a natural history, but rather an elaboration, a methodological construction, ein methodisches Präparat, and that it escapes from the laws of a trivial evolutionism. This is what justifies, at the end of the book, his critique and summary dismissal of teleological pretensions of the Vassarian sort. 240 Schlosser clearly left unexplored, undoubtedly more from modesty than from ignorance, a certain number of theoretical problems inherent in the model of survival. But a powerful idea was beginning to take shape. It is this: if art has a history, images, for their part, have survivals, which declassifies them, separating them from the usual domain of works of art. The price of this survival is the disdain in which they are held by a high history of artistic styles. 241 That is why the history of the wax portrait has for many years been read more by anthropologists than by art historians. With regard to models of time, Edgar Wynne probably never risked making theoretical moves as radical and exploratory as those of Warburg and Schlosser. But he clearly understood that the word survival should be employed as more than a trivial biological metaphor. In 1934, he wrote that when we speak of the survival of the classics we mean that the symbols created by the ancients have continued to exert their power over subsequent generations. But what do we mean by the word continued? And Wynne indicates that survival presupposes the harmonious working together of an entire ensemble of operations, including forgetting, transformation of meaning, eliciting of memory, and unexpected rediscovery. This kind of complexity ought to remind us of the cultural, non-natural character of the temporality involved here. 242 and is criticizing not only Wulf-Fliffer's imminent history but also historical continuity in general, which is unaware of what is involved in all this kind of survival, the forces brought into play in every instance of survival, pauses and crises, jumps and periodic reversions. All of this forms a skein of memory mnemosony, not a narrative history, resulting, therefore, not in a succession of artistic facts but in a theory of symbolic complexity. 243 One could not have a clearer statement of the critique of historicism contained in the very hypothesis of survival. Gertrude Bing rightly noted Warburg's paradoxical situation regarding the epistemology of the historical sciences. One could also, I believe, make an analogous observation concerning Michel Foucault. On the one hand, he can be incomplete, biased, and even mistaken regarding certain historical facts. On the other hand, his hypothesis about memory, the specific type of memory presupposed by Nashleben, has profoundly altered our very understanding of what a historical phenomenon is. Significantly, Gertrude Bing stressed the way in which the notion of Nashleben transforms our whole conception of tradition. It is no longer a continuously flowing river in which things simply start from upstream and travel downstream, but a tense dialectical process, a drama played out between the river and its own eddies. 244 Here we may again note that this way of conceiving historicity is not all that far from Walter Benjamin s. 245. It must be said, however, that this approach found very few followers. Historians often prefer not to risk making a mistake. A fact, in their eyes, is worth more than a hypothesis, which is inherently uncertain. Let us call this scientific modesty, or perhaps cowardice, or even philosophical laziness. At worst, it is a positive hatred of all theory. Gombrich, in 1970, wanted to conclude his biography of Warburg by, as he termed it, putting the latter's work in perspective. Here one detects a strange wish to kill the father, a definite desire to make sure that the ghost or revenant, as Warburg defined himself in 1924, no longer returns. And, with him, the outmoded hypothesis of survival will also cease for a time from its eternal return to the back of the art historian's mind. 246 In order to arrive at this goal, two moves are necessary. The first consists in invalidating survival's dialectical structure, that is to say, denying that a double rhythm, composed of survivals and renaissances, always organizes the temporality of images, rendering them hybrid and impure in the process. To this end, Gombrich does not hesitate to claim that Warburg's Nashleben can be seen simply as the equivalent of what is called a revival. The second move consists in invalidating survival's anachronistic structure, which is accomplished simply by returning to Springer and reperiodizing the distinction between survival and Renaissance. In other words, the distinction is very simply reduced to a chronological one between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Gombrich thus ends up distinguishing the obscure tenacity of the medieval survivals and the inventive flexibility of the imitations all'antica that only a Renaissance worthy of the name could have produced, beginning only in the 15th century. 248 Sorting out the various transformations of the notion of survival would be a huge task, requiring anyone who undertook it to examine the whole history of the discipline since Warburg's time. Let us, then, indicate only the most important landmarks. At the beginning of the 1920s, in the first volume of the Vorträge der Bibliothek Warburg, Adolf Goldschmidt published an article on the survival of ancient forms in the Middle Ages. Das Nashleben der antiken Formen im Mittelalter. Aware right from the start of the paradox of the Nashleben, which is simultaneously an indicator of continued life, Weiterleben, and of continued death, Weitersterben, Goldschmidt attempted to extend into the Middle Ages what Warburg had observed in Botticelli, notably by pointing out the expressive role of drapery in Byzantine art. 249 20 years later, Jean Sesnek, presenting the survival of the ancient gods, called the theme an argument that would be troubling for received views of chronology. In showing the interference between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, he, too, demonstrated the broad scope of the field of survivals. As the Middle Ages and the Renaissance come to be better known, the traditional antithesis between them grows less marked. The medieval period appears less stark and static, and the Renaissance less bright and less sudden. Above all, it is now recognized that pagan antiquity, far from experiencing a rebirth in 15th century Italy, had remained alive within the culture and art of the Middle Ages. Even the gods were not restored to life, for they had never disappeared from the memory or imagination of man. The difference in styles acts as a further entrance to our awareness of the continuity of tradition. For Italian art of the 15th and 16th centuries invests the ancient symbols with fresh beauty. The debt of the Renaissance to the Middle Ages is set forth in texts. We shall attempt to show how the mythological heritage of antiquity was handed down from century to century, through which vicissitudes it passed, and the extent to which, toward the close of the Cinquecento, the great Italian treatises on the gods which were to nourish the humanities and art of all Europe were still indebted to medieval compilations and steeped in the influence of the Middle Ages. 250. This kind of respect for Warburg's teachings and for the notion of the impurity of the temporality of images represents, it must be said, a minority position. Everywhere else one senses a desire to establish an ever clearer and more distinct periodization of the history of art, one more schematic and satisfying to the mind. In short, the procedure used to invalidate Warburg's approach, so clearly expressed by Gombrich, was employed more surreptitiously in a whole series of theoretical moves by which the notion of Nachleben was reoriented toward various temporal schemas and deterministic models that it had the merit of challenging in the first place. Thus, survival was drawn toward the atemporal notion of the archetype, or toward the idea of eternal cycles. This was done in order to explain, but at little cost, the mixture of continuities and variations which inevitably stamps the history of images. 251 The notion of survival was also drawn in the more positivistic direction of the material remains of antiquity, or of the more general question of sources. 51 It was also drawn toward a more formalist point of view, that of influences. 55 And it was used, as well, by scholars interested in iconographic tradition. S. 254 And, more generally, in those unexamined permanent elements which have characterized certain ancient artistic genres up to the modern period. 255 Finally, all this has been looked at from the opposite direction by sociologically informed theories of reception, or in terms of the taste for the antique, of imitation, or simply of reference to the stylistic norms of antiquity. 256 Considered outmoded, or else used as a passé-partout, but, in any case, stripped of all theoretical significance, Warburg's Nachleben is thus no longer debated. That does not mean that it has been assimilated. Quite to the contrary. Let us say, rather, that it has been exorcised by the very discipline which is indebted to Warburg for the historical concept of the impurity of time but which has ended up reproaching him for it. The high priest who exorcised our book is none other than Erwin Panofsky, but could we not have expected it? Gombrich himself reluctantly admitted as much. It was primarily due to Panofsky that, for generations of art historians, Warburg's work was put in perspective in such a way as to invalidate the Nachleben, this being the theoretical means by which the notion was exorcised. 257 As early as 1921, just 15 years after Warburg's lecture on Die Error in Italia and Antiquity, Panofsky published an article with a tie too similar not be secretly rivaling the earlier publication of Der Error in Classical Antiquity. 258 In it, despite the requisite expressions of respect, the problematic of survival already has given way to a problematic of influence, and the question of the pathetic, which in Warburg's work could be linked to Nietzsche's Dionysian, has given way to a problematic of typification and of the juste milieu, supported by several references to Kant's ideal beauty boïdite and to classical rhetoric. 259 In the obituary Panofsky wrote in 1929, the crucial expression of Warburg's Haut problem, the expression Nachleben der Antike, does not appear even once instead of any mention of survival. The only issues we find discussed are the heritage of antiquity Erbtel des Altertums, and the history of reception of antiquity Rezeptionsgeschichte der Antike. 260 Then, in 1933, joining his efforts to those of Fritz Saxl, who was already attempting to historicize Warburg's conceptual schemas as much as possible. 261, in itself a legitimate undertaking, Panofsky published a long article on classical mythology and medieval art in the Metropolitan Museum of Art of New York's Bulletin. This was his first important publication in English. 262, his entry visa into a new intellectual and institutional context that would transform his exile, his flight from Nazi Germany, into an empire, his undisputed domination of academic art history. It is possible, and, up to a certain point, justified, to read this article as an extension of Warburg's writings on the survival of the ancient gods, for Panofsky and Saxl appear to be satisfied to apply the notion of Nachleben to a chronological domain on which Warburg himself had not directly worked. At the start, therefore, they make a place for survival, a place showing that the Vassarian historical point of view is wrong, though only in part. The earliest Italian writers about the history of art, such for instance as Ghiberti, Alberti, and especially Giorgio Vasari, thought that classical art was overthrown at the beginning of the Christian era and that it did not revive until, during the 14th and 15th centuries in Italy, it served as the foundation of what is usually called the Renaissance. They were wrong insofar as the Renaissance was connected with the Middle Ages by innumerable links. Classical conceptions survived throughout the Middle Ages, literary, philosophical, scientific, and artistic, and they were especially strong after the time of Charlemagne, under whose reign there had been a deliberate classical revival in almost every cultural field. The early writers were right insofar as the artistic forms under which the classical conceptions persisted during the Middle Ages were utterly different from our present ideas of antiquity, which did not come into existence until the Renaissance in its true sense of the rebirth of antiquity as a well-defined historical phenomenon. 263. One already senses that this way of approaching the subject implies not only an extension but also a bifurcation, or possibly even a reversal, of Warburg's position, of which Panofsky and Saxl, however, claim to be followers. 264 then, is extended here? The general idea of a polarization between survival and Renaissance. What is reversed, or abandoned? The structural or synchronic aspect, the non-chronological aspect, in short, the anachronistic aspect of this double rhythm. Henceforth, things become more neatly separated in value and in time they become hierarchized and periodized. Survival becomes a lower category of art history, making the Middle Ages into a period of artistic conventions, of gradual degeneration of the classical norms, and, finally, of the unfortunate dissociation of form and content the medieval mind is incapable of realizing. The unity of classical form and classical subject matter. 265 The Renaissance, for its part, will become, or become again, that higher category of art history which makes the Quattrocento and the Cinquecento into summits of artistic activity, of archaeological authenticity, and, therefore, of stylistic purity. Reading Panofsky and Saxl, one would almost think that the Renaissance in its true sense, i.e., the Renaissance as a well-defined historical phenomenon, was the only period ever to witness the birth of a genuine and free human being. Free, notably, from symbolic burdens and figurative conventions. The reintegration of classical mythological subjects, realized in the Renaissance, was the motor as well as a characteristic of the general evolution that culminated in the rediscovery of man as a natural being stripped of his protecting cover of symbolism and conventionality. 266 Perhaps not all the tensions have been eliminated, and in this regard Panofsky and Saxl evoke the Counter-Reformation, that is to say, the end of the Renaissance. But it is only the classical harmony of the time of the Renaissance in its true sense that receives the accolade for surmounting the artistic and cultural crises that had characterized the periods of survival, crises attested to, if only in a negative fashion, by what these periods lacked. 267 Only one conceptual difficulty remained to be resolved. The notion of a Renaissance contrasts with that of a survival with regard to two aspects that are not easily coordinated. The hierarchical opposition does not automatically coincide with chronological succession. Panofsky found an effective solution by distinguishing two different conceptual orders within the word Renaissance: a synchronic order, which he here calls renovation, and the well-defined historical phenomenon that is the Renaissance. What has been called the Carolingian Renaissance is, for Panofsky, only a renovation. The only Renaissance, taking the word in its true sense, is that of the 15th and 16th centuries. 268 As for the notion of survival, it remains in the shadow of its relative indetermination. Beginning in 1944, Panofsky used the term Renaissance to refer to what he formerly called a renovation. 269 The system attained its final state in 960 with Renaissance and Renaissances in Western Art, a work that emerged from lectures he gave in 1952, and thus one benefiting from 8 long years of reflection. Panofsky forcefully reiterated that the Carolingian renovation or renewal and, in general, all the proto-humanist moments experienced by the Middle Ages are in no way Renaissances in the strict sense. They are only Renaissances, partial moments of a return to antiquity. 270 We can now see that in order to resolve the basic problem announced at the start, namely the relationship between continuity and change in history, Panofsky created a conceptual framework similar, in its ternary structure, to the famous semiological distinction between primary subject, conventional subject, and intrinsic meaning set forth in the introduction to his studies in iconology. 271 According to Panofsky, therefore, the entire theory of historical time could be organized by a three-term hierarchy, with the Renaissance at the summit, its initial capital letter indicating both chronological centrality and a temporal dignity. A dignity that Panofsky highlighted by the use of virtually Hegelian expressions like self-realization, becoming aware, becoming real, and total phenomenon. 272 For Panofsky, the Renaissance was the awakening of art to a consciousness of itself, that is to say, to its own history and to its own realization or ideal meaning, so that in the end, Vasari, who said the same thing, turned out to be right. Anticipating this stage were the various partial renewals or renaissances that, in the long course of the Middle Ages, stirred up the history of forms in those moments which experienced an awakening of classicism. 273 Finally, there is the background of sleep from which all these movements arose. Panofsky hesitated to name it, to give it a theoretical status he just barely managed to mention, in a one-page digression, a period of incubation. 274 But it is clear that what is involved here is none other than the Warburgian notion of survival. Significantly, the final sentences of Renaissance and Renaissances oppose the unredeemed phantom of this survival to the soul of classicism alvantica, now finally resuscitated, a soul that is ideal, intangible, pure, immortal, and omnipresent. The Middle Ages had left antiquity unburied and alternately galvanized and exorcised its corpse. The Renaissance stood weeping at its grave and tried to resurrect its soul. In one fatally auspicious moment it succeeded. This is why the medieval concept of the antique was so concrete and at the same time so incomplete and distorted, whereas the modern one, gradually developed during the last 300 or 400 years, is comprehensive and consistent but, if I may say so, abstract. And this is why the medieval Renaissances were transitory whereas the Renaissance was permanent. Resurrected souls are intangible but have the advantage of immortality and omnipresence. 275. In these sentences one seems to hear the echo of two symmetric exaltations, both of them idealist, the one stemming from Vasari, the other from Winckelmann. Death to errant phantoms and to survivors long 5 resuscitated and immortal souls. Had all this expresses, of course, is simply an aesthetic choice. One might even say a phantasmal choice. In that respect, it is a legitimate one. But it appears here in a discourse purporting to present what is true and claiming to establish art history as an objective science. Its effect has been to orient the latter toward the study of well-defined historical phenomena rather than toward the uncertain time of the various survivals. It has preserved the immortal ideas and sent all the phantom images far away. In looking at the Renaissance, this approach wanted to see only a time without impurities, a period that could serve as a standard, in which the homogeneity, the reintegration of forms and contents, would be legible. It has, therefore, rejected Warburg's fundamental intuition. Veritas Gilia Temporis, truth is the daughter of time, so the ancient adage tells us. 276 But, for the historian, the question is how to know exactly of what time, or of what times, in the plural, truth is the daughter. As a student of Warburg's, Panofsky began by recognizing the complexity and anachronism of the time involved in discussing images. Thus, in a text from his German period on the problem of historical time, zum Problem der historischen Zeit, he used, and not by chance, a medieval example in order to introduce the theoretical difficulty inherent in any model of evolution that might be used in art history. The sculptures at Reims in particular engender an image of an unending, polychrome web, within which the most diverging threads become intertwined, running now beside each other and now in opposite directions. These individual stylistic directions, their marked differences in quality notwithstanding, which would seem to prohibit proposing a coherent, linear evolution, do not merely progress in parallel, indifferent to any interconnections, rather they penetrate one another and, not only that, they return again and again. Thus this endless multiplicity of frames of reference, which seems to primarily constitute the world of the art historian, amounts to a confusing and unformalizable chaos. Are we not then faced with a completely inhomogeneous contiguity of such frames of reference, which, to use Simmel's terminology, remained frozen in self-sufficient isolation and irrational specificity? 277. Panofsky indeed began, with Warburg, by recognizing the impurity of time. But he ended by extirpating it, dissolving it, subsuming it in an ordered framework that harkened back to the aesthetic ambition of the Golden Ages, of which the Renaissance is one, and to the historical ambition of reference periods. Thus, his 1931 text concludes with the hope that a chronology of the sculptures of Reims Cathedral might one day clarify and hierarchize their multiple stylistic reference systems. 278 This expresses the desire of any idealist or positivist historian that the times involved, once analyzed, become pure again. That survivals become logically eliminated from history the way the lees would be eliminated from a fine wine. But is that really possible? It is only ideal wines, wines without any taste, that can exist without any lees at all, without that impurity which, in a certain sense, gives them style and life. Historical life. Forms, forces, and times unconscious. From Warburg to Panofsky, therefore, a word falls out of use and is forgotten, the word Nachleben, survival. And with it, with its fundamental impurity, one a second word contained within it, Leben, life. Panofsky, it is clear, sought to understand only the meaning of images, Whereas Warburg also sought to understand their life, that impersonal force or power, craft, mocked, that he occasionally speaks of but regularly declines to define. Where did he get this vocabulary, which is so lacking in rigorous conceptual analysis and yet is so important? Above all from Burckhardt, about whom he liked to say, referring to the role of ephemeral spectacles in the visual culture of the Renaissance, that he attempted to find a true transition from life into art. Ein wahrer Übergang aus dem Leben in die Kunst, 279. Justice for Burckhardt, art, for Warburg, was not a simple question of taste, but rather a vital question. Similarly, history was not for him a simple chronological question, but rather a stirring up remous of the past, a debate in which life is at stake and which continues throughout the long span of a culture's existence. The history of images was thus for Warburg what it had already been for Burckhardt, but which it no longer has been since Panofsky, a question of life and, since in this life death is omnipresent, of survivals. The biomorphism expressed here has nothing in common with that of a Vasari, or even of a Winckelmann, for the life in question here does not exist without the element of non-natural, which, in the view of Burckhardt and of Warburg, is required by the notion of culture. Nor does it exist without the element of impurity, which, again for each of them, is required by the very notion of historical time. Let us try to briefly characterize this enigmatic life. It seems to me that it can be understood as being, simultaneously, a play of functions, requiring an anthropological approach, a play of forms, requiring a morphological approach, and, finally, a play of forces, requiring a dynamic or energetic. Their multiple stylistic reference systems. 278 This expresses the desire of any idealist or positivist historian that the times involved, once analyzed, become pure again. That survivals become logically eliminated from history the way the lees would be eliminated from a fine wine. But is that really possible? It is only ideal wines, wines without any taste, that can exist without any lees at all, without that impurity which, in a certain sense, gives them style and life. Historical life. Forms, forces, and times unconscious. From Warburg to Panofsky, therefore, a word falls out of use and is forgotten, the word Nachleben, survival. And with it, with its fundamental impurity, a second word contained within it, Leben, life. Panofsky, it is clear, sought to understand only the meaning of images, whereas Warburg also sought to understand their life, that impersonal force or power, craft, mocked, that he occasionally speaks of but regularly declines to define. Where did he get this vocabulary, which is so lacking in rigorous conceptual analysis and yet is so important? Above all from Burckhardt, about whom he liked to say, referring to the role of ephemeral spectacles in the visual culture of the Renaissance, that he attempted to find a true transition from life into art. Ein wahrer Übergang aus dem Leben in die Kunst, 279. Justice for Burckhardt, art, for Warburg, was not a simple question of taste, but rather a vital question. Similarly, history was not for him a simple chronological question, but rather a stirring up remous of the past, a debate in which life is at stake and which continues throughout the long span of a culture's existence. The history of images was thus for Warburg what it had already been for Burckhardt, but which it no longer has been since Panofsky, a question of life and, since in this life death is omnipresent, of survivals. The biomorphism expressed here has nothing in common with that of a Vasari, or even of a Winckelmann, for the life in question here does not exist without the element of non-natural, which, in the view of Burckhardt and of Warburg, is required by the notion of culture. Nor does it exist without the element of impurity, which, again for each of them, is required by the very notion of historical time. Let us try to briefly characterize this enigmatic life. It seems to me that it can be understood as being, simultaneously, a play of functions, requiring an anthropological approach, a play of forms, requiring a morphological approach, and, finally, a play of forces, requiring a dynamic or energetic. Life is a play of functions inasmuch as it the life of a culture. This did not escape Burckhardt's first readers, who read his philosophical anthropology in the still vague terms of the soul or of culture understood as the intimate state of the consciousness of a people. Thus, in 1887, Emil Gebhardt wrote that it was to the Italian soul that he posed the question of the secret of the Renaissance and, for him, all the great facts of this history, the politics, the erudition, the art, morality, pleasure, religion, and superstition manifest the action of certain forces vives. And we know that Burckhardt's Kulturgeschichte has been looked at anew by social history, 281 just as Warburg's Kulturwissenschaft has been revisited by Panofsky in iconology and the social history of art. Certain of Burckhardt's ambiguities have been left aside in the process, and that is as it should be, but along with them, So have certain of his major theoretical hypotheses and certain of his most pertinent critical articulations. Let us mention several that Warburg was to incorporate, more or less explicitly, into his own thinking. For Burckhardt, life, viewed as a play of functions, is, in the first place, neither the life of facts nor that of systems. One must speak of life and its concrete movement in culture because positivist history, in its rush to establish chronological facts, tends to blot out everything else, while idealist history, that of Hegel above all, tends to enlist everything in its effort to announce grand, overly abstract truths. In both cases, it is time itself that is disincarnated as a result of the desire to simplify, that is to say, to deny its complexity. Considering life as culture, in contrast, leads to a critical formulation designed to get beyond a dilemma that is really only schematic, and thus trivial, namely history as nature versus history as idea. Yet history is not the same thing as nature. Die Geschichte ist aber etwas anderes als die Nature, and it creates, brings to birth and abandons to decay in a different way. By primordial instinct, nature creates in consistently organic fashion with an infinite variety of species and a great similarity of individuals. In history, the variety, within the one species Homo, of course, is far from being so great. There are no clear lines of demarcation, but individuals feel the incentive inequality, inciting to development. While nature works on a few primeval models, vertebrates and invertebrates, phanerogams and cryptogams, in the people, the body social is not so much a type as a gradual product. We shall, further, make no attempt at system, Übersichten auf alles systematisch, nor lay any claim to historical principles. On the contrary, we shall confine ourselves to observation, taking transverse sections of history in as many directions as possible. Above all, we have nothing to do with the philosophy of history. Hegel speaks of the purpose of eternal wisdom, and calls his study a theodicy by virtue of its recognition of the affirmative in which the negative, in popular parlance, evil, vanishes, subjected and overcome. We are not, however, privy to the purposes of eternal wisdom. They are beyond our ken. This bold assumption of a world plan leads to fallacies because it starts out from false premises. 282. One could say that with this twofold refusal Burckhardt inaugurated a new manner of writing history, a third way. 283 and Warburg later adopted the basic choices Burckhardt made to be a philologist who goes beyond the facts, for the facts are important primarily for the basic questions they give rise to, and to be a philosopher who goes beyond the systems, for the basic questions are important primarily for the singular ways they are actually employed in history. Such, then, is what the third way demands: the refusal to accept either teleology or absolute pessimism, and the recognition of the historical existence, de Siri, Leben, of every culture, that is to say, of its complexity. Burckhardt went as far as to assert that authentic history is distorted as much by the ideas deriving from preconceived theories as by chronology itself. For history, he thought, was that aspect of our intellectual effort which rescues us from our basic incapacity to understand what is varied, accidental unsere Unfähigkeit der Verständnisses für das Bunte, Zugleich, translation modified, trans. .284. With this approach Burckhardt thus established a strange dialectic of times, one which needed neither good nor evil, neither beginnings, origins or sources from which everything supposedly derived, nor ends, a direction toward which all history is heading. It needed none of all that to express the complexity, the impurity, of its life. It is composed of rhizomes, of repetitions, of symptoms. Local history, along with patriotic or racial history, is not its concern, for such history lacks a way of conceiving relationships and differences. Neither is universal history its subject, for Burckhardt renounced in advance any attempt to look for a general formula for the system of all these rhizomes. The philosophers, encumbered with speculations on origins, ought by rights to speak of the future. We can dispense with theories of origins, and no one can expect from us a theory of the end. Questions such as the influence of soil and climate, are introductory questions for the philosophers of history, but not for us, and hence quite outside our scope. The same holds good for all cosmologies, theories of race, the geography of the ancient continents and so on. The study of any other branch of knowledge may begin with origins, but not that of history. After all, our historical pictures are, for the most part, pure constructions, as we shall see more particularly when we come to speak of the state. Indeed, they are mere reflections of ourselves. There is little value in conclusions drawn from people to people or from race to race. The origins we imagine we can demonstrate are in any case quite late stages. Its greater intelligibility is merely apparent, and arises in part from an optical illusion, namely our own much livelier readiness to understand, which may go hand in hand with great blindness. 285. In reflecting on the relationships between the local and the global, Burckhardt did not fail to reflect as well on the relationships between change and stability. For him, the life of history is not only a spatial play of individual and contextual events, it is also, of course, a play of time, the dialectic of what changes and of what resists change. 286 To be a historian, for Burckhardt, does not mean just composing a narrative of things that change and succeed each other. It is necessary, above all, to deal first with their continuous and gradual interaction, and in particular with the influence of the one variable, bewegtus, culture, on the two constants, stables. Burckhardt is referring here to the state and to religion, trans. Point 287 In this regard, the life of history falls within the domain of morphology. It is a play of forms, if one understands by forms the tangible crystallization of such a dialectic or reciprocal influence. Since time bears away ceaselessly the forms, die Formen, which are the vesture of material as of spiritual life, das geistige Leben, the task of history as a whole is to show its twin aspects, distinct yet identical, proceeding from the fact that, firstly, the spiritual, in whatever domain it is perceived, has a historical aspect, eine geschichtliche Seite, under which it appears as change, as the contingent, as a passing moment which forms part of a vast whole beyond our power to divine, and that, secondly, every event has a spiritual aspect, eine geistige Seite, by which it partakes of immortality. For the spirit knows change, but not mortality. 288. In considering the word spirit, it was to the domain of culture that Burckhardt directed his attention, and he did so as a historian and an anthropologist, not as a philosopher. Thus, even before Warburg claimed the status of psychohistorian, Burckhardt had already thought of Kulturgeschichte in terms of a morphology, or even an aesthetic of the psychic forms of culture. He recognized that this issue was central to any historical project, but not if it was conceived in the romantic fantastic mode, nicht etwa romantisch fantastisch. It should be treated in the manner in which one would observe the marvelous process of the metamorphosis of a chrysalis als einen wundersamen Prozess von Verpuppungen. 289 That is why Burckhardt was able to cover his notebooks with all those visual notations. Figure 8. The culture of an epoch, he held, could be detected in its written sources and in the events of its history, but equally well in its paintings, in its architectural ornaments, in the details of its clothing, in the landscapes that its people refashion, in its heraldic imagination, and in its most marginal figures, in grotesques. For example. 290 It has wrongly been said that Burckhardt's aesthetization of history was due to epistemological weakness, to an art lover's failing, or to a disciplinary indiscretion of a historian stricto sensu. Burckhardt, however, did not aestheticize history in the way one lets oneself be drawn into intoxication in order to forget something. He simply recognized, in itself an important finding, that the temporal hinge between change and stability, between Geschichte and Typology is a formal hinge, which involves the workings of something like the process of the metamorphosis of a chrysalis. It is thus necessary to aestheticize history, for Kultur, according to Burckhardt, assumes the place, in a certain way, of Hegel's reason in history. 291 No history is possible without a history of culture, and there can be no history of culture without an art history open to the anthropological and morphological resonances of images. 292 This is a task that Burckhardt, of course, left in its initial stages, a task that Warburg and Wülflin, each in his own fashion, sought to take up, even if they could not complete it. Burckhardt considered the establishment of such a morphology to lie at the heart of the historian's task, and someday one should critically examine the history of this morphological theme, from Goethe to, say, Carlo Ginzburg. This also explains the pronounced visual tenor of his theoretical vocabulary, which displays a violent refusal of, a shrinking back from, Kant's a priori and Hegel's speculation, and, symmetrically, an insistence on the historian's right to look and to employ contemplation, Anschauung, and even imagination, Fantasie. History, for Burckhardt, is constructed less like a story and more like a picture, built, pictures, paintings, that's what I want, builder, tableaus das ist was ich möchte, he wrote as early as 1844, a formulation that Warburg made his own even before putting it into practice with the collection of plates that forms his Namazani Atlas. How can one fail to see here, among other possible examples, that the very choice of grisaille as a color expresses a form of time in which the present time of a given historical moment, that of Mantegna, for example, asserts its own archaeological distance, its own anachronism, its own task of making possible the survival, like phantoms, of the figures of antiquity. 29 As thus, no history is possible without a morphology of the forms of time. But the reasoning involved here would be incomplete without an essential clarification. There can be no morphology, or analysis, of forms without a dynamic, or analysis, of forces. To omit that is to reduce morphology, and this is often what happens, to the establishment of sterile typologies. It amounts to assuming that the forms are the reflections of a time, whereas they are really the casualties or fallen elements lay shoots, whether ridiculous or sublime, of a conflict taking place within time, that is to say, of a play of forces. This, then, is the third characteristic of life, according to Burckhardt. The dynamic of the type, typus, and development, Entwicklung, constitutes the main hot problem, of history. The phenomenon in question is a tense and oscillatory one, and it generates formidable complexities. Issues from this main phenomenon, die wirkende Hauptphänomens, is historical life, das geschichtliche Leben, rolling on in 1,000 forms, complex, in all manner of disguises, bound and free, speaking now through the masses, now through individuals, now in hopeful, now in hopeless mood, setting up and destroying states, religions, civilizations, now a dark enigma to itself, moved by inchoate feelings born of imagination rather than thought, now companioned only by thought, or again filled with isolated premonitions of what is fulfilled long afterwards. 296 To speak of historical life, geschichtliches Leben, is, therefore, to seek to understand time as a play of forces, Kräfte, Mächte, or of powers, Potenzen, out of which, Burckhardt states, all kinds of forms of life, Lebensformen, arise. 297 Elsewhere he writes, it is our task simply to observe and describe objectively the various forces, Potenzen, as they appeared side by side or one after another. 298 But the task is very difficult, because a power puissance always tends to evade our notice. It is difficult to observe when it is too violent and omnipresent, and difficult to observe when it is too virtual, a potential force and puissance and invisible. 299 This double meaning of the word power, manifest force and latent force, is not at all simply an anecdotal matter. It gives rise to at least two important consequences, two bifurcations that profoundly alter our way of conceiving historicity. The first yields a dialectic of time, the very one we are trying to grasp in the notion of the symptom. In reading Burckhardt, we find that this dialectic functions in the manner of a continually renewed debate between latencies, Latenzen, and crises, Krisen. There is no historical time, in fact, without some play of latencies. We are ignorant of everything which we call latent forces, latente Kräfte, physical or mental, and of the incalculable factor of mental contagions, which can suddenly transform the world. 300 This historical and collective condition has its psychological and individual counterpart in the circumstance that in man, no one side is ever active to the exclusion of the rest. The whole is always at work, even though some elements may function in a weaker, unconscious, unbewussten fashion. 301 Now, every latency seeks to work its way toward the surface of events. In Burckhardt, the term crisis, Kreis, designates that particularly effective way that time has of making its own power spring forth, through a contretemps or through a symptom. At least 2 chapters of the Reflections on World History are entirely devoted to this question. 302 And every other part of the book is concerned in some fashion with the observation of the dialectical relationship, which is such a difficult one to analyze, between the fixed forms and the forces which cause them to vacillate, or between the dominant forces and the forms which cause them to fail in history. The way of annihilation is invariably prepared by inward degeneration, by decrease of life. Only then can a shock from outside put an end to the whole. The crisis which has one specific cause is borne along on the storm wind of many other things, yet not a man involved in it but is absolutely blind as to the force which will finally win the day. 303 We see that for Burckhardt the practice of history amounted to the analysis not of facts succeeding each other over time but, rather, of something like an unconscious of time, with all its latencies and its catastrophes. Warburg developed his history of images, it seems to me, in accord with the consequences of this methodological decision. History, then, is to be a symptomatology or even a pathology of time, which it would be wrong, however, to reduce to a simple moral pessimism, even though an element of tragedy is everywhere visible in it. It is first of all in morphological and dynamic terms that Burckhardt wanted to speak of the catastrophes, indeed of the illnesses, of time. The historian must analyze each force, state, religion, and culture, dealing first with their continuous and gradual interaction and in particular with the influence of the one variable, culture, on the 2 constants. We shall then discuss the accelerated movements of the whole process of history, the theory of crises and revolutions, as also of the occasional abrupt absorption of all other movements. the general ferment of all the rest of life, the ruptures and reactions, in short, everything that might be called the theory of storms, Sturmelher. We, however, shall start out from the one point accessible to us, the one eternal center of things, man, suffering, striving, doing, as he is and was and ever shall be. Hence our study will, in a certain sense, be pathological pathologist, in kind. Translation modified by the author and, accordingly, by the translator, trans. 304. Must one still speak of a dialectic of time? Yes, if by this term one understands a process that is filled with tensions rather than resolutions, one that is obsidianal rather than linear and oriented in a certain direction. The dialectic of the stable powers stables, and of the mobile element. Bavagdis, produced a far-reaching critique of historicism, one that only complexifies, multiplies, and even disorients the models of time that Burckhardt in this passage calls crises, revolutions, ruptures, reactions, occasional absorptions, ferment, perturbations, a list that could go on indefinitely. To speak of an unconscious, unbewusst, or of a pathology is to affirm, moreover, that the dialectic at work here demonstrates only the impurity and anachronism of time. This, then, may be considered the second lesson, the second consequence of a morphological and dynamic approach to history. Time liberates symptoms, and with them it causes the phantoms to act. Time, for Burckhardt, is already a time of obsolescence, of hybridization, of anachronism. In this respect, it directly anticipates Warburg's notion of survivals. Thus, Burckhardt speaks of Western culture as an unlimited sphere of influence, impregnated with the traditions of all times, of all peoples, and of all civilizations. 305. He also states that there are no clear limits to be found within it, and that the body social of any culture is nothing but a perpetual gradual product, a process marked by the effect of the contrasts and affinities. The conclusion being that in history, everything is fully bastardized, bastarddom, as if that was an essential element of fecundation, befruitung, of great spiritual events. English translation modified, trans. Point 306. Now, this impurity is not only synchronic, it affects time itself, its rhythm and its development. One must not, Burckhardt asserts, rely on the use of periods to separate history into ages of the world. Rather, one should note the existence of countless incarnations, which presuppose mutations and, therefore, human inadequacy. The whole, then, is a difficult to analyze mixture of destructions and of something that must be called survivals. 307. It is here that Burckhardt comes closest to the notion of Nachleben, in rejecting any attempt to set up a hierarchical periodization of history that would separate barbarism from civilization, just as later Warburg would refuse to sharply separate the Middle Ages from the Renaissance. We can no more begin our presentation of history with the earliest state formations than with the transition from barbarism to civilization. Here, also, the concepts are much too vague in the final analysis. The use or non-use of this word becomes a matter of temperament. I consider it barbarism to keep birds in cages. First, one ought to eliminate those elements which have lived on from the infant days of mankind in petrified form in the most advanced civilization, perhaps for sacral or political reasons, such as individual human sacrifice. Countless elements also subsist in the unconscious, let auch unbewusst weiter, as an acquisition bequeathed to mankind perhaps by some forgotten people. An unconscious accumulation of vestiges of culture unbewusst aufzumehren von Kulturresultaten, in peoples and individuals should always be taken into account. This growth and decay, Wachsen und Vergehen, follows higher, inscrutable laws of life, höhere, unergründliche Lebensgesetze. M. On the same page, Burckhardt uses the word Weiterleben, which means subsistence and, already here, survival. A way was open for understanding what Nachleben means. And with this survival, the way was also open for understanding time as that impure game, frill of tensions, that debate between latent powers and violently acting ones we might call, with Warburg, the life, Leben, of images. The image is pathos. Seismography of moving times. In the summer semester of 1927, 3 years after his return from Kreuzlingen, the psychiatric clinic where he had been under Binswanger's care, Warburg decided to offer his students at the University of Hamburg a seminar devoted entirely to Burckhardt and to historical writing. The final session, after Alfred Neumayer had dealt with the theoretical aspects of the Reflections on World History, Weltgeschichtliche Betrachtung, and JW2XBWG said he would present a particular perspective on the subject that, it seems to me, is extremely significant for understanding his own work as a historian. He proposed evaluating the work of Nietzsche along with that of Burckhardt, taking the point of view that, together, Their writings constituted a polarity as tense as it was inseparable. One right from his first words, Warburg went straight to the essential point, rejecting the notion that the historian possesses a mastery of the temporal material, i.e., memory, he or she interprets. Burckhardt and Nietzsche did not interest Warburg for the historical doctrines that they might have constructed or advocated. They were truly historians, in his eyes, not for being masters of a time they had explained, but rather as subjects of an implied time. They were, Warburg says, the receivers, the capturers, Auflanger, of historical life, that geschichtliches Leben expressed here in terms at once psychological and technical, morphological and dynamic Nemisch Wellen, i.e., mnemic agitations, or, better, mnemic waves. To the symptomatology of time as Burckhardt conceived it, and the temporal play of latencies and crises, all that is something Warburg will henceforth express with a geological metaphor, one which is really more troubling. For the agitations or waves of memory traverse and act on an element, culture and its history, which is not completely fluid, and that is why there arise tensions, resistances, symptoms, crises, cracks, and catastrophes, the fundamental chord that keeps sounding through the fields of human knowledge. 3. As Burckhardt had once written, this accord of surviving things, here takes the form of a wave, which should be understood as a shock wave and as a process of fracturing. This is why the exemplary nature of Burckhardt and Nietzsche's historical work takes the shape here of an apparatus for registering the invisible movements of the earth, the seismograph. We ought to recognize in Burckhardt and Nietzsche the receivers of mnemic waves als Erfanger der Nemisken Wellen, and understand how a consciousness of the world, Weltbewusstsein, affected each of them in a different way. We ought to try to make each one illuminate the other, and use this reflection to help us understand Burckhardt as one who endures the trials als Leiter, of his own profession of historian. Both of them are very sensitive seismographs, their empfindliche Seismographen, whose bases shake when they receive and transmit waves, i.e., shock waves and memory waves. 4. Let us dwell for a moment on this technological comparison. In the first place, the seismograph is an apparatus capable of registering subterranean movements, invisible movements, and even ones that cannot be felt in any way, whose intrinsic evolution can give rise to those devastating catastrophes we call earthquakes. Figure 9. It was at the end of the 19th century that seismology made its most decisive advances, thanks to improvements in graphical recording techniques. 5. Now, it is actually the entire phenomenal and infraphenomenal field, visible and invisible, what can be sensed and what cannot be sensed, physical and psychological, that the sciences engaged in registering phenomena ultimately sought to encompass with their techniques for recording revealing traces. We could probably not find a better synthesis of the stakes and results of what we might call the systeme of registration than that offered by Etienne Jules Murray in his La méthode graphique graphical method, published in 1878. Murray's name is linked, as is well known, to the development of the field of chronophotography. 7. As early as 1967, William Heckscher drew attention to the analogy between this photographic approach to time and to movement and Warburg's conception of the life in motion bewegtes Leben, of images. 8. More recently, Philippe Alain Michaud extended this analogy to the point where it yields paradoxical figural deconstructions. The figure is no longer conceived as a modification or a state, but as the manifestation of energy becoming actualized in a body. The body of the man with the silver button in Murray's experiment disappears from the photographic plate just as the body of the nymph in Warburg's account disappears from the study sheet to make place for another figure, that of energy in motion. 9. Figures 10 and n. This formulation of movement dissociated from any representation of a body is not only an aesthetic consequence of the chronophotographic method. It is, leader ally, a return to the epistemic conditions of what Murray had earlier, going back to the period before his recourse to photography, elaborated as the graphical method in general. From the methodological point of view, chronophotography is less an extension of photography in the direction of movement, in which, incidentally, one generally sees a prehistory of cinematography, than a particular case, optically mediated, of that chronography, that writing or inscription of time, for which Murray had been seeking the proper tools starting with his very earliest works. 10. In 1866, in the context of experiments on animal physiology, Murray made an effort to define the real form, as he put it, of a muscle jerk. It was necessary, he wrote, to determine it graphically by means of recording devices providing the equivalent of a seismograph of the human body, a tool capable of furnishing the inscription, the graphs of the subtlest times and movements of the living organism. 11. The graphical method was first defined by Murray as the best mode of representing phenomena. 12. One quickly sees that this mode of inscription, as he says, gives rise to a paradox whereby the very notion of what is representable ultimately splits into two complementary facets. On the one hand, the chronogram is a formula, transposed and abstract. It emerges from the domain of the graphic in the most ordinary sense of the term, since it refers to the pure relationship between two or more variables by means of a line joining characteristic points. Inasmuch as it is a formula, the chronogram is thus meta-representational, indirect, and purely symbolic. On the other hand, Murray demands considerably more from his graphical method. He wants it to be, he says, a direct mode of expression of the phenomena themselves. 13 Accordingly, the characteristic points, which by nature are separate, discrete, and discontinuous, must become fully wedded to the temporal continuum of motion. The status of a simple formula is modified as soon as one can manage to achieve the inscription of the state of the body at each instant of its change of state. In other words, as soon as a continuous graphical representation can be produced. For that to happen, one needs only to develop the technology to create an apparatus capable of making continuous recordings. 14 Once this step has been taken, one has essentially invented chronography as such, that is, the transmission of the movement to the stylus, which inscribes its duration on the drum of the recording apparatus. In the 19th century the drum was simply blackened with smoke. 15 The word transmission is crucial. It turns the formula, a meta-representational entity, into an infra-representational index, a physical prolongation and a direct transfer of movement in real time. Here, then, is the essence of the problem. The formula, which in itself is abstract, must also have a direct hold on the phenomenon, a phenomenon that, strictly speaking, it does not represent but rather accompanies, that it transmits tactilely, inscribes, and expresses all at the same time. The same polarity, it may be pointed out already, will be found in Warburg's notions of the pathos formal and the dynamogram. It presupposes an energetic and dynamic conception of the trace, which is viewed as a reflexive prolongation of the organic movements, mediated, however, by a stylus style, a word that must be understood in its technical sense as well as in the aesthetic sense. It also presupposes a considerable extension of the field of graphic registration. The seismograph that Warburg talks about is only a particular case of those apparatuses that inscribe movement for which Murray had meticulously elaborated a whole system, encompassing the following devices: pantographs, harmiographs, accelerographs, odographs, myographs, pneumographs, cardiographs, rheographs, hemodromographs, limnographs, chymographs, thermographs, sphygmographs, and other polygraphs. All of these were described by Murray and all were designed to reveal the marked trait of temporality of the least easily observed phenomena, ranging from the propagation of liquid waves to shaking, from swallowing to phonematic articulation. 16 Although Warburg's comparison employed the example of a type of technique widespread in the 19th century, it turned out to be very specific. The great historian, a Burckhardt or a Nietzsche, was not comparable, according to him, to just any well-intentioned polygraph or chronograph. Warburg speaks of a seismograph, because for him time is no longer what it was for Murray. It is not a neutral magnitude, and not the necessary and continuous variable of all phenomena, but rather something both much more mysterious and difficult to grasp in itself, and more formidable. When Warburg uses the comparison of the dynamograph, it is in order to indicate the complex character of the movements that need to be analyzed in the history of images. They are in no way reducible to a single aspect, for they elicit the action of forces, and thus of dynamic forms. That is why in art history one must continually reflect on biological and psychological models, beginning with those concerned with life, Leben, and with survival, Nachleben. And when Warburg speaks of the seismograph, as in his 1927 seminar, it is to point out the truly menacing character of that historical life. What menace are we talking about? Time places us at the edge of crevasses that, most often, we do not see. The historian seismograph is not the simple recorder of visible movements that occur here and there. He or she is, above all, the recorder and transmitter of invisible movements that emerge and take form beneath the ground we walk on, creating hollows and waiting for the moment, unexpected on our part, to manifest themselves. It is not for nothing that Burckhardt spoke of a pathology and of a symptomatology of time. The historian of culture must always be listening for them, as Schmidt's seismograph is listening for movements in the Earth's crust, and as Charcot's dynamograph is listening to the hysterical patient's body, which is plunged into a state of somnambulistic survival, awaiting, in the aura hysterica phase of the crisis, its own kind of earthquake. 17. Figure 12. Actually, the menace is twofold. On the one hand, The historian seismograph registers in a tactile fashion the symptoms of the age, his or her style reflecting its vibrations or shock waves. Then he transmits these optically, on his recording drum, as it were, for others to look at. In this respect, he has to display a knowledge of symptoms, a knowledge acquired, as it were, by recoil, which distinguishes historical knowledge of this kind from any positivistic certainty. On the other hand, Warburg insists on pointing out that time's seismic action affects the recording device himself when the waves of time arise survenient, or are recalled to mind survenient. The very sensitive seismograph trembles on its base. It thus transmits the seism or upheaval to the exterior as knowledge of the symptom, as the pathology of time, which is now made legible to others. But he likewise transmits it to his own interior as experience of the symptom, as empathy of time, in which he risks becoming lost se perdre, which can also mean to perish, trans. This, then, is the dialectic of the image that Warburg develops in order to do justice to the professional hazards the historian must confront. It is on this basis that Warburg establishes a new polarity, distinguishing between the respective styles of Burckhardt and Nietzsche. On the one hand, the seismograph who as Burckhardt vibrates he receives the waves of the past die well in austere region der Vergangenheit, and experiences all their threats. But, in vibrating, he displaces and opens up all of historical knowledge. He allows new regions of history to appear, morsels of elementary Lifestücke Elementaren Lebens, that he scrupulously transcribes and that ultimately will transform our whole vision of history in general and of the Renaissance in particular. Yet, in vibrating, he refuses to break. He protects himself as best he can from the telluric experience of time, withholding empathy and seeking to preserve his consciousness fully intact, voila Bewusstsein. He therefore wards off the spirits of survival and holds menace at a distance, making himself a champion of the Enlightenment, Aufklärer. In the end, he aspires to be only an intelligent necromancer, necromant, of the past. He preserves his stability by mortifying his capacity for experience and by remaining, for his entire life, the modest teacher Einfacher Lehrer, of a university in Basel. 18 When the seismograph who is Nietzsche vibrates, everything begins to vacillate, to tremble greatly. Nietzsche receives the waves of time with frill force. He submerges himself in them and winds up drowning. He, too, displaces and opens up all of historical knowledge, but in doing so he opens himself up, and crucifies himself. Unprotected against experience, he breaks, having neglected to preserve his consciousness intact, having called up all the spirits and all the menaces, and having renounced enlightenment thought and the transmission of knowledge. The entire middle portion of Warburg's seminar was devoted to the minute description of the events in Turin surrounding the philosopher's collapse into insanity. Warburg concluded that Nietzsche and Burckhardt represent opposing types of prophets, the former being the type of the Nabi, Typus Nabi, the ancient prophet who runs through the streets, tears his clothes, and screams in pain. 19 The seismograph barely had time to record time's decree before he fell to pieces. All that fascinated Warburg, who knew from his own experience what it means to collapse. But he was even more fascinated that this stylistic opposition between two types of seers, Certipus, could take the form of a knot so tightly tied that it constituted a single entity in which one could see the whole difficulty of the historian's work, the psychotechnique, psychotechnic, as he termed it, that it requires. Nietzsche, he remarks, was always attached to Burckhardt. Their link remained constant, even as it became distant, and necessary, even as it became impossible. 20 The philosopher, in fact, never wavered in the respect he showed for this overly modest historian, whom he considered to be a major figure and one of his only masters. He shared with the latter several crucial views about the Greeks, and the destiny of antiquity in general, about the notion of culture, about the way to practice history, and about the need for a thinker to preserve his solitude by staying far away from the academic world, which Burckhardt compared to a pack of dogs who constantly get together in order to sniff each other. He placed himself with Burckhardt on the side of those who refuse to commit themselves out of despair. 21 And that, too, is something Warburg could have understood from the inside. Warburg was 26 years old when he sent Burckhardt his thesis on Botticelli. At the same age, Nietzsche had taken Burckhardt's seminar, and he was enthusiastic enough about it to write that every week I attend his course for an hour on the study of history, the future reflections on world history, and I believe I am the only one of the 60 listeners who understands the strangely sinuous and broken course of his deep thoughts when the questions become thorny. It is the first time that I am enjoying a lecture, but it should be said that it is of a kind that would be mine if I were older. 22 Later, Nietzsche sent all his books to Burckhardt. The latter received them with a curious mixture of holding them at a distance and excessive modesty, claiming an incapacity to reflect on causes and marveling at the philosopher's freedom of spirit. He states that he has never penetrated into the temple of thought, like you, and, in sum, considers all this thought to be well above his poor head, and so on. 23 Although he did not have access to the unpublished correspondence between the two men, Warburg clearly grasped that this distancing was itself a response, a shrinking back on the part of the prudent historian from the collapse, zusammenbruch, that threatened his young friend. That is the impression one has today in studying this 1927 seminar. Nietzsche understood, since the time of Turin, that the seismograph of Basel had already registered all the movements of his own underground psyche. How else can one explain that Burckhardt was the person whom Nietzsche thought of calling upon to help him in his upheaval? To my esteemed Jacob Burckhardt. That was the little joke on account of which I forgive myself the tedium of having created a world. Now you are, thou art, our greatest teacher, for I, together with Ariadne, have only to be the golden balance of all things we have in every respect those who are superior to us. Turin, January 6, 1889. Dear Professor, in the end, I would much rather be a professor at Basel than God, but I haven't dared to push my private egotism so far on its account as to dispense with creating the world. You see, one must make sacrifices, however and wherever on one lives. Since I am condemned to entertain the coming eternity by means of bad jokes, I have here a whole bunch of papers, which, to tell the truth, leaves nothing to be desired. Listen to my first two bad jokes. Don't take the Prato case too seriously. I am Prato, I am also the father of Prato, and I dare say that I am also Lesseps. I am also Chambage, another honest criminal. Second joke. I greet the immortals. What is disagreeable and embarrassing for my modesty is that basically I am every name in history. This fall, dressed as Lydia as possible, I twice attended my burial, first as Count Robilion. No, he is my son, to the degree that I am Carlo Alberto, my lower nature, but I myself was Antonelli. Dear Professor, you ought to see this edifice. All criticism is up to you, and I am grateful to you for it without being able to promise you that I will profit from it. We artists are unteachable. With all my affection, yours, Nietzsche. 24. Warburg was not able to cite these letters, which he believed were lost. But he recounts, almost hour by hour, which is quite odd, considering that the context is a seminar on the methods of art history, the events which followed Burckhardt's receiving these delirious appeals. The old man goes quickly to Overbeck's house to alert him to the situation, and the latter leaves for Turin, where he finds Nietzsche prostrate and in a state of complete collapse. Vollständiger Zusammenbruch. 5. There is, however, an important detail that Warburg omits to mention. Nietzsche, upon his return from Turin, was cared for by the great psychiatrist Otto Ludwig Binswanger, 26, the uncle of the psychiatrist who, between 1921 and 1924, devoted his own therapeutic efforts to curing the brilliant art historian, who was in a state of complete collapse. It is likely that while he was at Kreuzlingen, Warburg had heard of the main clinical traits of his illustrious predecessor, the luminous phantoms that filled his room, the ancient gods suddenly resuscitated, and that power of empathy he had developed to the point of animism, indeed of demonism. As Charles Andler writes, between him and objects there was no longer any barrier. He was given total power over matter and over spirits. He knew how to transform himself into them through magic. 27. How can one not link these traits, however isolated and incomplete they might be, to everything Warburg himself had experienced of madness, those demonic survivals, that animism of images, those motoric empathies in which he incorporated, so to speak, the superstitions and the ancient pathos formellen of which he had so carefully studied the history and the survivals in Western culture. 28. How can one not be struck, as well, by this acting out of the survivals set in motion by Nietzsche's delirium? In his letter to Burckhardt of January 6, 1889, we discover that Nietzsche ended up by identifying himself simultaneously with God, the immortal creator of the universe, and with Chambage, an obscure criminal recently sentenced to death, with Lesseps and with Carlo Alberto, not to mention Rado, another murderer, Antonelli, and Count Robilion, and so on. But it is not the number of names that counts. What matters is that Nietzsche, who had signed the previous letter Dionysus, claimed to be every name in history. In decomposing all natural genealogy, he sought to assume, to incorporate all of genealogy, even if that meant becoming the ghost of himself. Much later, Antonin Artaud would write similar things in Seagate Here Lies, a text written in reaction to a trip to the Indian villages of Mexico. 29. It is all this, then, if not a psychotic radicalization of that Nachleben Warburg had so patiently elaborated in the context of the history of images, or, to put it in other terms, a refusal of latency, a placing together of all the temporalities on the same plane? What is all this, if not an extreme case that calls out to be submitted to the hypothesis of the historian as seismograph? Even before examining the impact of Nietzsche's work on Warburg's models of temporality, we must understand the critical stakes, and even the structural stakes, of the story of the crisis that concluded this seminar on Burckhardt and the historical method. Just as the delirious Nietzsche's genealogical incorporation is inseparable from his critique of history and from his patient elaboration of time through concepts such as genealogy and the eternal return, so, too, what we might call Warburg's phantomal incorporation, or demonic or animistic incorporation, is inseparable from his own critique of art history and from his patient elaboration of time through concepts such as survival and the Renaissance. Warburg recounts in minute detail Nietzsche's period in Turin because it illustrates, in his eyes, a possible consequence of the historian's work, a consequence whose shock waves he himself had experienced, starting with the outbreak of the First World War. If the seismograph is excessively sensitive, it begins to record at top speed, waves upon waves, all at once, distant waves on top of recent waves, finally chaotically intertwining with its exasperated style. The superimposed survivals of each phantom, of each name in history. Then it breaks. Let us call this by the name that Warburg himself coined, a psychotechnical model of the historian's work, here represented by the double figure of Burckhardt and Nietzsche as seismographs. The former receives the shock waves and scrupulously and patiently inscribes them. If he resists them, withstanding the shock, as one says, it is because he maintains a kind of prudence, that famous Greek sophros and sense of measure that Warburg speaks so often about, a distance with respect to the shocks he is recording. Another reason he is able to do this is that he constructs his thought brick by brick, in other words, because there is something architectural about his historical labors. His thought is like a tower under construction. It simultaneously makes visible time's work and protects against its ravaging effects, which Warburg, psychohistorian that he is, calls demonic. One of them feels the demonic breath of the demon of destruction, der den Dämonisken Hauch der Vernichtungsdämons VHLT, and withdraws into a tower. The other one wants to make common cause with it. 31. Burckhardt chose distance, the other, Nietzsche, chose to be affected. One chose to transform knowledge into teaching, without demanding anything, writes Warburg, a position at once modest and prudent. The other chose to transform knowledge by demanding much of it, and giving to the task everything he had, an ambitious and desperate position. One of them offers formulas for historical study, the other one transmits the pathos of time. As for Warburg, he sees in this polarity the very thing that Nietzsche had already recognized in the Berthoef tragedy. The architect will thus be termed Apollonian, and the other, whose pathos suggests to Warburg a comparison with the sculptor Agostino di Duccio, will, of course, be defined as Dionysian. This assignment of terms is not only typological, it also makes it possible to see that the historian of Western culture himself incarnates, in the polarity of his own method, that survival of the ancient gods whose destinies he made it his task to interpret. There is no doubt that this methodological polarity, which is presented as such in the context of the 1927 seminar, also takes on, in Warburg's case, an autobiographical dimension. In this perspective, the pairing Burckhardt-Nietzsche represents the dynamographic formula of a self-portrait. In the first place, Warburg explicitly presents himself as a Burckhardt-ian seismograph, a historian of culture, a censor capteur of the pathologies of the time, a mixture of latencies and crisis, a researcher governed by scientific humility, wissenschaftliche Selbstverleugnung, a thinker attentive to the unity of fundamental problems, and a scholar attentive to the specificity of singular objects. He is also a patient collector of notes, of books, of images, of materials, of facts, and of forms, and a philologist open to the impurities of time, to the dark continents, to symptoms he perceives as the vital residues of history. The tower he constructed, that is to say, the vertiginous Kulturwissenschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, became the virtual receptacle of all the symptoms and of all the upheavals of time, and it was there that he hoped to patiently restore as much knowledge of them as possible. But Warburg also experienced himself, in a manifestly convulsive fashion in the face of the convulsions into which all of Europe was plunged in 1914, as a seismograph that was vacillating and threatening to burst into pieces. The exegete of the survivals of antiquity was, clearly, one of those great thinkers about history. I am thinking here of Nietzsche, but also of Walter Benjamin, of Karl Einstein, and of Marc Bloch, who were directly touched, affected by history, caught up with and devoured by it. It is a vertigo symmetric with the one of the tower, a vertigo of collapse in which each fact, each form, each dark continent becomes a test for knowledge and for the scholar himself. A vertigo in which knowledge about the symptom becomes a symptom of knowledge, that is to say, a direct threat to the inventor of this knowledge. It seems significant, from this point of view, that the self-portrait of the historian as seismograph was introduced, or in any case developed, by Warburg on the basis of his own psychotic experience. In his notes for the Kreuzlingen lecture of 1923, one sees him claiming the image of the seismograph. He takes it up again in 1927, in another autobiographical context where it is a question not only of his expedition to the Hopi Indians but also of the voyage of his life in general. What I saw and experienced, then, reflects only the outward appearance of things, and I have a right to speak of it only if I begin by saying that this insoluble problem has weighed so heavily on my soul that during the time when I was healthy, I would not have dared to make any scientific statements about it. But now, in March 1923, in Kreuzlingen, in a closed institution, where I have the sensation of being a seismograph assembled from the wooden pieces of a plant that has been transplanted from the east into the fertile northern German plains and onto which an Italian branch was grafted, one let the signs that I received come out of me, because in this epoch of chaotic decline even the weakest has a duty to strengthen the will to cosmic order. When I look back on my life's journey, it seems that my function has been to serve as a seismograph of the soul, to be placed along the dividing lines between different cultural atmospheres. In order to experience life there in its polar tension between the instinctive pagan nature cult and organized intelligence. 31. It is likewise significant that Warburg sometimes produced such seismographs of time, which he sketched out for his own use. In the course of his excursion in Mesa Verde, Colorado, between 5 and October 8, 1895, he recorded in his journal the difficulties of walking through a terrain that was so hostile and tortured, as well as the anguish that arose in him. Pneumonia, my phobia, we ride, cliff-dwelling canyon silence. We ride. Evening. One hand, the map represents, in itself, the result of a huge expanse of time, i.e., that of geological activity. Each line, each relief, each vein corresponds to the infinitely slow course of a river and its erosions, which in turn have been joined by seismic or volcanic episodes of uncertain number occurring at Atlas, 1927-29. London, unknown times. On the other hand, Warburg's drawing records the Warburg Institute, scopic times of his own progress, however long it might have appeared to him. The Warburg, the stops, the bivouacs, and even the meals. It is an anachronistic drawing for the simple reason that it combines on the same drawing surface the personal, almost anecdotal time of a small-scale excursion and the immense impersonal time of erosion on a grand scale. Years later, the same sort of thing appeared on the first plate of the atlas known under the title Mnemosyne, where Warburg chose to superpose an ancient representation of the sky, with its zoomorphic and anthropomorphic constellations, a schema of the main places where the migration of cosmological symbols could be found, from the Middle East as far as northern Europe, and, finally, the genealogical tree, recorded in his own hand, of the Tornabuoni family, figure 14. Just by itself, the genealogical tree joins together two different temporal rhythms: the long period during which the name is handed down, and the brief period of the individuals who bear it. Here, of course, the astronomical and astrological context only serves to accentuate this anachronism. For the latter expresses the relationship between these heterogeneous scales, a relationship that forms the very basis of the practice of astrology and one that so fascinated Warburg, namely, that between an incalculably extended time, that of the celestial revolutions, which must at all costs be conjured up so that they can serve as an interpretive tool, and a punctual time, i.e., the anxious present time of individual destinies. Even when Warburg makes an informal sketch of his peregrinations, of his cultural geography, Hamburg, Strasbourg, where he was a student, Arizona, and, of course, Florence, it is still something like a dynamogram that emerges from his pen, from his style a spiraling knot that appears to be shooting upwards, with its hatching, erasures, lines turning back on themselves, sudden bifurcations, etc. All the stages, all the periods of a life suddenly pressed together to form a nervous arabesque, the tracing out of a destiny, which is executed, like all acts of reminiscence, in just seconds. 33, figure 15. These, then, are the dynamograms or the seismograms of the historian, of the thinker, tracings which are in part formulas and in part the products of pathos, being both abstract schemes and the results of tactile responses. This dual capacity, idealized abstraction and bodily, i.e., rhythmic reaction, is necessary if they are to be able to take into account the invisible, or only episodically visible, movements provoked by the symptom in the periods between latent stages and crises, between survivals and sudden occurrences. Nietzsche himself, in his unpublished fragments, sometimes makes such sketches. Here we will look at one example, one which is not without analogies to Warburg's graphic efforts. It is a single sheet of paper, dating from the spring of 1873, where, already at this early date, he is probably looking for a way to express the notion of the eternal return, figure 16. The problem discussed in this fragment, in itself a very Warburgian problem, is that of motion in time. What, Nietzsche asks, is the status of action? Every effect must cover a distance, which assumes a motion. And for this it needs a period of time. 34 Not an a priori time, not just some arbitrary temporal frame of the action, but rather the dynamic aspect of its nature as what is effective in time. On the one hand, then, time is to be thought of as force, and force, reciprocally, is to be conceived in terms of time, of non-permanence. Time demonstrates the absolute non-permanence of a force. 35 Concerning the relationship between time and movement, Nietzsche here chooses not to determine the temporal dimension in accord with the obvious, i.e., the physical laws of motion, as Murray, for example, would have. To the contrary, he poses the question of movement on the basis of a contradiction between space and time, translation of all laws of motion into temporal proportions. Motion struggles with the contradiction that it is constituted according to the laws of space, and that once we assume time, these laws become impossible. That means that at one and the same time it both is and is not. 36 To translate movement into temporal relationships? To set forth temporal relationships as acting forces? It would have been sufficient simply to state these requirements to see that what all this implies is a notion of difference in repetition, or, to put it in a less Deleuzian manner, discontinuity in time. And it would have been sufficient to introduce discontinuity, from the perspective of action at a distance, to bring to the fore an entire conception of time that is dominated, already at this state, by movements of phantoms and movements of symptoms. This involves, as a first step, the seismographic project, if I may put it that way, of bringing together in a single conception, difference, distance, and rhythm. Rather, only absolutely mutable forces can have an effect, those that are never the same in any two moments. All forces are merely a function of time. 1. An effect by successive temporal moments is impossible, for two such points in time would merge with one another. Thus, every effect is actio in distance, that is, by means of a leap. 2. We have absolutely no idea of how such an effect in distance is possible. 3. Fast, slow, etc. in the nature of this effect. That means that the forces, as functions of time, express themselves in the relationships to closer or more distant points in time, namely, fast or slow. The force is based on the degree of acceleration. 37. It is precisely here that there arises the graphic necessity, either chronographic or dynamographic, of this requirement. Nietzsche makes a rapid sketch on the page of his temporal schema. His temporal line Zeitlinie is not, as is customary, a continuous line oriented from left, the past, to right, the future, but rather a rain of points, a broken line, a falling line. Time is by no means a continuum, Nietzsche writes, just to the side. Rather, there are only wholly different points in time. No Line die Zeit ist aber gar kein Continuum, sondern es gibt nur totalverschiedene Zeitpunkt, keine Linie. Actio in distance by as non-line is itself hatched by a series of small, nervous lines, marks expressing, perhaps, the idea of the real as a point in space, real ein Raumpunkt. And then the seismograph registers, beyond all that, the rebounding, not circular, times of return, small and great returns, broad periods and narrow periods, accelerations and decelerations. And the result? Of course, it is a confusion of times, a graphic formula which here expresses the play of differences, of returns, and of anachronisms. It is surely not by chance that this superposition of more or less broad curves assumes the figure of a succession of waves along the non-continuous shore of time, a succession, in brief, of the mnemic waves, the Nemish Wellen mentioned by Warburg in his 1927 seminar. It is surely not by chance, either, that the polarity established by Warburg in his metaphor of the seismograph, the knowing apparatus of the formula and the feeling apparatus of the pathos, is to be found in a fragment Nietzsche wrote in the same year that he traced his schema of time. The scholarly person is a genuine paradox all around. He is faced with the most horrible problems, he strolls past abysses and he picks a flower in order to count its filaments. It is not apathy with regard to knowledge, for he has a burning desire to acquire knowledge and discover things, and he knows no greater pleasure than increasing the store of knowledge. But he behaves like the proudest idler upon whom fortune ever smiled, as if existence were not something hopeless and questionable, but rather a firm possession guaranteed to last forever. 39. The question which arises, Warburg's question, Is this how does one know time? How does one produce formulas knowing that one is going to find oneself walking along the edge of the abyss? The tragedy of culture. Warburg with Nietzsche. This is a strange situation, and at the very least an epistemologically uncomfortable one. Does one think of a historian of the Renaissance walking along the edge of the abyss? Is not what he walks along in the course of his study something more like great beauty and radiant colors, serene harmonies and masterpieces in the full flower of their bloom? From what Warburg bequeathed them, scholars have often wanted to keep only the formulas, when the latter were positive classicism and movement within the drapery, realism and individualism in the portrait, etc. and, as much as possible, they have managed to bury the abysses. Getting rid of them entirely proved to be impossible, therefore, they have bent all their efforts to minimize the relationships between Warburg, Nietzsche, and Burckhardt, even though these were clearly set forth in the 1927 seminar. Cassirer, for example, is willing to point out the spell, as he puts it, that Burckhardt's conception of history cast on Nietzsche. 40 He does recognize that Burckhardt's way is distinguished from that of most historical writers of the 19th century. 41 But ultimately he sees only a remarkable phenomenon and an anomaly in the history of the mind in the fact that it was Schopenhauer, and, beyond him, Nietzsche himself, who left his philosophical mark on the work of a great historian. 42 Likewise, Hans Berendt stressed only the differences between Burckhardt and Nietzsche. The historian of the Renaissance, he held, still cannot dispense with the former, whereas the latter represents only abysses and dangers to the discipline of history itself. 43 Since what is at stake in this whole debate is basically the humanist status of the discipline of art history, it is the Nietzschean threat or load that must be removed at all costs. Can one imagine a historian of the Renaissance carrying out his iconographic studies with hammer blows? When Gombrich invents a Hegelian Burckhardt, despite all the texts, cited above, of the Reflections on World History, it is primarily, it seems to me, in order to chase the specter of Nietzsche away from the realm of Warburgian iconography. 44 But is this really possible? After admitting the influence of the Birth-of tragedy on Warburg's attempt to go beyond the classic evolutionist models, Gombrich stresses the modifications that the 1895 article, devoted to the Florentine intermezzi drawn by Bernardo Buondellendi, makes with respect to Nietzsche's views. This bears, in fact, on the whole relationship between the plastic arts, Apollonian arts, according to Nietzsche, and the living arts, the potentially Dionysiac arts, which Warburg supposedly reformulated from top to bottom. 45 So much, then, for the formulas. But Nietzsche and Warburg continue to share several essential abysses. Their commonality of thought is not to be found at the level of specific historical findings, but rather at that of the fundamental questions concerning art, history, and culture in general. What we need to do is obtain a balanced view of the relationship between Warburg and Nietzsche which does not mask the trenchant aspects of their common intuitions and their common attitudes, for these are the decisive factor, both dynamic and emotionally moving. The first of these intuitions could be stated as follows: art is at the knot, at the swirling center of civilization, center remous, which could also be rendered as central vortex, trans. This implies, already, a radical displacement of knowledge about art and, therefore, a radical displacement of the scholar himself. Warburg readily acted in accord with Nietzsche's bet that a philology could exist capable of examining not only art from the point of view of science, but also science in the perspective of the artist, and even an art in that of life. 46 This amounts to asserting that the historian is not in a position of pure and simple mastery with regard to the object of his study, rather, he is a major, and vital, part of that object. The historian, or the philosopher, of art does not stand before his object of study as he or she would before just any arbitrary item that is objectifiable, knowable, or capable of being pushed back into the pure past of history. Standing before any work of art, we are involved, implicated in something that is not exactly a thing, but rather, and here Warburg sounds like Nietzsche, a vital force that we are unable to reduce to its subjective elements. All that philological ability Warburg displays, when deciphering, for example, the will of Francesco Sassetti. 47 is not directed solely at retrieving a few biographical facts about a 15th-century Florentine. It is in the service of understanding the art of Ghirlandaio in the perspective of a real anthropological implication of the image, of the artist, and of the viewer. What he preserves here is none other than Nietzsche's fundamental lesson: art is not disinterested, as Kant thought. There is nothing at all that it cures, or sublimates, or calms. Even if it were an affirmative force of the false, art would still be a vital feeling of power. Nietzsche rejects right from the start all the aestheticism of the classical aesthetic tradition, that peculiar philosopher's irritation and rancor against sensuality, as he put it in the Genealogy of Morals translation modified, Trans. Point 48 Art as vital force. This recalls Burckhardt and his perception of the forces at work in the impurity of time. This impurity, which Nietzsche held to be characteristic of philosophy in general, my philosophy, inverted Platonism, the farther one is from genuine being, the more pure, the more beautiful, the better, etc. 49, is thus introduced by Warburg, via Burckhardt, in the specific, historically documented domain of Renaissance civilization. Plautus is evident in his account of the Florentine mist still of the Quattrocento. Its wholly dissimilar characters, miscung heterogeneer elemente, make it, as we have seen, a creature both enigmatic, ein Rätsel after organismus, and endowed with vitality Lebensenergie. 5q The Nietzschean reversal can thus be found in Warburg's specialized works, used philologically for diagnostic purposes and reformulated in anthropological terms. Whereas Nietzsche called for a beauty free of all good taste, an intranquility of the aesthetic, and even held consciousness of pain to be the original source of art, 51 Warburg, for his part, started from his own disgust with an aestheticizing art history and went on to show how much of Renaissance art itself was vital only because it integrated all those elements of impurity, of ugliness, of pain, and of death. One can understand the grace of Ghirlandaio's figures only against the background of the votive, genealogical, and funerary practices of the merchant society, suffering mixed with beauty, death agonies mixed with belief in resurrection, modern realism mixed with Etrusco-pagan inelegance. All of that constitutes the very movement of Lebensenergie, a flux and reflux from which the pictorial beauties of Santa Trinita emerge, surviving before our eyes like solidified foam. S2. Perhaps reality is only pain, and representation is born of that? 53 When Nietzsche raised this question, at the end of 1870 or the beginning of 1871, he of course had tragedy on his mind. Tragedy is the central center matrix of art itself, that is the second intuition. Tragedy gives birth to us as creatures of culture. Karl Marx had said that man, in becoming a child again, is only a puerile being. He was thus astonished at the eternal attraction that the old Greek tragedies still have for us. 54 Nietzsche inverted the perspective. Tragic childhood survives within us, and this survival gives birth to us at every moment, inventing our present and even our future. Why is that? Because tragedy repeats the birth of art, the act of giving birth to art through pain. The will, Nietzsche wrote in 1870, not only suffers, but also gives birth. It gives birth to appearance at every moment, even the briefest. The prodigious artistic capacity of the world has its analogue in prodigious original pain. 55 The birth of tragedy, as we know, is entirely constructed around the following assertion: tragic pleasure is nothing other than a pleasure bound to its original pain. And that is why it evolves in a world of tension, of polarity, that of Apollo and Dionysus, and of unappeasable contradiction. 56 Warburg fully understood, in reading Nietzsche's book, that it was as much concerned with survival as with birth. Even if he placed a doubt question mark in the margin of a passage dealing with the Italian-style rappresentativo, he could not refrain, 5 pages later, from reflecting on what Nietzsche understood by rebirth, Wiedergeburt, of tragedy, or by survival, a possible translation of the German verb der Leben, the Greek essence, das Hellenische Weserei, in a Singlish translation modified, trans. Point 58 In the formulation of these models of time, we have not yet reached the notion of the eternal return. Warburg thus found a theoretical tool that proved to be essential to him in producing his own concept of Nachleben. This, we may recall here, involved expressing the problem of the transmission of antiquity in terms going well beyond the model of imitation Nachahmung, proposed by Winckelmann. It is not by chance that at a later date, in 1889, when mentioning his debt to the ancients, Nietzsche again paid homage to Burckhardt while at the same time violently criticizing the concept Greek which was developed by Winckelmann, a poor idea because it was incompatible with that element out of which Dionysian art grows, the orgiastic. 59 On the one hand, then, there is the foolishness of the notion of a serene and complete Tautruve classicism, of the classicism of the beautiful soul. On the other hand, a vital Hellenism, violent, explosive, Dionysian, still to be rediscovered, a task to be carried out by philology. Here Nietzsche invokes, as Warburg will do later, a psychology of culture which alone is capable of evading the German grasp, as he puts it, that is to say, the hold of the idealist doctrines of Kant and Winckelmann. To smell out beautiful souls, golden means, and other perfections in the Greeks, or to admire their common greatness, their ideal cast of mind, their noble simplicity, the psychologist in me protected me against such noble simplicity, a niaiserie allemande a bit of German nonsense in French in the text, trans. Anyway. One saw their strongest instinct, the will to power. I saw them tremble before the indomitable force of this drive. I saw how all their institutions grew out of preventive measures taken to protect each other against their inner explosives. I was the first to take seriously, for the understanding of the older, the still rich and even overflowing Hellenic instinct, the wonderful phenomenon which bears the name of Dionysus. It is explicable only in terms of an excessive force. 60. This tragic exuberance of life, Nietzsche compared it, in the same pages, to the pangs of a woman giving birth. 61, is exactly what Warburg began to look for in the reptilian violence of the Laocoon and in the animal force of the ancient centaurs he studied, at the age of 22, in a course given by his professor of classical archaeology, Kekule von Stratenitz. Figure 17, the animal strength tierische Kraft, with which the centaur grasps his victim, seine Opfeum klammert, and the savage desire, wild Begehrlichkeit, which even approaching death, Nehendertod, cannot stifle, are splendidly rendered. And, yet, the best thing is lacking in this world of forms. Das Beste fehlt dieser Formenwelt, beauty. Translation modified, trans. Point 62. Warburg, in this very first analysis of an emotive formula, already shows he has risen to the level of Nietzsche's requirements to give up that ideal harmony without internal distress that Winckelmann invented for the repose of German aesthetics, and not to forget the frightening background of all beauty. There is no beautiful surface without a frightening depth, Nietzsche wrote at the period of the birth of tragedy. And even to accept that, in the knot of animal force, wild desire, and approaching death, beauty as such, or at least, as it is traditionally imagined serene and attractive, might be absent. It should not be surprising, then, to see the eruption in Warburg's work of the famous Nietzschean polarity of the Apollonian and Dionysian, a topic that will continue to occupy him throughout his life. Nor is it surprising to see him giving special emphasis to the Dionysian countertheme, a necessary move because of its previous suppression, charged as it is with obscure and very powerful formal energy. Warburg would, in any case, have spontaneously stressed in his approach to images all the aspects that Nietzsche recognized in the Dionysian. The grace of the terrible, were not the graces themselves formidable divinities? Combat without lasting reconciliation, Laocoon grappling with the serpent, the drunkenness of suffering, desire that is not suppressed even by the approach of death, the sovereignty of metamorphoses, to the detriment of serene eternities, etc. 64. Nor is it surprising that a disagreement ultimately emerged from this conceptual borrowing. Whereas Nietzsche opposed the Apollonian arts of the image to the Dionysian arts of the festival, 65, Warburg replied, with the support of Burckhardt, that the arts of the image are anthropologically inseparable from the arts of the festival. The intermezzi, the triumphal entries, the devout and the pagan representations of the Renaissance, all these manifestations of human action, Handlung, were, in Warburg's view, part of the same milieu that gave meaning to the pictorial forms. Whereas Nietzsche opposed the plastic arts as the Apollonian arts of dreaming to the Dionysian arts of drunkenness, Warburg asserted the anthropological unity of sculpture and dance through his reflections on anthropomorphism and his concept of the pathos formal. If only Nietzsche had been familiar with the facts of anthropology and folklore, Warburg lamented in his journal in 1905. 66. How can one not be struck, moreover, by the almost unconscious continuity displayed in the birth of tragedy as its author passes from dances of St. Guy St. Vitus dance, trans, and other folk diseases, presented as survivals of the Bacchic choruses of the Greeks, to the famous analysis of Raphael's Transfiguration, that plastic expression of the eternal contradiction between the Apollonian world and its substratum of Dionysian terrors? 67. Nietzsche wanted, in the end, to oppose the Apollonian domain of vision and the Dionysian one of all the sensations combined. The Apollonian drunkenness excites the eye above all, so that it gains the power of vision. The painter, the sculptor, the epic poet are visionaries par excellence. In the Dionysian state, the whole affective system is excited and enhanced so that it discharges all its means of expression at once and drives forth simultaneously the power of representation, imitation, transfiguration, and every kind of mimicking and acting. 68. To this Warburg replies simply that images do not call solely upon vision. It would take a whole theory of Einfühlung empathy to understand the simplicity of the reply. They do, at first, call upon the act of looking, but also upon knowledge, memory, and desire, and upon their capacity, which is always available, of intensification. This already means that they involve the subject in its totality, sensorial, psychological, and social. Given the use to which Warburg wanted to put it, the polarity of the Apollonian and the Dionysian could not, therefore, serve to establish a classification of the arts or of their epochs, for it penetrates every art, every period, every object, and every level of analysis. On this point, his disagreement with Nietzsche ultimately served to extend, in a fundamental way, the reach of the Apollonian-Dionysian polarity itself. We will encounter this polarity at each step along Warburg's path. As early as 1893, he underscores Nicolas Pisano's borrowing of a figure of Dionysus, which appears, in a scarcely veiled fashion, on the chair of the baptistry in Pisa. And he is no less fascinated by the fact that an ancient Maenad could have served as the model of an angel by Agostino. Deducti 69, Figure 18. In 1906, Warburg characterized the entire Renaissance in terms of a conflict between Dionysian stimulant, Dionysh, and Apollonian clarity, Apollonius ob. Trademark by 1914, the Nietzschean polarity will be completely integrated into the opposition, dear to Warburg, of ethos and pathos. It should be noted that a conception of antiquity sprang up from the spirit of the Quattrocento, which stands precisely opposite to that of Winckelmann. One must regard this classical disquiet as an essential characteristic of ancient art and culture. Due to research into the religion of the ancient Greco-Roman world, we are learning more and more to see antiquity as symbolized, as it were, in the two-faced term of Apollo and Dionysus. Apollonian ethos together with Dionysian pathos grows like a double branch from one trunk, as it were, rooted in the mysterious depths of the Greek maternal earth. The Quattrocento knew how to give artistic worth to the twofold content of the ancient pagan world. 71. From these premises a third proposition arises: ancient tragedy is at the same time the central matrix center matrix and the central vortex center remu of Western culture. Warburg, it is clear, asked himself the same fundamental question as Burckhardt and Nietzsche might ask to comprehend the inner coherence and the necessity of every true culture. 71 Like Burckhardt and like Nietzsche he saw that the symbolic order can be understood only in relationship to those obscure forces that one or the other had called pathos, affect, trepe, or conflict. Like Burckhardt and Nietzsche, and like Freud, too, Warburg saw no way to understand civilization other than through its illnesses, its symptoms, and its dark contents. It did not escape the attention of Ernst Cassirer that, from Hegel to Georg Simmel, passing through Burckhardt, though Nietzsche is omitted from the list, the philosophy of history has been intersected by, and permeated by, the counter-theme of the tragedy of culture, Tragödie der Kultur. It did not escape his attention, either, that a question such as this called out for the word Nachleben, for the tragedy of culture is the tragedy of memory. It is the tragedy of our memory, which lapses with respect to the tragic. How does one orient oneself within the powerful tide of tradition, tradition's Gebundenheit? And how does one summon up, at the same time, the originality, Eigenart, necessary for the creative process in the fine arts, der skapferische Prozess in der bildenden Kunst, modified, trans? 74 To this question, Cassirer responds with the words, and the authority, of Warburg. In recent times it is particularly by Warburg who has laid the greatest stress on this process and who has sought to throw light on it from all its angles, psychological as well as historical. 75 Now, how does Warburg illuminate this process? By declaring, this is the fourth proposition, and the most decisive one in our list, that culture is always essentially tragic because what survives in culture is above all the tragic. Conflictual polarities of the Apollonian and the Dionysian, and pathetic movements issuing from our own immemorial times, these are what, in the first instance, constitute the life and the internal tension of our Western culture. Nietzsche writes elsewhere that Greek tragedy in its earliest form had for its sole theme the sufferings of Dionysus. 76 These sufferings encompassed combat, examples of animality, animalites, being torn to pieces, masks, metamorphoses, and so on. Thus, civilized humanity turns out to be traversed by an animal force that Warburg discovered, at the age of 22, in the friezes of Greek temples. Nietzsche had already evoked certain Bacchic survivals in the dances of St. Guy, Sicilian tarantellas, and other collective follies animated by animism and animality. 77 Similarly, Christian humanity is traversed by a pagan energy, the survivals of which constituted, precisely, the object of all Warburg's research. Nietzsche had already evoked the Italian Renaissance as an anti-Christian repetition of antiquity at the edge of modernity. 78 A vital epoch, if ever there was one, an epoch of ostentatious squandering. The Renaissance, according to Nietzsche, was a time in which everything is squandered, in which one squandered even the very force necessary to accumulate, to amass treasure, to pile riches upon riches. 79. The Renaissance contained within it all the positive forces to which we owe modern culture. All its blemishes and vices notwithstanding, it was the golden age of this millennium. Will one understand someday, will one desire to understand, what the Renaissance was? The inversion of Christian values, an attempt, undertaken with all the means, with all the instincts, and with all the genius possible, to promote the triumph of contrary values, of aristocratic values. There has only been, up to the present time, but a single great war, that one. There has never been any question more crucial than that posed by the Renaissance. My question is the very one that it posed. 80. Warburg will discover, in the historical flesh of the Renaissance, that all these things, Christianity and paganism, obscure beliefs in individual liberty, etc., were much less distinct than Nietzsche wished to present them as being, and that they were no less conflictual for that. But he will also retain the following insight that, whether musically, in the beginnings of opera, such as they were evoked by his predecessor 81, or visually, in the emotive formulas of the kind he will never cease to study, the Renaissance was surely able to manifest something like a gradual awakening of the Dionysian spirit. 82. Even if, in the subsequent evolution of his vocabulary after 1914, Warburg passes increasingly from the realm of the Dionysian, a philosophical term, and specifically Greek, to that of the demonic, an anthropological term, and more Asiatic or Babylonian, the fundamental certitude he shared with Nietzsche, looking backwards, and Freud, looking forwards, still stands. What survives in a culture is the most repressed, the most obscure, the most distant, and the most tenacious part of that culture. The most dead, in a sense, because the most deeply buried, and the most phantasmal but equally the most living, because the most moving, the closest, and the most impulsive and instinctual pulsional. Such, indeed, is the strange dialectic of the Nachleben. W. Warburg began from that point, just as, before him, an artist like Donatello had begun. It is thanks to the texture of the Florentine funerary masks, those modern versions of the Roman imago, that the aliveness vivo of the realistic portraits of the Renaissance could make a place for itself. It is on the walls of the sarcophagi that the ancient Maenads danced, moving us, and transmitting, in fossilized movements, their paradoxical Lebensenergie. The plasticity of becoming and fractures in history. What do such propositions imply with regard to a theory of historical time? What models are needed to characterize, more precisely than we have done so far, this biomorphism of the Nachleben, which is so particular and so paradoxical. What, then, does the Lebensenergie of images consist of, that vital energy capable of surviving, rebirth, and of squandering itself so admirably in the exuberance of the masterpieces of the 15th century? With the statement of this truly Warburgian question, Nietzsche appears, more than ever, as the decisive theoretical hinge. He provides the necessary articulation, or rather the leap, to understand, when it comes to the matter of survivals, from What they return. Why Nietzsche, again? Because, better than anyone else, he knew how to stand up to the historicism of his time. He cannot understand Warburg's basic undertaking, to provide the history of images with its own theory of evolution 83, without returning, however briefly, to the very sonorous, very reverberating hammer blows of the second untimely meditation and of several other texts that are directly related to it, in particular, Human, all too human. Becoming le devenir, Nietzsche affirmed, is not to be thought of as a line, endowed with direction, sense and continuity, nor as a surface, nor even as a fixed, isolatable object. The paradigm of painting, which still suited Burckhardt, Nietzsche soon found to be insufficient if doing history means painting the picture of life. How poorly rendered the future, and thus life itself, will be. Something in course of becoming cannot be reflected as a firm and lasting image. As an image of the 84 it thus requires movement, metamorphosis, refluent fluxes, surviving pretensions, unexpected returns. 85 This is, as well, the game of memory and forgetting that essentially begins the second untimely meditation, in which Nietzsche contends that history itself should be considered a vital question, physical, psychological, and cultural, and not just a question of knowledge. H's epigraph is a sentence from Goethe: I hate everything that only instructs me, without increasing or directly invigorating activity on my part. 86 History is something we need, for the sake of life into action, and not so as to turn comfortably away from life and action by endowing the things of the past with a hypertrophied virtue. Hat implies that we must manage in tandem memory, which is what constitutes humanity as such, whereas the animal lives unhistorically, and forgetting, which is what constitutes action as such, since purely memorative existence runs the risk of producing life as only an imperfect ends, not to mention that it is altogether impossible to live at all without forgetting. 87 Accordingly, Man discovers his humanity only when the vivid flash of light of history appears to him, when the force of the past is employed for the purposes of life. Yet, at the same time, with an excess of history man again ceases to exist, for, without that envelope of the unhistorical, he would never have begun or dared to begin. The unhistorical element, das Unhistorische, and the historical element, das Historische, are necessary in equal measure. They are necessary for health, die Gesundheit, that is to say, for the possibility of movement, of both the body and the spirit, and of both the subject and its entire culture. 88 Becoming, therefore, is movement. How can the knowledge that makes the former its object not find in movement its very material, its theme, and its method? But what is a movement? Nietzsche responds, once again it is a play, a relationship of forces. Memory and forgetting, historical element and non-historical element are forces, as Apollonian and Dionysian are forces in the aesthetic sphere, whose reciprocal play makes possible the movement and therefore, the life of becoming. A life wholly composed of conflicts, active forces against reactive forces. Becoming is, accordingly, polarity, active becoming versus reactive becoming, but, beyond that, it forms a knot of tensions, a constantly proliferating knot, a pile of serpents. In short, there is a kind of extraordinary complexity at work, as the reactive forces become active while the active forces become reactive. 89 Let us recall Gilles Deleuze's remarkable explanation of this dynamic. The body? Nothing but quantities of force in mutual relations of tension. The object? The object itself is force, expression of a force. Apparition of a force. History? The history of a thing, in general, is the succession of forces which take possession of it and the coexistence of forces which struggle for possession. The same object, the same phenomenon, changes sense depending on the force which appropriates it. A thing has as many senses as there are forces capable of taking possession of it. 90 Let us observe already at this point that Warburg never had a different conception than this of the status of the ancient formulas. They were, he thought, always reappropriated, and thus metamorphosed, in the constantly changing course of their survivals and their renaissances. Force as thus conceived is not without links to the historical concepts already employed by Burckhardt, namely Kraft, Macht, and Potenz. It will be characterized more precisely by Nietzsche, and soon after that by Warburg himself, as having a dual temporality, temporali duplis, the conjunction of two heterogeneous rhythms. First, force is capable of survival. This is the aspect of memory. Perhaps the human being is incapable of forgetting anything. Nietzsche wrote at the time of his second untimely meditation, all forms that once have been produced, are repeated frequently in the same way. An identical neural activity generates the same image once again. 91 Criticizing Bakunin, who out of hatred of the present wants to destroy history and the past, he also writes that in order to eradicate the entire past, it also would be necessary to eradicate human beings themselves. 92 Such, then, is the vital power, profound and unconscious, namazani all tradition would that nearly unconscious tradition alla tradition where fast unbewusst, of inherited characters living human beings, in their actions, would provide evidence of the fundamental things they were passing on history would move about in flesh and blood, mit Fleisch und Blut lief die Geschichte herum, not is a yellow document and as paper memory. 93 Nietzsche is here perhaps forgetting what Warburg experienced throughout his life. From the Florentine Archivio to his library in Hamburg, the yellow documents are themselves part of the flesh of memory, and the ink covering them part of the coagulated blood of history. But the impure-written thing is the thought that comes to light in these lines, the thought of a memory understood as material, the material of things themselves. Pursuing the question of the unconscious, does there exist in it things? Nietzsche ends by offering this remarkable hypothesis: if memory and sensation were the material of things, das Material der Dinge. 94 But what kind of material? One must unhesitatingly reply a plastic material. That is to say, a material capable of every type of metamorphosis. The notion of survival has revealed to us the indestructibility of traces and remains. The notion of metamorphosis will reveal to us their relative effacement, their perpetual transformations. This is the aspect of forgetting, if one wants to look. Coexistence of forces which struggle for possession. The same object, the same phenomenon, changes sense depending on the force which appropriates it. A thing has as many senses as there are forces capable of taking possession of it. 90 Let us observe already at this point that Warburg never had a different conception than this of the status of the ancient formulas. They were, he thought, always reappropriated, and thus metamorphosed, in the constantly changing course of their survivals and their renaissances. Force is thus conceived as not without links to the historical concepts already employed by Burckhardt, namely Kraft, Macht, and Potenz. It will be characterized more precisely by Nietzsche, and soon after that by Warburg himself, as having a dual temporality, temporali duplis, the conjunction of two heterogeneous rhythms. First, force is capable of survival. This is the aspect of memory. Perhaps the human being is incapable of forgetting anything. Nietzsche wrote at the time of his second untimely meditation, all forms that once have been produced, are repeated frequently in the same way. An identical neural activity generates the same image once again. 91 See criticizing Bakunin, who out of hatred of the present wants to destroy history and the past. He also writes that in order to eradicate the entire past, it also would be necessary to eradicate human beings themselves. 92 Such, then, is the vital power, profound and unconscious, of Namazani all of tradition would be that nearly unconscious tradition alla tradition where yena fast unbewusst, of inherited characters living human beings, in their actions, would provide evidence of the fundamental things they were passing on history would move about in flesh and blood, mit Fleisch und Blut lief die Geschichte herum, not is a yellow document and as paper memory. 93 Nietzsche is here perhaps forgetting what W. Warburg experienced throughout his life. From the Florentine Archivio to his library in Hamburg, the yellow documents are themselves part of the flesh of memory, and the ink covering them part of the coagulated blood of history. But the impure-written thing is the thought that comes to light in these lines, the thought of a memory understood as material, the material of things themselves. Pursuing the question of the unconscious, does there exist in it things? Nietzsche ends by offering this remarkable hypothesis: if memory and sensation were the material of things, das Material der Dinge. Il 94 But what kind of material? One must unhesitatingly reply a plastic material. That is to say, a material capable of every type of metamorphosis. The notion of survival has revealed to us the indestructibility of traces and remains. The notion of metamorphosis will reveal to us their relative effacement, their perpetual transformations. This is the aspect of forgetting, if one wants to look. To determine this degree, and therefore the boundary at which the past has to be forgotten if it is not to become the gravedigger of the present, one would have to know exactly how great the plastic power, die plastische Kraft, of a man, a people, a culture is. I mean by plastic power the capacity to develop out of oneself in one's own way, to transform and incorporate into oneself had is past and foreign, to heal wounds, to replace what has been lost, to recreate broken molds. Wunden ausheilen, verloren ersetzen, zerbrochene Formen auszischnittformen. 9s. This plastic force, therefore, must welcome awound and make its scar participate in the very development of the organism. It must also welcome a broken form and make its traumatic effect participate in the very development of contiguous forms. Clearly, the organic interpretation of plasticity is not at all incompatible with its aesthetic interpretation. 96 For it unites body and style in a single question, namely that of time survival and metamorphosis will ultimately characterize the eternal return itself, in which repetition never occurs without its own excess, nor form without its irremediable inclination to the un form ed. 97 Gilles Deleuze has illuminated still another aspect of this plastic force. This concerns knowing a form of knowledge. Such a force requires the will to power, reconciles empiricism with principles, it constitutes a superior empiricism. This is because it is an essentially plastic principle that is no wider than at conditions, that changes itself with the conditioned and determines itself in each case along with what it determines, never superior to the ways that it determines a relation between forces. It is always plastic and changing, undergoing metamorphoses. 98 Here, we are undoubtedly beyond Beoth, Kant and Hegel, beyond any form of established synthesis. 99 Here, we are, on account of the plasticity itself, in an unheard of relationship of the universal to the singular, a relationship in which the universal is capable of changing its form in response to every impulse or change in pressure of the local object. Nietzsche certainly called for this kind of downgrading of the universal, declassement of universal. Let us not hesitate to employ the word but I later used to qualify the operation of the unformed. I would say that it is W. Warburg who was truly able to put into practice this type of superior empiricism. Superior empiricism, this is what enables us finally to dispose of those negative judgments that have so often been made concerning Warburg's scholarly production. Not a single major book, articles devoted to a few microscopic questions, ideas that are too big and too fluid, and historical results as specialized as they are dispersed. This idiosyncrasy is no doubt related to the psychological struggles of an incurable schizoid against the discursive logic menacing him, as Warburg was willing to describe himself in 1923.100. But this idiosyncrasy stems just as much from a remarkably well-grounded epistemological choice, namely that of transforming, of refashioning the historical intelligibility of images under the pressure, the stamp, of each and every fruitful singularity. That is why Warburgian knowledge is plastic knowledge par excellence. It itself acts through memories and interlaced metamorphoses. The library and the incredible quantity of manuscripts, note cards, and documents, Warburg never threw anything away, constitute, for this reason, a plastic material capable of absorbing all the accidents, the unthinkable and unthought elements of the history of art, and of undergoing metamorphoses as a consequence of this, without ever becoming fixed in definitive results, in syntheses, or absolute knowledge. To the degree that Warburg was an attentive reader of the Berthoef tragedy and, beyond any doubt, of the second untimely meditation, which dealt so specifically with the same methodological issues as his own discipline, there is no reason to suppose that there exists only a relationship of mere coincidence between, on the one hand, the emergence in philosophy of the plasticity characterizing, in Nietzsche's work, the material memory material memoir of becoming and, on the other, the emergence in historical and anthropological thought, of the plasticity characterizing, in Warburg's work, the material images materio images of becoming. Concerning these material images, one can assert at least two things: they are plastic precisely on account of their capacity for survival, that is to say, of their relationship to the temporal domain of the phantoms temps des fantômes. They are plastic precisely on account of their capacity for metamorphosis, that is to say, of their relationship to the temporal domain of bodies temps des corps. Let us consider a few examples. From the beginning, how did Warburg conceive of classical antiquity, that time of a world that had vanished but was destined to survive itself, and then to be reborn in Italy? As a struggle between antagonistic plastic forces, Apollonian and Dionysian, dominated by the dangerous theme of animality. In the Battle of Centaurs on the Greek frieze Warburg studied at the age of 22, figure 17, no less than in the Laocoon, a central paradigm for all of German aesthetics, and something that occupied Warburg throughout his life. Figures 29 and 30, animality displays its power, reptilian and metamorphic, of marrying, to the point of totally absorbing it, the human form itself. Figure 37. Animal plasticity winds up, in the studies of pagan divination in the age of Luther, becoming incarnated in the monstrous figures of political and religious propaganda. 101, figure 19. How did Warburg next approach the survival of antiquity, that Nachleben der Antike destined to be tirelessly repeated? By allowing himself to be captivated, like the hero of Gradiva, by the theme of femininity and motion. From his thesis on Botticelli, 1893, up to his correspondence with André Jallis on the theme of the nympha, 1900, it is a truly plastic figure which, heedless of the multiplicity of its iconographic identifications, Venus or Pomona, nymph or Victoria, or Aurora, servant or Maenad, Judith or Salome, traverses the paintings of the Renaissance with its inimitable grace. 102 Even the heroic virility of the Florentine bourgeois emerged, according to Warburg, by virtue of exemplary plastic materials. There would have been no survival or renaissance of ancient portraiture if it had not been possible to draw on the knowledge of ancient techniques that were all essentially dependent on plasticity. The art of the painted portrait, which Warburg analyzed in 1902, taking as his example Ghirlandaio's frescoes, cannot be understood without the missing link which had been censored by Vasari, of the use of wax ex votos directly modeled on the donors' faces. Nor can one understand the art of portrait sculpture, evoked in the same article with respect to the busts of Rossellino, without the missing link of the use of funerary masks produced in plaster and then reproduced in terracotta, throughout the Quattrocento. Like so many survivals of the Roman imago. 103 Warburg's intuition was developed in a rigorous manner by his friend Julius Schlosser, whose study of the wax portrait is a magisterial demonstration of the link between plasticity of time and plasticity of material. It turns out that it was the most plastic materials, and thus the least prized by the art of sculpture, namely wax, plaster, and terracotta, which were able to pave the way for survivals in the unconscious life of forms dans l'inconscient des formes. 104 In other words, plasticity proves to be an essential characteristic of the image as time image temps. 05 Warburg never stopped elaborating on this great intuition, although, as usual, he did not want to state it in a fixed form as a generalization. Rather, in his eyes, a line was a plastic vector representing the act of embracing or a deadly trap, for example, a serpent, figures 36-37. For him, A surface was a plastic vector of movement or of pathos as in the case of drapery, figures 21 and 22. And a volume was the plastic vector of the uneasy relationship between external cause and internal cause entrails, for example. 106 Finally, he considered time. Figure 20 Anonymous German, astrological sign of Scorpion, 1488. Woodcut. Reprinted from Johann Engel, Astrolabium Planum in Tabulus Ascendens, Venice, 1488. The snake represents the prudence of the sly, and the water current represents human inconstancy. Itself to be the plastic vector of the survival and of metamorphosis of images. Even when analyzing the era divinatory calculations in the Astrolabium Planum of Johann Engel, 1488, Warburg regarded the numbering itself, the tabular organization of the astrological decans, to be a function of a plastic flux of becoming. 107, figure 20. He later referred to number as rational force existing in a tense relationship with chaos and destruction. 108 In effect, everything is a question of forces and of dialectical tensions. To be more precise, should one not speak of historical time as being a semi-plastic material? Plasticity alone cannot account for what it welcomes and absorbs, nor for what impresses it and transforms it. One must think of both plasticity and of suture, the way in which the ground has scarred over, in terms of fracture, the way in which the ground has given way, has cracked, has been insufficiently plastic. The historian skirts the edge of the abyss because seisms or eruptions have occurred which have fractured historical continuity at the points where time was not sufficiently plastic. This is the reason Burckhardt's teaching remains so valuable. The discipline of history must think of itself as a symptomatology of time capable of interpreting latencies, plastic processes, together with crises, non-plastic processes. One must, therefore, conceive the plasticity of becoming as that which allows the caesium, the crisis, to use Burckhardt's terminology, the original pain, in Nietzsche's, or the trauma, in Freud's, to survive and to metamorphose, that is to say, to return in the symptom, a process simultaneously plastic and non-plastic, without completely destroying the milieu in which it erupts. The plasticity of becoming cannot exist without fractures occurring in history. This is true, epistemologically, at the level of historical knowledge itself. W. R. Berg, it may be remembered, said regarding the survivals and metamorphoses of pagan divination, which he analyzed at the heart of the anti-pagan discourse par excellence, namely Luther's, that they unequivocally contradicted any possible rectilinear view of history. Jared Lenige Geschichte Auffassung. 109 Here we find further common ground between W. R. Berg and Nietzsche, that of an active philology capable of conceiving both life and the plasticity of becoming. 110 The whole argument of the second untimely meditation, its famous critique of history, starts from this point. Nietzsche's formulation has become famous: too much history kills history, and life and becoming along with it. It is not without interest to recall that something very close to this formulation was first presented by the great historian who preceded Burckhardt and who, in a certain sense, may be said to have invented the history of the Renaissance, namely Michelet. We have evoked history, and here it is everywhere. We are besieged by it, stuffed, crushed. We walk bent over, doubled under its baggage. We no longer breathe, we no longer invent. The past kills the future. How does it happen that art is dead, with a few rare exceptions? It is because history has killed it. In the name of history itself, in the name of life, we protest. History has nothing to do with this pile of stones. History is that of the soul and original thought, of fertile initiative, of heroism, the heroism of action, the heroism of creation. 111. Emichelet's protest becomes, with Nietzsche, a diatribe. But it is clearly the same plasticity, in contrast to the immobile pile of stones of the facts accumulated by the positivist historian, and the same heroism of creation that He will call for in the second untimely meditation. The history that Nietzsche takes to task is, precisely, the kind of history which is incapable of approaching the past from the point of view of its survivals and its metamorphoses. For it, the past is a dead object, even, and indeed above all, when it believes it is conserving it for those things it believes itself to be preserving against anachronism, and the present, it is really mummifying. In short, it maintains a form of the past, but it refuses to give any thought to its force. When the historical sense no longer conserves life but mummifies it, then the tree gradually dies unnaturally from the top downwards to the roots, and in the end the roots themselves usually perish too. Antiquarian history itself degenerates from the moment it is no longer animated and inspired by the fresh life of the present, das frische Leben der Gegenwart, for it knows only how to preserve life, Sie versteht eben allein, Leben zu bewahren, not how to engender it. It always undervalues that which is becoming because it has no instinct for divining it. 112. H.I. Story in the Age of Positivism? An almost totalitarian history division of labor fall in a science in which a hen is compelled to lay eggs too quickly, with the result that the eggs, to be sure, have got smaller and smaller, though the books have got thicker and thicker. A culture in which men are born already gray-haired, because they see in the past only an old age of mankind. A science inclined toward the terrible ossification of Timmy. This science, in the end, is revealed to be just one more ascetic ideal, a disguised theology, the paralyzing and depressing belief that one is a latecomer of the ages. It aims at the banner of the concept that realizes itself, and here we have Hegel put in his place, is an accomplishment reduced to a compendium of factual immorality. Author's quotation corrected, trans, in short, to a learned misery. The English translation gives this phrase as miserable condition, trans. 113 Nietzsche analyzes this learned misery as a psychologist. It is, he says, nothing but a defense against anguish, a reaction of fear before the fathomless unknown, that, irremediably, makes us feel the original pain, makes it survive in us, the pain he evoked early on, in the birth of tragedy. Accordingly, in historical writing, the obligation to provide a cause is so like an apotropaic process elicited by the confrontation with the essential obscurity of the thing. To derive something unknown, unbekanntes, from something familiar relieves, comforts, and satisfies, besides giving a feeling of power. With the unknown, one is confronted with danger, discomfort, and care. The first instinct is to abolish these painful states. First principle: any explanation is better than none. Since at bottom it is merely a matter of wishing to be rid of oppressive representations. Druckenvorstellungen. The causal instinct, Ursachentrieb, is thus conditional upon, and excited by, the feeling of fear. Furchtgefühl. The why? Shall, if at all possible, not give the cause for its own sake so much as for a particular kind of cause, a cause that is comforting, liberating, and relieving that which is new and strange and has not been experienced before, is excluded as a cause. 114. Here, again, W. Arberg was able to rise to the challenge of Nietzsche's demands. His erudition, which was immense, was not blinded by the instinct for causality. It was able to leave room for the unknown, unbekanntes, and for strangeness, fremdes. It did not fear the discovery of distressing or even overwhelming, druckend, causalities in the explanation of the most radiant phenomena of the Renaissance. For is it not overwhelming, for an aestheticizing art history, to see, right in the middle of the beautiful individuality of Italian portraits, the eruption of that provocative and putrefying magnificence of fashion mannequins, Heroes verdammt, Madrid Schneiderpracht, and that magical fetishism of the waxwork cult Fetischist Schwarzbildjauber, piled up in a Florentine church like a pagan sculpture in a Christian church, Verquickung oder Nachlebenbadnischer Bildniskunst in christlichen Kirchen. 115 In looking at a work of art, W. Arberg never distanced himself entirely from that original pain perceived by Nietzsche as being the obscure cause, or the ultimate thing, of representation. The second untimely meditation presents the historian with a crucial epistemological choice. On the one hand, he or she is offered the kind of history which kills the past. This is the reassuring history of the positivist. It believes itself to be scientific and objective. But it simply turns its object into a dead object, that is to say, renders it inoffensive and deprived of its life. On the other hand, he is offered the kind of history in which the past lives, in which it survives. This is the more troubled, and more troubling, history of the genealogist philosopher, of the psychologist of culture, of the anthropologist of fertile singularities. H's object is a force, the surviving, metamorphic force whose shockwave, if not the actual shock itself, the historian inescapably feels. Now, Nietzsche terms this history an artistic power, the only kind which is capable of perceiving events impenetrable to him, unites things when God alone knows whether they belong together. For this, however, one must have, above all, a great artistic facility, vor allem eine große künstlerische Potenz. 116 History seeks to be a science, and this is a wholly admirable goal. Its activities within the domain of knowledge, the establishment of sources and research into causes, legitimately aim at that status. But does it ever really reach it? Instead, it denies the beauty of its own activity when it thinks its goal attained, that is, that its work is concluded. It accepted the limitation, and, I repeat, the beauty, of its status, then its scientific vocation would be revealed to be a work oeuvre, a production, an art. Nietzsche proposes, in the second untimely meditation, that history should accept being transformed into a work of art. Translation modified, trans. .117 Why a work of art? Because in it form and force are necessarily and organically joined. Nietzsche writes that what is artistic has its inception in the organic, and he establishes that the plasticity of becoming creates a fracture in the discourse of history. The artistic, forms and forces of culture, and the organic, forms and forces of the living body, both present themselves in the continuity of history as so many unhistoric at 119 forces, as so many symptoms and anachronisms. For Nietzsche, therefore, art constitutes the discipline of history's central vortex center remu, the critical place par excellence, the place of non-knowledge. Warburg, for his part, made art history a critical discipline par excellence for all historical intelligibility in his time, a place which accommodated both knowledge and non-knowledge. Thus, history stirs. It moves, it differs from itself, it displays its semi-plasticity. Fluid in one place, but hard and sharp in another, serpentine here, but rock-like over there. Warburg, it is clear, wanted to conceive of all this as a single grouping, dialectically latencies together with crises, periods of suspended activity together with ruptures, and malleable conditions together with earthquakes. This is how the notion of the Nachleben wound up providing a dynamic formulation, specific and historical, a symptom of time. But what is a symptom from the PO&OF view of historical time? It is, in the context that we have established, the very specific rhythm of an occurrence of survival, a sudden opening up of fraction, a springing forth of the now, and a return, a springing forth of the past, mixed together. In other words, it is the unexpected coexistence of a contretemps, literally, a countertime, something acting against time, trans. And a repetition. To speak in these terms is, once again, to accept an idea of Nietzsche's. It is to invoke for images the privilege of temporal strangeness, of untimeliness. Untimeliness is not the pure and simple negation of history, and still less that of time itself. Rather, it imposes on a period the combined power of the contretemps and the repetition. What is this power of the contretemps? According to Nietzsche, everything which is meaningful in history, everything which exercises an influence, can appear only as acting counter to our time and thereby acting on our time. 120 It is in this sense that one must understand the claims for philology and the passion for antiquity shared by Nietzsche and Warburg. They provided the archaeological tools, not metaphysical and eternal, but material and temporal, for a penetrating critique of the ambient historicism of their day. Every authentically historical force, and survival is one of them, must be able to produce the non-historical element which works against it, qui la contramotive, just as every force arising from remembrance must be able to produce the element of forgetting which supports it. Thus, in Nietzsche, the contretemps refers to this unhistorical atmosphere within which every great historical event has taken place. 121 hence his famous injunction to historians. And IFUW and biographies, do not desire those which bear the legend HERR so-and-so in his age, but those upon whose tide page there would stand a fighter against his age ein Kampf gegen Saint Sight. What, then, is the vital energy, the non-historical energy, capable of offering the fighter against his times the weapon of untimeliness with to oppose all the constraints, all the conventions of the zeitgeist? Nietzsche, paradoxically, considers it to be a power of repetition, and thus at this point we have reached the domain of the eternal return. As Gilles Deleuze formulated it, the return le revenir provided Nietzsche with the expression, indeed, the very being of what comes into existence l'être même de ce qui devient within it. Temporality is constituted as the necessary coaction or coexistence, inescapably anachronistic, of the past, the present, and the future. How can the present pass? The passing moment could never pass if it were not already past and yet to come, at the same time as being present. If the present did not pass of its own accord, if it had to wait for a new present in order to become past, the past in general would never be constituted in time, and this particular present would not pass. We cannot wait, the moment must be simultaneously present and past, present and yet to come, in order for it to pass, and to pass for the sake of other moments. The present must coexist with itself as past and yet to come. The synthetic relation of the moment to itself as present, past and future grounds its relation to other moments. The eternal return is thus an answer to the problem of passage. And in this sense it must not be as the return of something that is one or the same. We misinterpret the expression eternal return if we understand it as return of the same. It is not being that returns but rather the returning itself that constitutes being insofar as it asserts connection to becoming and to that which passes. It is not some one thing which returns but rather returning itself is the one thing which is affirmed of diversity or multiplicity. 123. Briefly stated, the past is constituted of the interior itself of the present de l'intérieur même du présent, by virtue of its intrinsic power of being in a state of transition to passage and not through its negation by another present rejecting it, as if it were dead, and leaving it behind just as the present is constituted of the interior itself of the past, by virtue of its intrinsic power of survivance. Deleuze's commentary here has the great mérite of divorcing Nietzsche's concept of the eternal return from all trivial models of time, for it shows that the eternity in question will never cease to be subject to precarious circumstances and to momentary occurrences passageries, and that the return in question will never cease to be subject to variations and metamorphoses. Nietzsche's masterstroke consists, ultimately, in showing that in order to understand time, it is necessary to accept the coexistence of a chaotic model and a cyclic model. 124 This is why the power of the contretemps and that of repetition work in concert. The contretemps never occurs without the rhythm of the returns. The contretemps returns, and that is what gives it all its symptomatic value, beyond random occasions or simple chance events. Reciprocally, repetition never occurs without the co-rhythm of unforeseen fractures. The disjointed repetition repeats it, creating a dysfunctionality with respect to any attempted return to the identical state. This is W.H. Deleuze explains so well. W.H. and he uproots Nietzsche's eternal return both from unity or the one un, for there is no repetition W without multiplicity, and from the identical, for there is no repetition W without differences. 125 This is also W.H. Pierre Klossowski suggests in terming the cycle of the eternal return a vicious circle, always unforeseeable in its intrinsic torsional and perverse to perversion effects. 126 Yet, does not Nietzsche himself famously employ the expression eternal return of the M70 pound? 127 This difficulty has raised several doubts concerning Gilles Deleuze's differentiating interpretation of the eternal return. But the objection is easily set aside as soon as one takes the precaution of distinguishing between Nietzsche's same, das Gleiche, and identity as such, ein Sein or Identit. The return of the same is not the return to the same, and still less a return to the identical. The same which returns in the eternal return is not the identity of being, but only something similar. The monad who returns by virtue of the survival of certain forms in the Q Trecento is not the Greek figure as such, but an image marked by WH that we might call the metamorphic phantom of this figure, classical, then Hellenistic, then Roman, then reconfigured in the Christian context. In short, it is a resemblance, which departs and which returns. This, then, is how repetition is able to make difference act W within her. The process was perfectly understood by W. Arberg, who studied images, including their emergence and variations, as a privileged location of all aspects of cultural survival. Recently Giorgio Agamben has written an illuminating etymological excursion to help us understand the necessity, a very W. Arbergian one, plotting the image at the center of all reflection on human time. Let us consider for a moment this word gleich. It is formed by the prefix pound, which indicates a collective or grouping, and by the term lech, which goes back to the Middle High German lich, to the Gothic lake, and finally to the root lig indicating appearance, figure or resemblance, which in modern German has become Leich, cadaver. Gleich therefore means that which has the same lig, the same figure. It is this root lig that one also finds in the suffix ich, with which a great many German adjectives are formed. Weiblich originally meant one who is the figure of a woman, and even in the adjectives solch, so that the German philosophical expression als solch, or the English as such, means with respect to its figure, to its proper form. An exact correspondence exists in English with the word like, which can be found in both the word likeness and the verbs to liken and to like, and also as a suffix in the formation of adjectives. In this sense, the eternal return of the gleich should be translated literally as the eternal return of the leg. There is therefore in the eternal return something like an image or a resemblance. 128. This is exactly what W. Arberg sought to capture in the expression eternal return of ancient resemblances, eternal return that could be conceived independently of any trivial sort of relationship, independently of the models of time generally presupposed by the idea of an imitation of ancient models. Survivals occur in images. That is W. Arberg's hypothesis about the longue durée of Western history and about dividing lines between cultures, which is What allowed him to recognize, for example, in the imagery of a fresco from the Aetolian Quattrocento, the active, surviving phantom of an ancient Arab astrologer. Survivals occur in images. That is what requires us to establish more than just a simple history of art. W. Arberg developed all his ideas concerning surviving images from the perspective, again, a Nietzschean one, of a genealogy of resemblances. In other words, he had an entirely critical way of envisaging the emergence of forms, le devenir des forms, one that went against the grain of every type of teleology, positivism, and utilitarianism. In establishing the foundations of this genealogy of resemblances in the Western tradition, a by W. Arberg created in the aesthetic domain, no less than in arty history, W. with its placid Vassarian family histories, a disturbance more discreet than, but comparable to, the one Nietzsche had already created in the ethical domain. W. with his sulphurous the genealogy of morals. Genealogy means both the value of origin and the origin of values. 129 Genealogical knowledge was at first presented by Nietzsche as philological and, even more so, etymological knowledge. 130 That was W. Arberg's attitude, too, and he clearly never modified it, as can be seen from simply noting the impressive number books in his library that were devoted to etymology, along with the well-known role of the linguistic theories of Hermann Osthoff, APO, and I will come back to, in the very definition of one of his key concepts, the pathos formal. Now, etymology, far from basing the genealogical relationship on ancestries, sources, and origins, reveals to us, through the play of survivals, their dissemination and their essential discontinuity, which is, and which engenders, the discontinuity of our being itself, as Michel Foucault wrote in a famous study on the relationship, in Nietzsche's work, between history and genealogy. Effective history differs from traditional history in being without constants. Nothing in man, not even his body, is sufficiently stable to serve as the basis for self-recognition or for understanding other men. The traditional devices for constructing a comprehensive view of history and for retracing the past as a patient and continuous development must be systematically dismantled. Necessarily, we must dismiss those tendencies that encourage the consoling play of recognitions. Knowledge, even under the banner of history, does not depend on rediscovery, and it emphatically excludes the rediscovery of ourselves. History becomes effective to the degree that it introduces discontinuity into our very being, as it divides our emotions, dramatizes our instincts, multiplies our body and sets it against itself. Effective history deprives the self of the reassuring stability of life and nature, and it will not permit itself to be transported by a voiceless obstinacy toward a millennial ending. It will uproot its traditional foundations and relentlessly disrupt its pretended continuity. This is because knowledge is not made for understanding, it is made for cutting. 132. In these lines, Foucault obviously adopts the trenchant style of 7 genealogy of morals, but a little too much so, it seems to me. On the one hand, he rightly emphasizes the real meaning of the philological or etymological paradigm. Why is the genealogical investigation so meticulous and patiently documentary? 133, a trait even more typical of Warburg, it may be said in passing, than of Nietzsche himself. Because it seeks, in its opposition to any notion of an absolute meaning in history and to the meta-historical deployment of ideal significations and indefinite teleologies, to discern the singularities of becoming les singularity du devenir and of the eternal return. Genealogy, Foucault writes, seeks to make visible all those discontinuities that cross us. 134 Thus, the meticulousness of etymological knowledge ultimately disrupts the continuity of a potential history of words. It logically terminates in a symptomatology, which is what Nietzsche, in fact, calls for in the genealogy of morals, when he attempts to analyze, beyond the etymology of the words good and evil, the bad conscience in terms of symptom and even of illness. 135 Foucault, therefore, clearly sees that the notion of the symptom allowed Nietzsche, and his own historical project, to find the right point at which to establish the articulation of the body and history. 136 He understands that the genealogist's effective history has no fear of looking down, scrutinizing the base materials of a culture. Here I am paraphrasing a famous expression of Georges Bataille's, that barbarous and shameful confusion that every physician must know how to scrutinize in the organism of his patient. 137 On the other hand, Foucault radicalizes the discontinuity, the contretemps, at the risk of losing sight of memory, repetition. For him, a symptom is revealing only of something discontinuous, that is to say, OF forgetting, OF the lost event, a use OF history THAT, constructs a counter-memory. IND his rejection OF the concept OF the origin, Ursprung, is directed entirely toward the goal OF dismissing history as the search for the site OF truth lieu de la vérité, that original place where one would find the exact essence of things. 138 Besides turning out to be philologically inexact, 139 This rejection of Nietzsche's Ursprung has the unfortunate consequence of de-dialecticizing the notion of the symptom. Foucault contrasts, without any nuance, the model of roots, which supposedly seeks only continuity, to the genealogical desire to seek to make visible discontinuities. 140 He does not realize that the roots can be multiple, interlaced, stringy, reticular, rhizomatic, visible in one place and underground in another, fossilized here and constantly germinating there, and so on. The concept itself of the Ursprung, the theory of which Walter Benjamin had already written in 1,928,141, assumes the discontinuity and the anadyomenic character, i.e., appearing and disappearing, of the genealogical filaments. If one must, with Nietzsche, think of genealogy as a symptomatology, then that implies thinking of the symptom itself as something much more complex than a strict discontinuity. The etymology of forms imagined by Warburg, and meticulously practiced by him as a symptomatology of resemblances, constitutes a genealogical type of knowledge that is intimately linked to a dialectical conception of the symptom. Its purview encompasses contretemps arising from the material itself of the repetitions, instances of forgetting arising from the material itself of conscious memories, and differences arising from the material itself, the surviving material, of resemblances. Such, then, are the movements and temporalities of the image as symptomly marge symptomy occurrences of survival and critical points in the cycles of the contretemps. Throughout his life Warburg sought to find a descriptive and theoretical concept for these movements. He named it the dynamogram, a kind of graph of the image as symptom. It measures the impulsive force of occurrences of survival, a force that is directly perceptible and transmissible thanks to the seismographic sensibility of the historian of images. At the descriptive level, the dynamogram could express the relationship, with regard to survival, between, say, the extraordinary passion expressed by the drapery of Nicola Dell'Aria's Bologna Pietà and the drapery characteristic of the Hellenistic age, which the Renaissance artist could scarcely have known and directly imitated, figures 21-22. The dynamogram could trace out the life, or the Lebensenergie, common to these two draperies, their particular way, particularly intense, expansive, and agitated, of working the folds, that is to say, of creating characteristic discontinuities within the fluidity which is itself no less characteristic of the sculpted or modeled material. It should be noted, however, that Warburg never systematized his descriptive studies of such common traits. He never made drawings based on the works of art he analyzed, as others in his time did, like Cavalcaselle and Morelli, nor did he seek to discover the traces of an underlying geometric secret of the paintings. Perhaps his respect for singularities made him suspicious of a practice that might schematize the image and thus impoverish it. And that is why he preferred to photograph the objects he studied, or rather to arrange and scrutinize these photographs with a magnifying glass. That likewise means that the notion of the dynamogram was, in his mind, eminently theoretical. It yielded a specific formula for that paradoxical biomorphism addressed by the expression Nachleben der Antike. An equivalent expression occurs from time to time in Warburg's unpublished manuscripts Wiederbelebung antiker Dynamogramm, that is to say, the reanimation of ancient dynamograms. 142 The dynamogram, therefore, is meant to discern a form of historical energy, a form of time. All of Warburg's thinking about temporality appears to be constructed around hypotheses concerning phenomena which are rhythmic, pulsating, interrupted suspensives, alternating, or panting hallatants. This is easily seen by simply leafing through the mass of his unpublished notes, where one frequently encounters the oscillatory diagrams of polarities that are constantly being established, the pendulum balancier, which can also mean a trope Walker's balancing pole, trans. Of idealism and realism, figure 23, the rhythm of the instabilities of style, figure 24, and that marvelous eternal seesaw die ewige whip, at the balance point of which a little personage marked K dances, or hesitates, like Jean Genet's tightrope walker. And it is, of course, the artist, Kinsler, whom Warburg wanted to represent in this little sketch. 143, percent 25. This reading may doubtless be generalized even further. We might consider the dynamogram to be a constantly renewed hypothesis of the existence of a form of forms within time. Late in his career Warburg himself stated that his entire interdisciplinary project, joining art history, and social psychology Kunstgeschichtlich, Historisch und Sozialpsychologisch, should eventually yield a grand aesthetics of the dynamagram, Aesthetic des Dynamagrammes, 144 nothing more and nothing less, figures 21 and 22. Reducing Warburg's project to a pure iconology of symbolic meanings, as Panofsky, Gombrich, and several others have done, betrays a complete misunderstanding of it. Such a reading accounts for only half of it, as if one described Laocoon devoid of gestures, of struggle, and of the snake. And it serves to maintain the idea, which could hardly be more false, of a Warburg exclusively interested in an image's contents and relatively indifferent to its form and forces. In fact, the author of the Ninfa was not interested in the symbolic aspects of figures at the level of a dictionary of symbols, like Ripa, or even of a pictorial riddle 145, like Panofsky. He scrutinized images to discern something much more fundamental, which he eventually termed a dynamic or energetic symbolism, dynamische, energetische Symbolik. 146. In short, what the survivals remember is not the signified, which changes at every moment and in every context, and in every relationship of forces it enters into, but rather the signifying line or feature trait itself. And even then, it must be understood that what matters is less the line as the contour of what we might call the figured figure than the action itself of the figuring figure, a dynamic action, surviving from the past, one which is both singular and repeated. In other words, it is not the Gestalt which matters but the Gestaltung. This is the sole reason, in Warburg's view, that one can speak of the image's symbolic function, symbolish function, namely because the memory transmitted through it, Mneme, is that of an impression of a movement, a process summarized in the manuscript notes of Warburg's final years by the strange expression energetic engram, energetisches engram, 47. The Renaissance artist, according to Warburg, who was thinking first of all of a Donatello, a Botticelli, or a Mantegna, is he who can capture and put into form an ancient dynamorphic memory, Ufanger und Former der antiken dynamorpherisken Mneme. 148. The notion that ancient memory is dynamorphic, i.e., that it bears forces and transforms forms more than it transmits meanings, returns us, once again, to Nietzsche. We could say, in fact, that Warburg's dynamagram is an attempt to answer Nietzsche's call for a psychology, but also for an aesthetic of forces and not of meanings, a knowledge of forces which is, at the same time, a morphology. 149. We could also say that Warburg was able to find in marble what Nietzsche found only in sound, the genius of existence itself, the will which makes itself immediately understood, in short, everything that Nietzsche derives solely from the intoxication of musical feeling. Translation modified, trans. .150. This is just what the rhythmic and morphological aesthetic of the dynamagram was designed to detect. This aesthetic presupposes a morphology by virtue of the fact that every force, cause of movement, according to its most elementary physical definition, acts between extreme positions, which thereby define a separation or polarity. It is not surprising that Warburg always employed these two concepts together, dynamogram and polaritat, for, ultimately, he was bent on exploring all the possible ways of giving form to a contradictory tension. According to Warburg, it is as if images had the virtue, perhaps even the function, of conferring a plasticity, an intensity or a reduction in intensity, on the most antagonistic elements of existence and of history. The manuscript of the Allgemeine Ideen of 1927 begins, like countless previous attempts of the same kind, with a diagram of a tree-like sequence of bifurcations as an aid to understanding the Renaissance through its style. There we find the rational point of view of evolution Entwicklung versus the demonic point of view of actuality or the present moment Aktualität, the archaeological, archaeologist, point of view versus the historical, historisch, and so on, all of which, taken together, form a hypothetical dynamagram of the Renaissance style of the 15th century. 151. The historian, therefore, should use this dynamagram to trace the varied sequences of extreme polarizations and of depolarizations. The ancient dynamagram appears with the maximum tension, das antikische Dynamagramm, in maximaler Spannung, but it is also capable of becoming depolarized, of going through, for example, phases of non-polarized latent ambivalence, unpolarized latent ambivalence. A2. It can also display what Warburg, in his earliest studies on Florence, called compensatory, Ausgleich, processes. 153. Warburg analyzed all of Ghirlandaio's work and all the stylistic aspects of Florentine and Portraiture as compromises between two diametrically opposed tendencies: on the one hand, realism, especially Flemish and Gothic, and, on the other, classicism, especially Italian and Renaissance. beyond his discovery of missing links as important as the coexistence of medieval religious practices and of ancient techniques of figurative hyperrealism, wax ex votos obtained with molds, Warburg demonstrated the fruitfulness of a dialectical comprehension of the contradictory demands made by the 15th-century Florentine bourgeoisie and its proud desire for self-representation. It wanted to have individuality in the manner of Van Eyck together with idealization of the Roman kind, pious Flemish simplicity with the ostentation of the Etrusco-pagan merchant, Gothic detail with classical pathos, medieval didacticism with Renaissance stylization, Christian allegory with pagan lyricism, the crucified god with dancing maenads, dress alla Française, i.e., Nordic, with drapery alvanica, and on and on. 154. How should one understand the dynamic of these polarities? Gombrich, it is true, did provide a good analysis of Warburg's treatment of the different states of the Gothic Renaissance polarity, showing that the Gothic, which was at first an obstacle to the blossoming of the Renaissance, wound up playing an important role as a disinhibited medieval life. 153. But Gombrich's theoretical conclusion remains incomplete and impoverishing, for it reduces Warburg's approach to earlier, inferior models. Historians of the Renaissance like Alexis François Rio and John Addington Symonds had, of course, pointed out the polarized, even oscillatory structure of Italian Quattrocento culture. Thus, as early as 1861, Rio spoke of a remarkable oscillatory movement in the Florentine school, alternately inspired by the City of God and the City of the World. 156. Symonds, for his part, noted in 1881 that Italian poetry of the 15th century was, by turns, medieval and classical, popular and philological. 157. The limitation of these models is the trivial degree of their dialectical comprehension. Either things are presented as contradictory or they are harmonized, as Gombrich writes, via the concept of compatibility, which Warburg supposedly derived from reading the works of Spencer. 158. But the schwingen that Warburg often speaks of is not the simple oscillation that Rio spoke of. Its very movement, its cycle, its vibration, presupposes the unresolved, dynamic coexistence of the contrary poles. The latter are never eliminated, neither the one by the other, nor by a third, superior entity capable of harmonizing them, of subsuming them and alleviating all tension. They persist in being contrarieties in motion, a motion best described as beating ox pulsating. The compensation, Ausgleich, according to Warburg, resolves nothing. It is less like a synthesis of the Hegelian type as understood by a beginning philosophy student than like a symptom in the Freudian sense of the term. It constitutes, literally, a formation, in the sense Freud would have meant, at exactly this period, namely, that of symptom formation, Symptombildung, of substitutive formation, Ersatzbildung, of compromise formation, Kompromissbildung, or else of composite formation, Mischbildung. It is no use Gombrich saying that Freud was virtually unknown to Warburg. 159, even though his famous article The Antithetical Sense of Primal Words represents a typical case of ambivalence or of depolarized polarization. 160, given the striking analogy between Warburg's aesthetic of the dynamograms and Freud's metapsychology of symptom formations. In Warburg's work, the dynamic of polarities, therefore, issues neither in Spencer's simple compatibility nor in Gombrich's simple harmonization. The latter, however, does cite an illuminating text in which Warburg, after having linked the differential relationship, contrast, with the cooperating relationship, Zusammenwirken, arrives at the following formulation, which is very far from an ideal synthesis or an alleviation of differences, a process of growth endowed with latent and plastic goals, ein Wachstumsprozess mit latent und plastischen Zielen. 161. What does that mean? It means that things develop in intertwined knots, in piles of snakes in one way or direction on one occasion, opposed over here, and in another way on another occasion, cooperating over there. In any case, they are endowed with unperceived movements, latent or unconscious, which, beyond any observable meaning or direction, manifest the essential plasticity of becoming. Warburg links these movements to what he at some point calls a dialectical hermetic causality, dialektische hermetische Causalität. 162. This is an impure process, obviously related to a compromise formation, as W. Warburg tells us by using the expression enigmatic creature, Ratzelhafter in describing the extremely heterogeneous vitality of the Florentine Q at Trecento. 163. The evolution of Warburg's interests confirms this hybrid, unappeased, and polarized structure of the Nachleben. Little by little he will come to the view that every object within a culture must be understood as a case of active tension and octor of the energy of confrontation. In the end, he will see the entire history of culture as a redoubtable psychomachia. The geographical and stylistic polarity evident in his writings on the Florentine Renaissance will thus become transformed into a more fundamental, more anthropological polarity, a kind of mental geography, or a stylistic map of the Western psyche, in which the energy of confrontation is no longer found in the opposition between Burgundy and Latium in the 15th century, but rather in that between Athens and Alexandria in the long sweep of our European civilization. When Warburg concludes his 1920 essay with the almost Socratic injunction that Athens has to be constantly won back from Alexandria, 164, one almost seems to hear an echo of Freud's wise saying woes war, solchword, and where the id was, their ego shall be. 165 The conflict between the id, s, and the ego, ik, primary processes against secondary processes, constitutes, perhaps, the metapsychological horizon of the Warburgian polarities in general. In fact, the polarity of the symbol, which thoroughly penetrates Warburg's notion of culture, culminates in something like a metapsychological polarity, one which lies at the base of the psychohistory dreamed of by the author of the Mnemosyne Atlas. It is no accident that he formulated the group of hypotheses concerning that history just before and just after: first, his psychotic experience, and, second, his Freudian existential analysis under Ludwig Binswanger in the years 1921 to 1924. It was thus as a gravely ill, schwerer kranke, man that, in 1920, Warburg published his magisterial article, written 2 years earlier, on pagan divination in the age of Luther. 166 A seismograph broken by the historical waves of the First World War and by what he himself called his incurable schizoid state. 167 The historian gives us in this text the cultural symptomatology of all the agonies that he himself experienced on an individual level. It is because symbols have a dynamic and polarized structure, conflictual and unstable, constituted of unappeasable movements and pulsations, that culture must be understood on the basis of its movements, its malaise, and its symptoms. The article on pagan divination in the age of the Reformation can thus be read entirely as a symptomatology of modern reason. In it we find violent oppositions between images, builder, and signs, Psychen, magic, magi, and logic, and material idols, Gutzen, and mathematical abstraction, mathematische abstraction. 6s Thus, as I have already suggested, this bundle of polarities replays, on another plane and with a transformed vocabulary, the Nietzschean polarity of the Dionysian and the Apollonian, which W. Warburg here renames that of the Olympian, Olympisch, and the demonic, Domonisch, in order to stress the tension between high and low categories of culture. It was also a way of recalling that the dynamograms in question record the movement of a tragedy, the tragic history of the freedom of modern European thought, die tragische Geschichte der Denkfreiheit des modernen Europäers, as W. Warburg ultimately expressed it. 169 At the heart of this tragedy, we see a new polarity appear, a fundamental tension which, in fact, leads us to a problem of form and force, that is to say, a problem of image. What produces, in the image, the thought of its body? And what produces, in the image, the spirit of its matter? Under the sign of Goethe, between Faust, cited at the very beginning of the article, and the theory of colors, cited at the very end. 170, W. Warburg will thus pose the question, an essential one for art history, just as it is for aesthetics, of the relationship between body and symbol, between the plastic forms of anthropomorphism, see anthropomorphisms, and the discrete forms of the sign, Psychen. W. Warburg's entire analysis of Dieter's famous engraving Melancholia can be read as a dynamogram of the polarity between the melancholic humor, visceral interiors, organic substances, and the sublimatory code chiffre sublimatoire of the magic square drawn by the artist, the manipulation of signs by thought, the logical conversion of the agony of an individual's destiny. 171 We must stress the fact that this game of polarities is envisaged structurally. W. Warburg himself is careful to state how he is here subverting all theories of evolution that are determined by purely chronological concepts. Logic sets a mental space between man and object by applying a conceptual label. Magic destroys that space by creating a superstitious, theoretical or practical, association between man and object. In the divinatory workings of the astrologer's mind, these two processes act as a single, primitive tool that he can use both to make measurements and to work magic. That age when logic and magic blossomed, like trope and metaphor, in Jean Paul's words, grafted to a single stem, is inherently timeless, ist eigentlich zeitlos. By showing such a polarity in action, eine solche Polarität, the historian of civilization furnishes new grounds for a more profoundly positive critique of a historiography that rests on a purely chronological theory of development zu einer vertiefen positiven Kritik einer Geschichtsschreibung. Dieren und Wickunselher Zeitbegrifflich bedingt ist. M. Can we not already read, in this passage, the famous Zeitlos aspect, the fundamental anachronism, of the Freudian unconscious? However that may be, 5 years after writing these lines, Warburg, in his Kreuzlingen lecture, will recast all these polarities in a vocabulary that is still more explicitly psychological, or better put, metapsychological. From then on the influence of Freud and Binswanger, a topic to which I will try to return in greater detail, will guide Warburg's attempt to grasp culture in terms of mythical thinking mythische Denkweise, and substitutional Imageursetzensbild. Of the processes of defense, Abwehr, and phobic reflex phobischer Reflex, of pulsional Magi Triebhaft Magie and catharsis, of separation trauma, catastrophe der Loslösung, and compulsion to associate, Vernupfungszwang, of the unconscious archive of memory, Archive des Gedächtnisses, and, finally, of that original causal category, Category causaler Denkform, represented, in his eyes, by the maternal. 173 The interesting thing to observe about these exploratory formulations is the fact that the more Warburg advances toward a metapsychology of the various aspects of culture, the more he tends toward a phenomenology of the body of the image, if I may put it that way. The symptoms of a unified psychological process within the constant oscillation Symptome einer Seelenschwingung which he mentions in 1926-174. The attempts to understand the internal processes of stylistic evolution in terms of their psychoartistic necessity, Versuche, die Vorgänge innerhalb der Stilentwicklung als kunstpsychologisch Notwendigkeit zu verstehen, which he speaks about in a 2J2% XLS. The dialectic of the monster, Dialectic des Monstrums, whose psychological powers he constantly evokes until his death. 176, all that is accompanied by an extreme attention to the bodily and phantasmic relations of the subject, whether artist or spectator, to the image. In 1929, Warburg ultimately described the heterogeneous origin heterogene Herkunft, of Renaissance art, which had provided the very first subject of his inquiries, in terms of spatial and corporal phenomenology. The basic oscillation, Schwingung, of culture produces two reciprocal movements characterized by tension and rhythm, Rhythmus, for which he created the neologisms Einschwingen and Ausschwingen. Thus, as if in a respiratory movement, or in a rhythm of diastole and systole, the image may be said to beat one pulsative image bat. It oscillates toward the interior, and then oscillates toward the exterior. It opens and it closes. It invites us to a material contact, Materi, then rejects us, putting us at a distance in the semiotic realm, Zeichenmassig. 177 And it continues, in an endless movement of flux and reflux and back again, und zurück. And the image beats, and the culture in it beats as well. Such is its paradoxical life, its Lebensenergie impossible to stabilize, and its dialectical Movement impossible to complete or terminate. It comes and goes, alternating between affirmation and denial of life, between Lebensbejahung and Lebensvermeinung as W. Warburg expressed it, shortly before his death, in the feverish manuscript on the Grundbegriff, 179. When one seeks to determine if a supine body is dead or alive, if it still possesses a residue of animal energy, one must pay careful attention to movements rather than to the surface appearances themselves. Can one detect, for example, the oscillation of a finger, a motion of the lips, a trembling of the eyelids, even if they are scarcely perceptible or infinitely slowed down, like that petrified wave of which Goethe speaks so eloquently in describing? The Laocoon? Am I able to assert that there is a remnant of life in something only when I can assert that it can still move, in whatever way that might be? Phenomenologically speaking, the entire problematic of survival is tied up with the problem of organic movement. The situation already becomes more complicated with W. Warburg's Nachleben, considering that the survival of antiquity is to be detected in historical life itself, in, as it were, the hollow of the visible succession of events, their reverse side or lining, sometimes in the shock wave, and, thus, the surface pan. The movement of survival must be understood as a counter-rhythm to the movement of life. The time of the contretemps has a parallel, it seems, in the realm of the plastic, visual, and corporal, in a dynamigram of counter-movement. Survival, it seems, is a symptom in the movements of life, manifesting itself as a counter-effect contra-effectuation which is neither completely living nor completely dead, but, instead, is the other genre of life, that of the things which have passed away and yet persist to haunt us. Warburg provided the answer to this great question: what are the corporal forms of temporal survival du temps survivant, By developing the concept of emotive formulas pathos, which is absolutely central to his work. He sketched the idea of them very early. It already underlies the unpublished project of the fragments for the foundation of a monist psychology of art, Grundlegende Bruchstücke zu einer monistischen Kunstpsychologie, which he began in 1888, when he was still a student, and continued to work on until 1905. 181 It remained omnipresent in his final workshop, the Mnemosyne Atlasy, one of the potential subtides of which was the entry of the language of gestures Alvantica into the anthropomorphic representation of the early Italian Renaissance der Eintritttier, Gebärdensprache Alvantica and Dimension Darstellung der italienischen Frührenaissance. He even worked further on this topic during the period when he was trying to formulate his fundamental principles, Grundbegriff, as can be seen from the ensemble of manuscript pages, likewise unpublished, entitled Pathos, Pneuma, Polaritat. The pathos formula accompanied no less insistently every visible advance, that is to say, legible and published, in his reflections on the nature of images. Already in the prefatory note to his thesis on Botticelli, 1893, Warburg announced his principal project, though without daring to explicitly state the word he had coined in order to define it, to trace, step by step, how the artists and their advisors recognized the Anarchie as a model, Vorbild, that demanded an intensification of outward movement, eine gesteigerte Bewegung, and how they turned to antique sources whenever accessory forms, those of garments and of hair, were to be represented in motion. Die Darstellung äußerlich bewegten Bauwerks. The project seemed so crucial to Warburg that he referred to it again in the concluding words. Going beyond the confused erudition Verwirrung Gelassenkeit, which is how he himself characterized his study of the birth of Venus F5, he stated that, from beginning to end, it was necessary to understand the artist's turn to the arts of the ancient world whenever it was a matter of embodying externally animated life. Quoted English translation modified by the translator, trans. Sobade. Es sich die Verkörperung äußerlich bewegten Lebens handelt, the problematic of the emotive formulas, which is in evidence throughout Warburg's published work, seems to culminate, and finally appear explicitly, in his text on Die Ehre and Italian Antiquity, written in 1905. There the historian brings to light an emotive, rhetorical current, pathetische Strömung, in which, he holds, the style of the early Renaissance took form. 187 Selecting, and not by chance, the violent theme, as murderous as it is erotic, of the killing of Orpheus by his own lovers, Warburg discerns a characteristic use of gestures, which he expresses in a kind of dynamographic vector that relates the depictions on Greek vases to certain Renaissance illustrations of Ovid's Metamorphoses, and then the learned pathos of Mantegna to the agonizing humanism of Die Ehre, figures 3 and 26-28. The theme Warburg chooses in this article is obviously much more tragic and somber than the one in his work on Botticelli, for we move from a birth to a killing, and from a female nude calling out for a caress to a male nude being beaten. Yet the problems encountered are the same. Why does modern man return to ancient formulas as soon as it is matter of employing a vibrant sign language of the emotions and gestuelle effective de la présence? Why is it that pagan representation succeeds so well in taking on, though possibly perverting them, or, on the contrary, illuminating them, such themes of Christian iconography as divine love or lamentation over the dead body of Jesus? To what degree do the formulas used to express emotions in the plastic arts of the Renaissance derive, not only from archaeology, the discovery of Roman remains, but also from the use of poetic language, of music and of dance, as is so clearly evident, for example, in Orfeo, Politian's famous tragic ballet? Why did this authentically ancient voice survive within the tensions of the unstable, hybrid style characteristic of the Florentine Quattrocento? How did the movement of temporal survival, the Nachleben der Antike, become manifest on the geographical plane of the cultural exchanges between North and South, the Germany of Die Ehre and the Italy of Mantegna? My choice of subject springs from the conviction that these two works, Albrecht Die Ehre, Death of Orpheus, 1494, and Death of Orpheus, 15th century, engraving of a drawing by Andrea Mantegna, figures 3 and 28, have yet to be adequately interpreted as documents of the re-entry of the ancient world into modem civilization der Eintritt der Antike and die modem Kultur. Its style is directly informed by the emotive gestural language defined by Greece for this same tragic scene, die typische pathetische Gebärdensprache der Antiken Kunst. These works supply almost identical proofs of the vigor with which this archaeologically authentic emotive formula archbeologische Getrue pathos formal based on an antique Orpheus or Pentheus, had taken root in Renaissance artistic circles. Most telling of all is a woodcut in the 1497 edition of Ovid of the Metamorphoses, figure 27. The true voice, Stimme, of antiquity, which the Renaissance knew well, chimes with the image. For the death of Orpheus was more than a studio motif of purely formal interest, it stood for the dark mystery play of Dionysian legend, passionately and knowingly experienced, ein Wireclips. Erlebnis, in the spirit and through the words of the ancients. Proof of this can be heard in the Ovidian strains of the first Italian drama, Poliziano's Orfeo, written in Italian and first performed in Emma and Tua in 1471. The death of Orpheus engraving drew added emphasis from that tragic dance play, the earliest work of the famous Florentine humanist, for it set Orpheus's sufferings, acted out and vigorously expressed, un Mittelberdram Schwerpunkt. These plates to illustrate the death of Orpheus are thus a record of some initial excavations along the route of the long migration that brought antique superlatives of gesture, Wandem antike Superlativ der Gebärdensprache. Translation modified by the author and, accordingly, by the translator, trans. 188. In 1914, just before going to war against the demons of culture and the monsters of his own psyche, Warburg returned to the Quattrocento's intensified mobility alvantica and new pathetic style, to a subject in which he recognized, going back beyond Mantegna, the crucial role of Pollaiolo and, above all, of Donatello, with his Dionysian lamentations, his orgiastic expressions of mourning, his Christian conclamationes conclamations Christiques, and his depiction of Maenads placed in front of tombs. Ultimately the suppliers of these costly items could not resist Donatello's desire to set the human body free from this rigid and opulent facade in order to endow it with the unhindered expressive rhythm of classical form. From the reliefs for the reliquary of St. Anthony onwards, circa 1445, he, and above all his pupils, were seized by an intensely nervous, tragic sense of pathos which, in the case of individual figures, leads to an orgy of movement which seeks to excel the emotional ferocity of the antique reliefs that served as the model. 189. Is there any reason to be astonished that this line of thinking concludes with a statement about the classical disquiet of gestural formulas and the Nietzschean polarity of Apollonian ethos and Dionysian patmos, but who, since Warburg, has been interested in studying the Italian Renaissance from this point of view of free rhythm, of hyper-nervous movement, and of emotional impetuosity? Along with Dionysian survival, the discipline of art history exorcised the corporeity of the pathos formellum to the same degree that it had to exorcise the temporality of the Nachleben. Thus, it is possible to follow step by step the rejection of the emotive formulas, or, in some instances, their weakening, in the texts of several famous art historians. The first among them, Wolf Effin, defended the moderate and spiritualized classicism of the Cinquecento against the anxiety, the gaucherie, and the triviality of the Quattrocento. 191. Then Panofsky reduced the expression of emotion to the simple status of primary subject of an image. In his own text on Diarrhoea and classical antiquity, he sought the resolution, or rather dissolution, of the restless, tragic Elin in favor of a classical serenity entirely in the vein of Winckelmann. He rejected the Quattrocento's emphasis on the pathetic along with its late Gothic aspects, which was a way of suggesting that the emotional was a regressive element. He also adopted the opposition between vulgar nature and noble nature dear to Kant, because the latter was sublimated, idealized, and universalized. Finally, Panofsky praised the juste milieu and unification in contrast to all the pathetic tensions dear to Warburg. 192. Later, Gombrich reduced the pathos formellum simply to questions of iconographic message and of the illusion of life. 193. Before excluding them purely and simply from his research on action and expression in Western art. 194. In short, Warburg's concept, for all that it had brought notoriety to its inventor, was nevertheless comparatively neglected and, therefore, deprived of all use value. 195. Thus, André Chassel could go so far as to completely ignore it in his synthetic study of gesture in the Renaissance L'art du geste à la Renaissance. 196. But then, so did Pierre Francastel, when he analyzed the relationship between plastic imagination and theatrical vision in the Quattrocento. 197. Thus, Warburg's pathos formal was neglected by structuralist history, implicitly hostile to its Nietzschean emphasis on energy, as well as by positivist history, implicitly hostile to its anthropological ambition. And it has even been ignored by several fields of research that, in a certain sense, owe their existence to it, for example, the history of gestures and, more recently, the semiotics of emotions. Warburg's commentators have, of course, recognized the central, indeed constitutive nature of the pathoformal. Ma few historians whose work is allied with anthropology, foremost among them Carlo Ginzburg, have, in fact, tried to demonstrate the continuing usefulness of Warburg's concept, even if this involved reorienting it in one way or another. 199 But the establishment of such a use value runs into two major obstacles. The first derives from the considerable philosophical ambition crystallized within the concept, which art historians have really never figured out how to deal with. And the second derives from the fact that Warburg, as was his habit, set forth multiple hypotheses, his theoretical rockets, without ever providing a systematic way of unifying them, or even a way of provisionally toning down their contradictions. This philosophical ambition is itself supported by the very words Warburg chose, words with a dual-duplex structure, as one can often see. Pathos formal and dynamogram tell us that Warburg conceived the image in terms of a twofold scheme double regime, namely, as the dialectical energy of a montage of things that one generally considers to be contradictory, the pathos along with the formula, power along with a graphic representation of it, in sum, the force with the form, the temporality of a subject with the spatiality of an object, and so forth. Warburg's aesthetic of the dynamogram thus found the perfect home in the pathetic gestura all'antica. It is the place par excellence, a formal topos, but also a phenomenological vector yielding a measure of intensity, for the display of that energy of confrontation which, in Warburg's eyes, made the entire history of art a veritable psychomachia, and a cultural symptomatology. 200 The pathos formal is thus a signifying line or stroke trait, a tracing trace of the anthropomorphic images of the ancient and the modern West, one which captures these images as they act and oct, registering what it is within the image and its milieu which makes the image heap stir, and struggle say to be caught up as it is in the polarity of things. This conflict to be, that is to say, this element of tension, existing within a crucible of contradictions, is omnipresent in Warburg's work. Far from constituting a sign of conceptual weakness, as was believed by Gombrich and all those who confuse the power of a concept with doctrinal completeness clotori doctrinale, this constant conflict to be of the pathos formal manifests something like an philosophical bet that Warburg made at the very beginning of his science without a name, a bet that consisted, first of all, in conceiving the image without schematizing it, in either the trivial sense or in the Kantian sense of the term. And, in fact, the pathos formal will be constituted as an agitated notion, infused with passion by the very thing it treats objectively from beginning to end. It struggled in the reptilian knot of images, grappling at every moment with the swarming complexity of spatial things and the intervallic complexity of temporal things. It is not for nothing that the concept took on a definite form at a period when the young Warburg was trying to understand, in the class of his archaeology teacher, Kekule von Stratinitz, the intricate, entwined movements, animal or choreographic, agonistic or erotic, even if they lacked aesthetic beauty, of the battles of the Greek centaurs, figure 17, and, of course, of the Laocoon, which became an obsessive presence throughout Warburg's work. 201, figure 29. The theoretical ambition of the pathos formal was thus worthy of the risk that Warburg had taken in order to sustain, and not to eliminate, the multiple polarities of the ancient image that appear when it is viewed from the figure 29 anonymous Roman, Laocoon, and his sons, ca. 50 CE marble. After a Greek original of the 3rd century BCE Rome, Vatican Museum. Photo Wikimedia Commons. Standpoint of its survivals. Ernst Cassirer, in his obituary of 1929, fittingly placed the pathos formal, along with the Nachleben, of which it is the incarnation, or rather the embodiment, the Verkörperung, as Warburg himself said, at the center of the problem posed by the author of this revolutionary history of art. For, in the first instance, he did not scrutinize works of art, but rather felt and saw the great formative energy behind the works die großen Gestaltenden Energien hinter den Werken. And he considered that this energy did no less than constitute the eternal expressive forms of human existence, die ewigen Ausdrucks from ein menschlichen Sein, of human emotion, and of human destiny. Thus all creative formation, wherever it acted, became legible to him as a unique language whose structure he sought to penetrate ever more deeply and whose mysterious laws he sought to decipher. Others saw definite, circumscribed forms, where they saw forms in repose, he saw moving forces bewedged and curved, he saw there what he termed the great emotive formulas that antiquity had created as an enduring legacy for mankind. 202. The man who wrote these lines had just spent 8 years among the bookshelves of the Kulturschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, so one is not surprised that he really understood the historical and philosophical importance of the pathos formal. But, equally, one will not be surprised that, as a good neo-Kantian, Cassirer wanted to make explicit the relationship of the artistic forms to the moving forces of culture in precisely the terms that Warburg, with his Nietzschean views, wished to subvert. Thus, it is incorrect to state that the great configuring energies are behind the works of art. Warburg was a historian of singularities and not a seeker after abstract universals. In his eyes, the fundamental problems, the forces, were not behind but rather at the same level as the forms, even if in some cases that meant they were determined by or confined within a minuscule individual object. The critique of Wolff-Flenian formalism, which Cassirer implicitly evokes in this passage, does not mean that the symbolic forms constitute a deus ex machina, the entity which subsumes all the figurative forms. Proof of this can be found in the undoubted influence, incomprehensible in terms of Cassirer's account, of Gottfried Semper and Adolf Hildebrand on Warburg's formulation of the pathiformal, which takes into account ornament, the phenomenological relationship to forms, and material culture just as much as it concerns itself with symbolic contents. 203 Salvatore Settis and Giorgio Agamben have rightly observed, each in his own way, that the notion of the pathisformal introduces a previously unheard of relationship of form to content. A concept like the pathisformal, Agamben writes, makes it impossible to separate form from content, for it expresses the indissoluble intrication of an emotive charge and an iconographic formula. 204 W hat, then, is an intrication? It is a configuration in which heterogeneous, even antagonistic things are shaken together. Its elements can never be synthesized, yet it is impossible to separate them from each other. Although they never can be separated, it is impossible to unify them into a superior entity. They are contrasting elements stuck together, differences linked together in the same units. Polarities heaped up, in piles, crumpled up, lying on top of each other. Formulas with passions, engrams with energies, impressions with movements. 205 Exterior causes, the wind in a nymph's hair, with psychological motifs, the desire that animates the nymph. Accessories, the parergon, the periphery, with treasures, the center, the heart of things. Realistic details with Dionysian intensities, marble arts, sculpture, with the arts of gesture, dance, theater, opera, and so on. But the most troubling intrications concern history and temporality themselves. Heaps of temporal scraps, chiffons, which can also mean rags or ribbons, trans, if I may be so bold as to put it that way. Heaps of heterogeneous times, wriggling like those snakes gathered together in the Native American ritual that so fascinated Warburg. 206, Figure 76. Here we find Eros intertwined with Thanatos, the fight to the death joined with desire, symbolic montage with demontage fueled by drives, demontage pulsional, mineralized fossil with the vital energy of movement, the durable crystallization of graphs with the fleeting expression of emotions. Here we find the etymological linkage of the momentum of impersonal time and movementum of the body under the influence of the passions. Warburg showed how for certain typical, ever-recurring situations the ancients created specific pregnant forms of expression. It is not simply that certain inner excitations, certain tensions and resolutions are firmly adhered to. It is as if later artists are under their spell. Wherever the same feeling is suggested, the old image which his art creates comes to life again. It arises, according to Warburg's expression, from determinate emotive formulas indelibly stamped in the human memory. Warburg has pursued the duration and change, the statics and dynamics of these emotive formulas throughout the history of the visual arts. Modified, trans. 207. Emotions frozen as if by enchantment and traversing the ages, such is indeed the figurative magic of the pathisformal according to Warburg. Once again, in bringing this phenomenon to light, he was guided by a penetrating insight into a paradox that was constitutive of the Italian Renaissance. It is in the walls of the ancient sarcophagi that the movements of life, of desire, of the passions have survived as far as our own days. Long enough to move us and transform the present time of her own vision. Long enough to move by themselves, as if the force which determines style, that still bold and mocked so frequently invoked by Warburg from the time of his very first publication 208, was able to turn these fossils of movement into genuine organisms defying chronological time, that is to say, into moving fossils and movemini. They are incarnate survivals, primitive formulas capable of agitating, of causing motion in the present time of her own gestures, as Warburg's contemporary Rainer Maria Rilke so well expressed it when he wrote, "And yet they, who are long gone, are in us, as predisposition, as burden upon our destiny, as blood that pulsates, and as gesture that rises up out of the depths of time." 209. The quest for primitive formulas. Discovering emotive formulas is no simple task. Detecting a few analogies between different representations of the same type of gesturing is not enough to reveal their genealogical link or to understand the process by which the same corporal impression of surviving time took form, and, of course, became transformed. The sources and the theoretical basis of the pathos formula are numerous. 210 They presuppose, at the very least, a meaningful articulation of 3 points of view, or, I would even say, 3 different disciplinary standpoints: philosophical, to problematize the very terms emotive and formula; historical, to bring to light the genealogy of the objects involved; and anthropological, to account for the cultural relationships in which these objects are enmeshed. Taking a philosophical position on the issue requires the following preliminary step: one must reject once and for all the purely negative or privative definitions of emotion, or pathos, which traditionally set it in opposition to action, pathete, to substance, visa, as a result of which passion is related analogically to the concept of accident, and to impassibility apatheia, and, therefore, to wisdom, sophia. One needs to open all that up and make it more nuanced and dialectical. One needs to recognize the essential, positive plasticity of the pathetic paradigm. The patheticos being, the being to which something can happen, could it not transform its weakness, by opening up, by making itself vulnerable preter le flawn, into power, by opening up the field of the possible? Would not its capacity to be affected also give it the power to act in response? The philosopher, namely, Aristotle, in his treatise on the soul, writes that what suffers is dissimilar, but once it has suffered, it is similar. 211 Given this paradoxical condition of pathos, should not the historian of images be looking here for the richness inherent in the power of figuration? The notion of the pathos formal requires, moreover, a clarification, and how difficult it is to achieve, of the old problem of expression, so often abandoned by theoretical thought. If Warburg's work is so thoroughly permeated with the vocabulary of expression, Ausdruck, it is owing to the confluence of several traditions existing in Germany at the end of the 19th century. First, there are the philosophies of eminence, whose history, somewhat hidden and somewhat cursed un peu maudite, as Gilles Deleuze put it, runs from Spinoza to Nietzsche. Attentive to the question of what a body can do, and going straight to the heart of the matter, they produced the most radical critiques ever brought to bear on the classical concept of representation. 212 Another tradition is that of the philosophies of the symbol, that is to say, the philosophies of the formula. From this point of view, we should name the two figures, however different they might be, of Gottlob Frege and Ernst Cassirer. The former, an exact contemporary of Warburg, was not able to frame the problem of the formula without taking the risk of a genuine philosophical plunge into the concepts of fantasia and of expression. 213 The latter, who was a quasi-disciple of Warburg in certain of his areas of interest, was not able to frame the problem of language and of the symbol in general without referring to a history of subjectivity reaching back to the ancient notion of pathos. But his philosophy brought a new breadth and depth to the concept of subjectivity as this concept gave rise, more and more clearly, to a truly universal view of the spontaneity of the spirit, which proved to be as much a spontaneity of feeling and will as of cognition. It became necessary to stress a new factor in the achievement of language. For when we seek to follow language back to its earliest beginnings, it seems to be not merely a representative sign for ideas, but also an emotional sign for sensuous drives and stimuli. The ancients knew this derivation of language from emotion, and from the pathos of sensation, pleasure, and pain. 214. The author of the Mnemosyne Atlas was well aware that the ancient recognition of pathos was inseparable from its use in poetry, the suffering of Achilles, in theatre, the suffering of Antigone, and, of course, in the figurative arts, the suffering of Laocoon. The concept of expression assumes its full theoretical weight within the framework of a philosophy of art, whose imposing tradition Warburg became familiar with very early on. His teacher Carl Justi must have introduced him to the writings of Winckelmann, and August Schmarso to those of Lessing. 215 His readings in these authors, which initiated him into the subject, were decisive, but they served above all as foils, for Warburg quickly took his distance from the two illustrious theoreticians of the 18th century. For example, he made ironic comments about Winckelmann's desperate attempt to find his cherished serene grandeur everywhere, even in the group sculpture Laocoon 216, figure 29. As for Lessing's work, it provoked Warburg to undertake, already at the early date of 1889, a project entitled Sketch of a Critique of Laocoon in the Light of Florentine Art of the Quattrocento and Entwurf zu einer Kritik des Laocoons anhand der Kunst des Quattrocento in Florence. 217 This was nothing less than an attack on the fortress of the second legislator of the arts after Aristotle, in Dilthey's notable formulation of 1877.218. In the eyes of the young Warburg, Lessing had, in a way, closed an important door almost as soon as he had opened it, that of the problem of the aesthetics of expressing the emotions. On the one hand, he had recognized the importance of momentum, and therefore off movementum. In the expressive power of art generally, on the other hand, he had excluded the visual arts from sharing this power. A wide-open mouth, aside from the fact that the rest of the face is thereby twisted and distorted in an unnatural and loathsome manner, becomes in painting a mere spot and in sculpture a cavity, with most repulsive effect. 219 Lessing's dogmatic position is well known. The visual arts are related to time only with respect to the single moment to which art, in contrast to poetry, must confine itself by virtue of its material limitations, and their only relationship to passion is that of rejecting its moment of greatest intensity. 220 The visual arts are incapable of painting invisible actions, incapable of uniting a genuine succession of aspects, and incapable of establishing a montage of effective antitheses. The poet alone possesses the craft of description by negative terms and, by mixing together the negative and positive, combining two appearances in one. 221 But the aesthetic notion of pathos, that aestheticious pathos that Warburg was able to find in the writings of Anton Springer 222, did not disappear with Lessing, far from it. Not only was the Laocoon debated by many authors, Johann Gottfried Herder, Carl Philipp Moritz, and, of course, Goethe himself 223, but, in addition, the question of tragic pathos became a crucial paradigm for all of German Romantic philosophy. In 1792, Friedrich Schiller poked fun at the French tragedians for their measured decency, so different from the true, open, unashamed audacity of the great Greek tragic authors. To return to the Greeks was to call for genuine aesthetics, even a genuine ethics of tragic being, of affected being, in other words, of pathetic being. Representation of sorrow merely as sorrow is never the design of art, but it is extremely important as an instrument for that design. The sensuousness must suffer deeply and violently. There must be pathos, in order that reason may announce its independence and represent itself as acting. Then pathos is the first and indispensable requisite for a tragic artist, and he is allowed to carry the representation of sorrow as far as it can be done, without endangering his final design, without suppression of his moral freedom. 224. In this text, in which the Laocoon group is, once again, invoked as a key example, Schiller proposes a dialectical vision of tragic Darstellung representation. The first law of tragic art is the presentation of suffering nature. The second is the presentation of the moral resistance to suffering. 225 Here he anticipates some of the ideas Hegel will develop in the phenomenology of mind. Meanwhile, Goethe offered his own response to the question of the Laocoon, in an admirable text from which Warburg unquestionably derived certain essential elements of his notion of the pathos ferme. If I were ignorant of the Laocoon legend and had to classify this sculpture, I would call it a tragic idol. A father was sleeping next to his two sons. They were attacked by two snakes, and, now awake, they are trying to extricate themselves from this living reptilian net. The great significance of this work lies in its presentation of a particular moment, Darstellung des Moments. If the sculpture is to convey to the viewer a sense of real movement, wenn ein Werk sich wirklich vor dem Auge bewegen soll, it has to portray a fleeting moment, vorübergehenden Moment. We must be convinced that no part of the whole was in its present position just afterwards. If this is so, the sculpture will forever be a living image for countless millions. In order to, Friedrich Schiller poked fun at the French tragedians for their measured decency, so different from the true, open, unashamed audacity of the great Greek tragic authors. To return to the Greeks was to call for genuine aesthetics, even a genuine ethics of tragic being, of affected being, in other words, of pathetic being. Representation of sorrow merely as sorrow is never the design of art, but it is extremely important as an instrument for that design. The sensuousness must suffer deeply and violently. There must be pathos, in order that reason may announce its independence and represent itself as acting. Then pathos is the first and indispensable requisite for a tragic artist, and he is allowed to carry the representation of sorrow as far as it can be done, without endangering his final design, without suppression of his moral freedom. 224. In this text, in which the Laocoon group is, once again, invoked as a key example, Schiller proposes a dialectical vision of tragic Darstellung representation. The first law of tragic art is the presentation of suffering nature. The second is the presentation of the moral resistance to suffering. 225 Here he anticipates some of the ideas Hegel will develop in the phenomenology of mind. Meanwhile, Goethe offered his own response to the question of the Laocoon, in an admirable text from which Warburg unquestionably derived certain essential elements of his notion of the pathos ferme. If I were ignorant of the Laocoon legend and had to classify this sculpture, I would call it a tragic idol. A father was sleeping next to his two sons. They were attacked by two snakes, and, now awake, they are trying to extricate themselves from this living reptilian net. The great significance of this work lies in its presentation of a particular moment, Darstellung des Moments. If the sculpture is to convey to the viewer a sense of real movement, wenn ein Werk sich wirklich vor dem Auge bewegen soll, it has to portray a fleeting moment, vorübergehenden Moment. We must be convinced that no part of the whole was in its present position just afterwards. If this is so, the sculpture will forever be a living image for countless millions. In order to this sense of movement in the Laocoon group, I would suggest that you face the sculpture from a proper distance, eyes closed. If you open and immediately shut your eyes, you can see the whole marble in motion, and you will expect the whole group to have changed its position before you glance at it a second time. I would describe the sculpture as a frozen lightning bolt, a wave petrified at the very instant it is about to break upon the shore. The effect is the same if the group is viewed at night by torchlight. 227. Before this sculpted group, Figure 29, Goethe reacts as a morphologist. He knows how to look at form. He does not say, as would an iconographer, that Laocoon and his sons are fighting against snakes. He immediately observes that the three bodies are seeking to extricate themselves from a living net, that is to say, from an organic configuration which simultaneously underlines and smothers the representation of the human bodies. Then, Goethe shows that he knows how to look at time. He understands that the moment chosen and constructed by the artist completely determines the sculptural quality of the depicted movement. It is thus a fleeting movement, in accord with the not, and this is truly the way to say it, of the entire image and with the aesthetic problem it solves. The moment is interval of the moment, which is neither that of the group's earlier posture nor the one it will later assume, but rather the moment of non-stasis which remembers and anticipates both past and future stasis. That is what gives pathos an opportunity to find its most radical formula. The moment of sudden transition has genuine pathos from one state to another. Der höchste pathetische Ausdruck schwebt auf dem übergangensten Zustandes in den andere. If during a transition there remains an indication of what the previous state was like, we have the ideal subject for sculpture, as in Laocoon. To the power of W, here struggling and suffering are combined in a single moment. 228. Finally, Goethe is able to cast all that in dialectical terms, by looking at the gaze itself and regard on the regard when the gaze composes the form with time. Thus, the artifices the poet suggests, blinking one's eyes in front of the statue, or looking at night by the light of a flickering torch, are aimed solely at getting a good grasp of the outline of the Laocoon and at better experiencing the aesthetic truth of its movement and its moment, a frozen lightning flash, a petrified wave. The choice of the transitory moment not only endows the sculpture with the truth of the movement it represents, it also induces an empathetic effect by virtue of which the Laocoon, beyond being a sculpture of movement du mouvement, becomes what is unthinkable for any marble work, that is to say, a moving sculpture en mouvement. Now, where Goethe's text delivers even more than it promises is when the precision of the internal analysis extends and justifies the external artifice of the mise en scène. The Laocoon's movement is not achieved by a simple blinking of the eyes or a nocturnal viewing. It derives from its own organic configuration, which, according to Goethe, is capable of putting into play multiple forces. This occurs when one of them has been rendered helpless by the snake's entanglement, when the second is still able to defend himself, although injured, and when the third still has a glimmer of hope for escape. 229. Beyond the iconography, it is thus the heuristics of movement, displaying three bodily states, three possible responses to the same situation, which gives the sculpture its fundamental truth, pathetic and instinctive pulsional. For the anthropological truth of the Laocoon, Goethe tells us, is the fact that a human being reacts with only three kinds of emotion to his own suffering and the suffering of others: fear, terror, and pity. Furcht, Schrecken und Mitleiden, that is to say the anxious anticipation of approaching evil, sudden awareness of present suffering, and compassion, Teilnahme, for present or past suffering. All three reactions are represented as well as evoked by this work, and they are portrayed with appropriate gradations. 230. The Laocoon, therefore, is in no way the snapshot of a narrative sequence. Instead, it constitutes a heuristic of moving time, a subbed montage of three moments, at least, and of three different pathetic motions. The Hellenistic sculptor and his Roman copyist did not wish to show a simple effect, the fixed result of an action, but rather the link, that is to say, the dynamic interval in the work of montage, between a cause and its effects, and they did this, Goethe says, in accord with a basic principle. The artists have portrayed a physical effect together with its physical cause. 231. How could Warburg, in his own research on Renaissance pathos from Eld, not have been fascinated by such an analysis? Do not pull Ola's figures, in the guise of several actors' actants, which an iconographer would consider to be so many distinct personages, present regular variations of the same pathetic action viewed from several angles at once, as one can verify by looking at the archers of the Great London Saint Sebastian or the nude males of the famous battle, often cited by Warburg. Goethe's point of view, moreover, yields two essential methodological justifications. The first, in praise of fruitful singularities, which are omnipresent in Warburg, is set forth by Goethe in his statement that if one wants to talk about an outstanding work of art, we are practically compelled to talk about art, for a work embodies all aspects of art, and anyone, according to his ability, can derive general rules from a specific case. 232 Second, Goethe did not analyze the Laocoon with the intention of separating the different arts, by classification or hierarchy, as Lessing set out to do, but inversely, with the intention of drawing together the threads of affinity among diverse modes of expression. From this point of view, Goethe's lesson remains unsurpassable. It can be found in Warburg's Mnemosyne Atlas, but also in Benjamin's Passage work Arcade's Project, in Bataille's review documents, and in the theoretical writings of Eisenstein. While Goethe, finally, opened up for Warburg the way toward a morphology of pathos, Nietzsche offered him the possibility of thinking about its dynamics. It was by returning, once again, to the birth of tragedy that Warburg was able to find the means to truly get beyond the academic opposition between passion and action. For Nietzsche, better than anyone else, was able to demonstrate the nature of the power of pathos. When suffering becomes tragic art, when the unconscious force becomes productive of forms, die unbewusst Formenbilden Kraft, pathos reveals its dynamism, its exuberance, and its fecundity, etc. 233 Nietzsche's entire aesthetics is concerned with the problem of intensification. Whether in the case of a Dionysian dancer who exaggerates his gesture and, like musical Laocoon, girds himself around with snakes, or in that of the language of gestures, that corporal element that is so important in Nietzsche's definition of Dionysian activity. 234 Not only is pathos not opposed to form, it engenders it. And not only does it engender it, it raises it to its highest degree of incandescence. By intensifying form, it gives it life and movement. As a result, it furnishes form's moment of effective action. As Gilles Deleuze has rightly observed, it is from pathos in its manifestation as power that becoming and time themselves arise. The will to power is manifested as the capacity for being affected, as the determinate capacity of force for being affected. The capacity for being affected is not necessarily a passivity but an affectivity, a sensibility, a sensation. This is why Nietzsche always says that the will to power is the primitive affective form from which all other feelings derive. Or better still, the will to power is not a being, not a becoming, but a pathos. Pathos is the most elementary fact from which a being arises. 235. Here, then, are the philosophical beginnings of Warburg's research on the emotive formulas. Let us note that it is strictly contemporary, and strictly complementary, to Alois Riegel's research on ornamental formulas. Riegel, as we know, wanted to locate the anthropological aspect of his own research in the concept of the Kunstwollen, or artistic will. 236 Warburg, for his part, began from a more specifically Nietzschean notion of the will to power, Willisermacht, envisaged, however, not from the angle of a natural selection of strong forms occurring at the expense of weak ones, but from the precise angle of a primitive affective form, primitive affect form. 237 Warburg's pathos formeln are none other than those primitive affective forms. It is important to point out, though, that one must evaluate each of these three notions, form, affect, and the primitive, in the light of the other two. In Warburg's view, the discovery of the primitive formulas could no more be reduced to a simple chronological investigation than it could exist without the help of philology and history. For it is in history that the primitive is not only discovered, it is there that it is formulated, takes shape, and is constructed, as well. 130 The surviving image. It is not by chance, therefore, that Warburg wanted to use the top floor of his library to extend its holdings devoted to the foundations of psychology, books on perception, emotion and the will, the unconscious and dreams, imagination, memory, and the theory of symbols, by covering an entire wall with works on the history of gestures from antiquity to his own day. 238 There one can find the Greek, Latin, and medieval physiognomies, the Renaissance treatises, Giovanni Bonifacio Sartof Signs, John Bulwer's Chirology and texts of Descartes, and Charles Le Brun's Conference sur expression generate et particulier. These are joined by Johann Jacob Engel's ideas on gesture, with its famous conceptual distinctions, which intersect the ancient rhetorical categories of significatio and demonstrate, its rules of complete expression of the soul by the body, its careful attention to the processes of gradation and increase, in other words, intensification, its theory of expressive ambiguity, and, finally, its very apposite remarks on time and the production of expressive movements. 239 Also to be found there are the physiognomic writings of Pyotr Montabert, Schimmelpenninck, Camps, and Lavater, not to mention countless further elaborations of this subject by 19th-century authors along both academic lines, in the fine arts, and positivist ones, in the natural sciences. Amongst this rich harvest of attempts at codification one small work stands out. Seemingly more modest than many others, it nevertheless played a decisive role in Warburg's project of identifying and analyzing the long persistence of the primitive effective formulas deriving from Greco-Roman antiquity and transmitted to the contemporary world. There is no doubt at all that this book helped Warburg leave the domain of traditional physiognomy for that of the pathos formal, and to subvert the notion of simple historical continuity in favor of the time of the Nachleben. Although relatively old, as it dates from 1832, this work legitimated Warburg's attempt to move the artistic iconography of gestures from the level of descriptive inquiry, examples of which were abundant in his period, toward that of solidly grounded anthropological research. A work of the Italian scholar Andrea Di Giorgio, La mimica degli antichi investigata nel gestire napoletano, sought to document the persistence of ancient gestures in Neapolitan popular culture. Having compared an archaeological series, taken from figurative representations, namely bas-reliefs and vase painting in the museum in Naples, with a, so to speak, ethnographic series, taken from real gestures observed by the author in the poor quarters of the same city, Andrea Di Giorgio concluded that there was a perfect resemblance between the two series. 240. Figures 30 and 31. In short, the Neapolitans' '*ra to the power of zgz ra could be considered as gestures alvantica, although they had no connection with any imitation or any renaissance of antiquity. Warburg certainly must have recognized in this temporal and cultural paradox the seeds of his own hypotheses on the fate, the Nachleben, of the emotive formulas throughout the long ages of Western representation. Between the work of Andrea Di Giorgio, which no doubt owed much to the philosophy of history of Giambattista Vico and to certain writings of 18th-century Jesuit scholars, 241 and that of Warburg, one obviously has to take into account the considerable development of anthropology in the 19th century. In Primitive Culture, Tyler devoted 2 whole chapters to the survival of emotional and imitative language, in which the Neapolitan case, as opposed to the English, provided him with an incontrovertible example of primitiveness. In The Great Art of Speech, the educated man at this day substantially uses the method of the savage, only expanded and improved in the working out of details. So far as we can judge, the visible gesture and the audible word have thus been used in combination since times of most remote antiquity in the history of our race. To this prominent condition of gesture as a means of expression among rude tribes, and to the development of pantomime in public show and private intercourse among such peoples as the Neapolitans of our own day, the most extreme contrast may be found in England, where, whether for good or ill, suggestive pantomime is now reduced to so small a compass in social talk, and even in public oratory. 242. The circle, encompassing Neapolitans, ancient Greeks and Romans, and primitive peoples, was completed a few years later by Wilhelm Wundt when, in the chapters of his monumental Völkerpsychology devoted to expressive movements Ausdrucksbeugungen, and to the language of gestures, Gebärdensprache, he reproduced the gestures of the Neapolitans and compared them directly with those of the North America Indians. 243, Figure 32. Here is something. Figure 32 Neapolitan F and North American Indian I and symbolic gestures. Reprinted from Wilhelm Wundt, Völkerpsychologie eine Untersuchung der Entwicklungsgesetze von Sprache, Mythos und Sitte, 3rd ed., 2 volumes, Leipzig Engelmann, 1911, 195,197. That would undoubtedly interest an art historian whose areas of studies ranged between Florence and Arabi, between figurative survival, pictorial, artistic, Italian, on the one hand, and bodily survival, acted out, ritual, Indian, on the other. Warburg studied Wundt all the more attentively since his own teacher Schmarso had already used and intelligently elaborated the latter's ideas. 244 Given the heuristic use of his interdisciplinary readings, Warburg obviously did not need to adopt the entire conceptual framework underlying Wundt's writings. It was enough for him to separate out a few valuable elements. With respect to Warburg's interests, the Völkerpsychology presented 3 aspects or, better, 3 levels of articulation capable of supporting his project of creating an anthropology of primitive effective formulas. The first level concerns the interplay of the biological and the symbolic in the definition of the language of gestures. Wundt was interested, to begin with, in the way in which the gesture is constituted, starting from an effective motion, as a formula and as evolved syntax. 245 Observing the extreme emotion displayed in the figures of Donatello or of Niccola della Ria, Figure 22, Warburg must have asked himself the same sort of question: why is the efficaciousness of an emotive formula, its immediate simplicity, its intensity, and its empathetic power, so often linked with the very complexity of its construction and of its manipulation of signs? The second level of articulation concerns the interplay of mimicry la mimique and of plastic form la plastique and the very notion of gesturality gestualite. Wundt was interested in the gestures of the Neapolitans and of the Indians for their intrinsically figurative values. He compared them to transitory signs or to picturesque sketched in the air, Ian Fuchs Tiger Hinweis oder in die Luftgesellschaftsbild, giving as an example, borrowed from the classic study by Garrick Mallory, the hand sign produced by crossing both index fingers. 246, Figure 32. This bodily gesture, which in certain Native American tribes denotes symbolic exchange, the signature of a contract, is found as a pictographic sign, a simple little cross drawn in ink, in a business letter reproduced by Wundt. A little further on there the cross occupies the interval between two items of exchange, guns in return for cattle, Figure 33. This level of articulation was crucial for Warburg, just as it was for Wundt, for it set forth an anthropological hypothesis on the plasticity, plasticite and mimetic quality, mimetism of bodily movements understood as elements of a symbolic order. Reciprocally, it provided an aesthetic hypothesis according to which all anthropomorphic figuration is rooted in bodily motor activity. For Warburg, as for Wundt, inscription of the image, Bilderschrift, could occur only on the basis of a language of gestures, Gebärdensprache. 247 The third level of articulation concerns the interplay of the bodily and the psychological in the actual production of every gesture and in the figurability of every emotive formula. In concluding the chapter of his Völker psychology that deals with the psychological character of the language of gestures, 248 Wundt returns to a group of hypotheses that he elaborated a few years earlier in his long essay on physiological psychology. Since in that work he was systematically seeking out the bodily basis of the life of the soul, it is understandable that the movements of the soul, Gemächsbewegungen, are described there, following Darwin, in terms of their bodily expressions. 249 It would, however, be a misinterpretation of his hypotheses to reduce them to a simple biological evolutionism, for, as Michel Espana has aptly observed, in Wundt's work the primitive is not defined in terms of races or biological characteristics, but strictly in terms of psychology. 250 Finally, one further aspect of Wundt's psychology must have interested Warburg. According to Wundt, the process of representation itself is based on the bodily capacities of tactility and inatricity. 251 With the result that the genesis of elementary aesthetic sentiments is to be understood in terms of a polarity of pleasure and displeasure, of attraction and repulsion, to the detriment of questions of judgments of beauty and ugliness, questions concerning which Warburg, too, displayed a precocious contempt. The psychological examination of the aesthetic sentiments has been carried out, for the most part, in very poor conditions, because the impulse for undertaking this study had as its essential point of departure that sentiment of the beautiful, understood in the restricted sense, which has been the chief concern of the theory of the fine arts and the branch of knowledge which emerged from it under the name of aesthetics. That is how it happened that the simplest cases of pleasure and of displeasure have almost entirely dropped out of sight, even though they constitute a fundamental basis, indeed a necessary one, when it comes to explaining complex aesthetic effects. 252. All these hypotheses no doubt helped to elicit Warburg's first elaborations of the concept of the pathos formal, and this would have been all the more natural since they were discussed and employed by two of Warburg's own teachers. The first, August Schmarsow, not only commented on Wundt's theses regarding the relationships between the mimic and the plastic, he also put them to the test, and, indeed, did so in Florence, where Warburg was initiated into the Renaissance, in the concrete cases of the relief sculptures of Ghiberti and Donatello. 253 The second, Karl Lamprecht, shared Wundt's ambition of establishing a genuine history of psychism, that psychohistory that Warburg himself was later to call for. 254. If the history of art, or, rather, the history of images in general, wound up occupying a central position in this vast intellectual project, it is because Warburg had become certain of one thing: the psyche leaves traces of its presence in history. It makes way for itself and leaves its mark on visual forms. This is what, at first, his notions of the dynamogram and the emotive formula were meant to capture. This is also what justified his view that history required the twin foundations of ethnology and psychology. It is not surprising to learn that Karl Lamprecht, guided by the hypothesis of a parallelism between phylogeny and ontogeny, not only established the basis of a historical anthropology but also, like Wundt before him, turned his attention to experimental psychology. This is how it came about that if the Figure 34 Child Scribbling. Reprinted from Helga Eng, Kinderzeichnungen vom Strich bis zu den Farbenzeichnungen der Jahrjahren, Leipzig Barth, 1927, 5. Stardo the 20th Century Vast campaign was undertaken, at his initiative, to assemble children's drawings from every country in the world. They were mainly free drawings, but also included, as the experimental method requires, some that were made on the basis of a single protocol, a story to illustrate, namely that of John with his nose in the air, which would, for this reason, permit cross-cultural comparison. Within 1 year Lamprecht had already gathered a collection of 40,000 children's drawings, the global study of which was entrusted to Dr. Siegfried Levenstein. 255 For his part, Warburg accorded such a prominent place to the world of childhood, children's drawings and books for children, in the organization of his library because its imagery offered an exemplary domain for the application of the notions of the Pathosvermellen and Nachleben. Warburg counted on the motor and gestural energy of the children's drawings, Figure 34, but also on the permeability displayed by the cultural world of childhood with respect to the long persistence of myths, thanks to the intermediary role played by stories and legends. In the course of his travels among the Native Americans of New Mexico, Warburg asked his informant Cleo Gerino, who was priest and painter of a sacred kiva, to draw for him the famous snake lightning of Hopi mythology, Figure 35. Here he acted as a good ethnologist, like Franz Boas when he sought to define the casuistry of primitive graphic formulas. 256 But Warburg did more than that. He followed, at the early date of 1895, the exact protocol for psychological inquiry suggested by Lamprecht. I once invited the children of such a school to illustrate the German fairy tale of Johnny Head in the Air, Hans Guck and Die Luft, why which they did not know, because a storm is referred to, and I wanted to see if the children would draw the lightning realistically or in the form of the serpent. Of the 14 drawings, all of them very lively, but also under the influence of the American school, 12 were drawn realistically. But 2 of them depicted indeed the indestructible symbol, Das Unzerstörbar symbol, of the arrow-tongued serpent, as it is found in the Kiva 257, Figure 73. What was Warburg looking for in this experiment? The primitive formulas of animal energy, snake, and cosmic energy, lightning? Certainly. But, right from the start, he understood the paradox implied by the mode in which this very primitivism appears as an impure and fragile minority, 2 drawings out of 14. In short, in a symptomatic mode. It is not the archetypal reflection of a phylogenetic source, as Lamprecht, perhaps, might have wished. Rather, it is the complex network of tangled times, indestructible symbols, and disfigurations due to history, all in a single dynamic line of snake lightning drawn by a child's hand. Gestures, remembered, displaced. Reversed Warburg with Darwin. Is there a logic to these emotive formulas? Is there even a single domain where this logic is valid, given that it would have to encompass everything from the pure motor activity of the drives to the most elaborate symbolic constructions? How do the plastic forms and ritual constraints work together to make all of that function? How is the memory of gestures woven, and how is it able to persist, and become transformed? Common problems linked, in Warburg's eyes, the complex sculptured figure of the priest Laocoon, as refined as it is intense, to the crude figure of the Hopi priest, daubed all over with paint and grasping between his lips a snake that he displays to the photographer like a circus performer bringing his act to a close, Figures 36-37? Just to begin to answer these questions, and to formulate them a little more precisely, one must keep in mind that everything which occurs in bodies, whether real or represented, depends on a certain temporal montage du temps. To seek out the primitive formulas of pathos is to seek to understand what primitive means at the present moment actualité of its motor expression, whether this present moment is the object of a photographic report done in the Vatican museums, in the case of the Greco-Roman priest, or in the mesas of New Mexico, in the case of the Indian priest. In any case, the relationship between the present moment and primitiveness is definitely governed by an anachronistic montage. And the theoretical elaboration of the concept of the Nachleben had no other ambition, though it was a considerable one, than to understand this temporal montage. Wishing to scrutinize the destinies of various expressions of the primitive in the history of Western images, and there is no doubt that the Indian photographed in 1924 by an employee of the Smithsonian Institution is also part of the Western imaginary. 258, Warburg was obliged to entwine his discourse around the inherently twofold dupless structure of the anachronisms he encountered at every level of analysis. Thus, the historical point of view, which describes the transformations undergone by the pathos could not do without an anthropological point of view, which alone was capable of accounting for the tenacity of these formulas. The anthropological point of view, in turn, had to be divided into parts, according to whether one includes anthropology among the human sciences or among the natural sciences. The two positions coexisted in Warburg's period. Who could doubt that the Laocoon, that masterpiece of Hellenistic sculpture, brought back to life actualize, while transforming and disguising it, a cultural primitiveness characteristic of the expression of tragic emotions? The art historian and the anthropologist of images are thus both interested in the epic sources describing the pain of the Trojan priest, as well as in the figurative vocabulary of the expression of pathos in Greek art generally. In fact, tracking down such sources probably occupied more of Warburg's everyday research than everything else put together. But Warburg was still faced with the anthropological question on a second level, namely in terms of natural primitiveness. Does not Laocoon's tragic pain manifest an even more primordial relationship, albeit in a sublimated manner, as Warburg, like Freud, puts it? Could not this infra-symbolic and infra-narrative relationship be that of the human body to physical suffering and to the violence of animal combat? It is very clear that the proximity of the human and the animal constitutes an essential motif of the Laocoon, but this is also true of the American Indian ritual studied by Warburg. In both cases, man stands face to face with the animal as the mortal danger par excellence. In both cases, likewise, man incorporates or puts on the animal, turning his own death, or, rather, its instrument, into something like a second skin. In the Hellenistic statue, figure 36, the snakes appear to be almost an overarching musculature of the three personages, or perhaps their innards rendered visible by a kind of phantasmal inversion of the inside and the outside. In the snake ritual, figure 37, the animal is displayed as something the man decorates himself with, making himself capable, if only artificially, of absorbing its substance. The essential savagery of the Laocoon, along with its relationship to the primitive and to animality, still appears in Warburg's archive devoted to the Nachleben der Antike in the period of the Renaissance. It is significant that there the Greek hero is often represented as a hairy savage rather than an honorable priest of Apollo, figure 38. It is no less significant that the caricatures of the masterpiece, which are rare, have heavily emphasized its animal aspect. 4. Example, a woodcut by Niccolo Boldrini, done around 1550 after a drawing by Titian, shows the unhappy Trojans in the form of pathetic monkeys struggling with the snakes, figure 39. Horst Janssen, in an article published by the Warburg Institute in 1946, demonstrated the link between this image and the scientific controversy that pitted Vesalius against the Galenist physicians of his time. Vesalius suspected that Galen's anatomical observations were erroneous, not only on account of their errors of interpretation, but also for the empirical reason that they were based on the autopsies of monkeys rather than of humans. 259 Here we see how a biological question, all the more striking, retrospectively, due to its Darwinian aspects, could intersect with an aesthetic question that was crucial for this period, the question of the ape of nature, ars simia naturae, a phrase used in the Cinquecento to designate artistic resemblance as such. Confronted with Titian's surprising image, art historians have neglected an extremely important interpretive path, one that was important to Titian himself, as can be seen, for example, in his famous allegory of Prudence. I am speaking of physiognomy, which is based on an analogy between human forms and animal forms. Let us consider the three monkeys depicted in the pose of a famous ancient sculpted group. His literal use of the adage ars simia naturae, art as the ape of nature, is ironic, if not polemic or even virulent, and is not without a physiognomic reflection on the primitiveness of the agonistic theme represented here. With the primitive superimposed on the ancient in this manner, one experiences a new feeling in looking at the image. Its very subject, the fight against a dangerous animal, liberates passions and actions in such a way that man becomes, or again becomes, one animal confronting another. Pugna simii natura combat is the nature of the ape, if one may put it that way, art ape's nature. But the nature of physical combat is such that it returns us to the status of savages, or of apes caught up in the struggle to stay alive. Who more than the physiognomist wants to classify the primitive from oulos of human emotions? who more than he wants to isolate the animal conditions, in the sense of savage beasts as well as of animal spirits, of human movements. We know that Leonardo da Vinci liked to play with notions of hybridization, as did Charles Le Brun at a later date. But in natural science the emotions really appeared only with Camper, Lavater, and Charles Bell. The first developed a theory of the pathetic nerves and amused himself by drawing up a table of ancestry of the ancient god Apollo starting from a primitive face, indeed, of a monkey. The second established a fantastic archive of human and animal expression, and the third sought to base the expression of the emotions on the concept of reflex action together with a grammar of the musculature. 260 But the emotive formulas in the sense Warburg meant were not be understood in the light of such a reduction of expressive movements to the status of simple reflexes no more than they could be understood in terms of a reduction of the pathetic gestures to the status of simple rhetorical conventions. 1. Could say that the anthropological question the gesture, which W. Arberg introduced into the domain of images, lies between two extremes whose articulation he attempted to grasp with the notion of the pathiformal. It addresses both the animality of the body in movement and its soul, or, at least, its psychological and symbolic character, thereby recognizing that we are confronted, on the one hand, by non-history, by drives, and by the absence of arbitrariness that is characteristic of natural things, and, on the other, by history, with the symbols and the arbitrariness that characterize everything cultural. The theories of expression that W. Arberg was aware of all came up against the problem of the incommensurability of these two dimensions. But early on, one tool proved to be decisive, others followed later, offering the prospect of a solution to the problem. It was a theory of biological transformations applied to human and animal gestures. A theory capable of historicizing nature and able, in return, to provide somewhat of a biological foundation to the vitalist metaphors used by W. Arberg, which he usually borrowed from Burckhardt or Nietzsche. This theory was set forth in Charles Darwin's work on the expression of the emotions in man and animals. Warburg discovered it in 1888, at the age of 22, just when he was exploring Florence for the first time. During the period when he was admiring the Dionysian piles of ancient sarcophagi and studying their survivals in Donatello's tumultuous depictions of the emotions at San Lorenzo, the young historian was deeply engrossed in the expression of the emotions at the National Library in Florence. Finally, a book that gives me some help, he noted in his journal. 261 There is nothing in it, however, similar to the sublime cry uttered by Laocoon. In the book there are only animal parades, bristling cats, rictus observed in a monkey of the species Cynopathecus niger, figure 40, and such things as experimental terrors provoked in an old man of inoffensive character and limited intelligence, figure 41. How, then, could such a book provide the unexpected help Warburg needed to understand the figurative logic of the emotion-laden gestures of the Renaissance? While all the commentators on Warburg have recognized the influence of Darwin on his theory of the pathisformel, 262 The question of how to interpret that influence remains an open one. One can argue, like Gombrich, 263 for the presence here of evolutionism or even of positivism in Warburg, if one thinks that all he took from Darwin's book concerns questions of nomenclature. In 1885, for example, Paolo Mantegazza believed he was extending the range of the Darwinian laws of expression by virtue of a rigid classification based on the so-called alphabet of mimicry. It was, in fact, a positivist adaptation of classical rhetoric, the worst possibility, in short. 264 Needless to say, this scientistic prose had nothing in common with Warburg's style, which was always hypothetical and never doctrinaire. There was no shortage of scholars in the 19th century who claimed to have justified, on evolutionary grounds, their desire to reduce the phenomena of expression, mimetic gestures and pathological movements, to typologies that were as precise as they were hierarchical. The science of expression, situated as it is in the uncertain borderland of psychology and social codes, of physiology and racial prejudice, is an unstable domain, experimental and interdisciplinary by nature. It did produce a few monumental bodies of work, such as those of W. Wilhelm Wundt and Ludwig Klages. 265 But we know that this kind of psychology and anthropology wound up being an excellent tool for police work, as in the famous undertakings of Lombroso, and later for the racial theories that flourished in Germany well before the Nazis put them into practice. Warburg directly suffered on account of all those things he grouped together under the term the monstrum of the human condition. He suffered from his own psychological monsters, and he suffered from the schisms of history, first of all from anti-Semitism, that monster par excellence of Western culture. 266 He defended, tirelessly and with no hope of success, wisdom, the Sophrosyne of the ancient Greeks, against irrationalism of all stripes. Yet, like Freud and Benjamin, he had no choice but to recognize and attempt to understand the hold of these monsters on reason itself. Homo sapiens, as we well know, is a wolf, in other words, a beast, to man. And the records of culture are the archives where we can survey traces of thought intermingled with traces of barbarism. For Warburg, the expression of the emotions in man and animals in no way constituted a tool for a theory of the natural selection or the progress of gestures from their earliest crude stages up to their perfect civilized expression. Quite to the contrary, Darwin's book enabled him to think about the regression at work in the images of even the highest culture, that is to say, ancient and Renaissance culture. He therefore did not see the emotive formulas of the Laocoon from the Winckelmannian angle of a presumed harmony representing the final point in a process of spiritual evolution, but rather from the angle of the survival of primitive. In other words, he saw them from the angle of an active conflict between nature and culture, or, more exactly, between the actions of the primitive drives Frege's pulsionals and symbolic formulas. The gestures of the Laocoon constitute the sublime dynamogram of a symbolic residue of primitive bodily reactions. That is the basic intuition Darwin was able to provide support for at just the moment Warburg was developing the notion of the pathos formal. There is one point we should emphasize here, namely Darwin's own starting point. The expression of the emotions does not provide the anthropologist or the art historian with an iconographic dictionary of human gestures, real or represented. Darwin wrote in the introduction to his book, "Many works have been written on expression, but a greater number on physiognomy, that is, on the recognition of character through the study of the permanent form of features. With this latter subject I am not here concerned." 267 Here, therefore, we are far from the vocabulary of the language of gestures and from the legibility of facial expressions that Lebrun, Camper, and Lavater were seeking. What Warburg was able to find in Darwin was in no way a new, supposedly scientific response to the old academic questions regarding the rules for the expression of the emotions. What, then, did he find? Much more and much less than that. Darwin's cautious attitude with respect to epistemology led him, first of all, to give up on finding general rules. Right at the start he stressed that the movements are often extremely slight, and of a fleeting nature and that they are ceaselessly transformed by sympathy and the imagination. 268 But his ambition, going beyond rules, was to establish a principle and a theoretical explanation for this very subtlety. 269 Warburg's interest in this principle may appear all the more mysterious inasmuch as Darwin quickly excluded from his field of study the purely artistic representation of the expressive movements, i.e., that of the great masters of painting and sculpture. I had hoped to derive much aid from the great masters in painting and sculpture, who were such close observers. Accordingly, I have looked at photographs and engravings of many well-known works but, with a few exceptions, have not thus profited. The reason no doubt is, that in works of art, beauty is the chief object and strongly contracted facial muscles destroy beauty. 270 What Warburg found in the bristling cats, the simian rictus, the children's tears, and the terrors of the insane that Darwin analyzed throughout his book was a real dialectical principle of the expressive gesture. Why is it dialectical, though this terminology, of course, is not Darwin's? Because it succeeds in conjoining three types of processes, all of which yield paradoxes. They are presented in the first chapter of his book under the title General Principles of Expression. I will summarize them in a slightly different order than the authors, since what needs to be elucidated here is their use in Warburg's work rather than in their original field of application. Impression furnishes the first fundamental principle. Darwin called it a direct action of the nervous system on the bodily gestures, the constituents of this action operating completely independently from the first of the will, and independently to a certain extent of habit. 271 Here we have the physiological presuppositions of a principle of an unconscious memory governing human expressive actions. Displacement furnishes the second principle. Unconscious memory and habit are so powerful that the biological utility of the expressive act generally recedes into the background. It is thus association which governs the entire gestural portion of the affective movements. Whenever the state of mind is induced, however feebly, there is a tendency through the force of habit and association for the same movement to be performed, though they may not then be of the least use. 272 Darwin calls the third principle that of antithesis. Its name suggests a capacity to reverse the process of association, thereby accentuating its physiological lack of utility, but it also stresses the expressive capacity itself, since in such cases it can become, paradoxically, intensified. Certain states of the mind lead to certain habitual actions, which are of service, as under our first principle. Now when a directly opposite state of mind is induced, there is a strong and involuntary tendency to the performance of movements of a directly opposite nature, though these are of no use and such movements are in some cases highly expressive. It is interesting to observe that at the end of his long analyses, Darwin arrives at two conclusions that must be considered together. On the one hand, he asserts the biological necessity of expression. Actions of all kinds, if regularly accompanying any state of the mind, are at once recognized as expressive. These may consist of movements of any part of the body, as the wagging of a dog's tail, the shrugging of a man's shoulders, the erection of the hair, the exudation of perspiration, the state of the capillary circulation, labored breathing, and the use of the vocal or other sound-producing instruments. Even insects express anger, terror, jealousy, and love by their stridulation. With man the respiratory organs are of especial importance in expression, not only in a direct, but in a still higher degree in an indirect manner. 274. This necessity is hereditary. Accordingly, Darwin can be certain that human gesture, even in the most complex societies, bears the trace of a primitiveness that has survived in its most basic forms. Thus, we may likewise infer that fear was expressed from an extremely remote period, in almost the same manner as it now is by many people, namely, by trembling, the erection of the hair, cold perspiration, pallor, widely opened eyes, the relaxation of most of the muscles, and by the whole body cowering downwards or held motionless. 275. On the other hand, Darwin clearly recognized the biological uselessness of most expressive gestures. In the beginning, he writes, they are movements which are serviceable in gratifying some desire, or in relieving some sensation, and if often repeated, they become so habitual that they are performed, whether or not of any service, whenever the same desire or sensation is felt, even in a very weak degree. 276. In short, unconscious memory, which both preserves indefinitely the primitiveness of expressive movements and causes them to appear at certain moments, detaches these movements, via the processes of association and antithesis, from their immediate necessity. In Warburg's terms, it transforms them into formulas that may be put to use in all the domains of culture. Darwin, moreover, is unable to resist the temptation of concluding his book with a passage from Shakespeare, 277, just as, before him, Duchenne de Boulogne, who is mentioned several times in the expression of the emotions, was not able to end his Mécanisme de la physionomie humaine without an aesthetic part in which the subjects of his physiological experiments were used to make a comparison between natural gestures and the emotional states of Lady Macbeth and, of Laocoon himself. 278, figure 42. But why this recourse, this return to the image and to art? No doubt because Darwin, at one time, proposed imitation itself as a fundamental principle, according to which, even among the animals, natural necessity meets up with social construction, and indeed with the arbitrary dimension of culture. That there exists in man a strong tendency to imitation, independently of the conscious will, is certain. This is exhibited in the most extraordinary manner in certain brain diseases, especially at the commencement of inflammatory softening of the brain, and has been called the echo sign. Patients thus affected imitate, without understanding, every absurd gesture which is made, and every word which is uttered near them, even in a foreign language. In the case of animals, the jackal and wolf have learned under confinement to imitate the barking of the dog. How the barking of the dog, which serves to express various emotions and desires, and which is so remarkable from having been acquired since the animal was domesticated, and from being inherited in different degrees by different breeds, was first learned, we do not know, but may we not suspect that imitation has had something to do with its acquisition, owing to dogs having long lived in strict association with so loquacious an animal as man? 279. This is how the three Darwinian principles of expression, along with the new paths they opened up concerning the use of symbols and imitation, were able to become constituent elements of Warburg's Pathos-Formel. The principle of impression or unconscious memory is found, in Warburg, in a whole rich vocabulary of Pragan and Gram. What survives from antiquity in Botticelli is an animation, of gestures, draperies, and hair, whose power of inscription or of striking Pragan, must be imagined as operating in times material being dans la matière du temps. 280. If the emotive formulas employed by Montaigne and Dürer are so archaeologically faithful, that does not mean simply that the two artists did a good job of copying their ancient models. It also means that modern man, whether he wants to or not, confronts the world energetically by means of expressive impressions. Strux Pragan, which, even though they might have been buried, have never disappeared from his cultural soil or from his collective memory. 281. That is why, when he introduced the Mnemosyne project in 1929, Warburg emphasized the concepts of impression, the engram, and the unconscious memory of the Dionysian. It is in the area of mass orgiastic seizure that one should seek the Mintprägurg, that stamps the expressive forms Ausdruckformen, of extreme inner turmoil on the memory with such intensity, inasmuch as it can be expressed through gesture, that these engrams of effective experience survive in the form of a legacy preserved in the memory des Engramm leidenschaftlicher Erfahrung Überleben als Gedächtnis Bewahrtserbgut. They serve as models that shape the outline drawn by the artist's hand, once the extreme values of the language of gesture emerge into the daylight through the formative medium of the artist's hand. 282. Warburg never systematized these hypotheses concerning unconscious memory. And his reluctance to systematize is nowhere more evident than here. Each conceptual borrowing, he felt, was a trap. The outlines of a solution were never free from collateral dangers. Thus, the Darwinian model of reflex action, the impression considered as a direct action of the nervous system, was not able to account fully for the cultural processes of symbolic sedimentations that characterize the Nachleben. This is why Warburg turned at one point to Ewald Hering's hypotheses about memory as a general function of organized matter, hypotheses that Samuel Buddha used against Darwinism itself, and that were elaborated by Richard Semon in the notion of, precisely, the engram of energy. 283. Organic matter, according to Semon, is endowed with a very special property. Every action, every energetic transformation that it undergoes, leaves an impression. Semon calls it the engram or memory image. Erinnerungsbild. Whereas the sensations or original excitations cease to exist, verschwinden der original Erregungen, the engrams of these sensations survive, zurückbleiben der Engramm, and these will play the role of substitutes, whether in a discrete or an active manner, in the subsequent life of the organism. 284. This is a very strange way, but a very interesting one, in Warburg's eyes, of approaching biological thought itself, for here it is done from a psychological point of view according to which time is considered as the energy of memory. What could be called the engraphing of the original excitations is linked to the memorization process of a latency operator latens operatoire that waits to act until the opportune moment occurs for a partial return of the original energetic situation, what Semon at one point calls a moment of euphoria. Here, then, was a model of energetic survival capable of satisfying, even if only partially, several of the requirements posed by Warburg's notions of the Nachleben and the Pathos formal in order to be able to apply them to the cultural study of images. Let us immediately note that these borrowings were solely of a heuristic nature. They in no way indicate his adherence to a particular biological dogma. They keep company in his thought, moreover, with references to the formal impression that Anton Springer found in Hegel's philosophy of history, with Edward von Hartmann's philosophy of the unconscious, and with Tito Vignoli's paleontology of the mind, not to mention the omnipresent Goethean morphology, a theory of the memory of forms, and Thomas Carlyle's romantic conception of historicity. 285 but let us return to DRWN. The principal OF displacement stated in the expression OF the emotions corresponds to W. Warburg's first intuitions, WHEN. In 1893, he was seeking to define the MODEOF survival OF the ancient emotive formulas in the accessory form S in emotion, those OF Garmian DS and OF Hare, OF Botticelli's figures, WHO are so strangely impassive and indifferent. 286 Displacement is indeed a good term for the figural law. It is so effective in the paintings of this Florentine master for all the passionate agitation of the soul, Leidenschaftliche Seelenbewegung, or interior cause, occurs in the form of an externally an imitate the accessory, äußerlich. Bewegtes Beiwerk, as if an unconscious energy. Warburg speaks of elementary ents devoid of will, was seeking the subjectal of its impression in the immaterial of the draperies or of the hair. Wh is so indifferent and yet so plastic. 287, figure 43, translation modified by the author and, accordingly, by the translator, trans. This brings us to the antipodes of physiognomy as that term is generally understood. Warburg's recognition of expressive displacement, what he will call, in 1914, a shift of emphasis in the language of bodily gestures. 288, in fact displaces all previous knowledge concerning expression and bodily movements in the visual arts. For it is not a thing that is displaced, but its very ability to move. Here we are beginning to understand how the bodily forms surviving through time les formes corporelles du temps survive and arise not only in the phenomenon of the contretemps, but also in that of counter-movements. It is often through a displaced movement, In every sense of the term, that intensity is achieved. It arises by surprise, just where it is least expected, in the parergon of the body, draperies, hair, or of the representation itself, ornaments or architectural elements, such as the ornaments of Sassetti's tomb or Ghirlandaio's famous staircase in Abisso at Santa Trinita. These, therefore, are radical displacements. One can always look for, and find, further sources of Warburg's Patbos-Formel. Had not Alfred von Riemann already used the expression accessory in motion? 289 Had not Jacob Burckhardt already stressed the role, by turns solemn and dynamic, of draped cloth in the Renaissance? 290 And had not Nietzsche himself already praised the tragedies of Aeschylus for having contributed the free drapery of the soul? 291 It does not change anything, however. No one besides Warburg, either before or after him, has ever understood so profoundly the efficacy of the process by which a symptom is revealed through the intensity generated by a displacement. All his contemporaries, only Freud, as we will see later in detail, produced similar analyses of unconscious formations, dreams, fantasies, and symptoms. And this amounts to saying that Warburg, already in this period, was starting to deal with the actual functioning of an unconscious realm of forms. It is not surprising, therefore, that Warburg accorded no less importance to the third phenomenon identified by Darwin as a general principle of express science, namely antithesis. As adapted by Warburg to the Patbos-Formel, the principle of antithesis appears in the two processes that he calls inversion of meaning, Bedeutungsinversion, and energetic inversion, energetische inversion. The emotive formula cannot exist without polarity or without energetic tension, energetische Spannung. Why? But the plasticity of the forms and forces, in the period of their survival, resides precisely in their ability to convert or invert the tensions borne by the dynamograms. A polarity can be brought to its maximum degree of tension, or, alternatively, it can be depolarized, its passive value can become active, etc. 292 In short, the emotive formula is characterized by this paradox. Its role of intensifying the affect displayed in forms goes hand in hand with a kind of indifference to contradiction. It is always allowed to drop one meaning to take on the antithetical meaning. Thus, the pagan Eminad can become an enunciating angel, as in Agiostino Diduccio, figure 18. Thus, an agonizing wound can be ecome the subject of a miraculous cure, as in Dio Anatello's altar at the Santo. And thus, the gesture of terror in one of the figures of the ancient group of the Niobites can become a gesture of the victorious hero in the David by and Ria del Cia Stagno 293, figure 44. At this point it is probably obvious why Warburg's thinking about images is so bound up with terms like oscillation, Schwingung, compromise, Vergleich, and ambivalent. In his youthful works, Warburg tried to find a synthetic formulation for the numerous paradoxes he encountered in this domain, and to this end he produced many diagrams displaying oscillatory phenomena, figures 23-25, and dynamic inversion 294, figures 45 and 46. Later, he turned to a dialectical conception of the unresolved tensions systole and diastole, ethos and pathos, Apollonian and Dionysian, and so on. Finally, he began to look at culture through the dark lens of his own psychopathological experience, a schizophrenic breakdown and manic-depressive cycle. 295 He had come to understand that the twofold life of images is the site of a genuine psychomachia, one whose conflicts, debates, desires, and struggles are inherent in all cultures, and whose pathos formellen survive and appear before us as a field of fossilized movements. Choreography of intensities: nymph, desire, and inner conflict. Inner conflicts, desires, struggles. Everything is mixed up in the pathos formel. Everything acts in concert, everything is exchanged, and everything confronts everything else. The intensity goes hand in hand with exuberance, that tragic exuberance that Nietzsche termed Dionysian. The emotional images of the early Renaissance, such as can be found in profusion in Donatello's bas-reliefs in Padua or in the pulpits of San Lorenzo in Florence, still evoke those piles of snakes that Warburg never ceased to encounter along his path, figure 76. Each of the organs of these great organisms is animated by its own energy, each coils up around the other, and each maintains its own orientation in opposition to the others. One cannot schematize or synthesize such an agglomeration of elements, independent and competing, and yet so intimately linked together. Warburg recognized from the very beginning that each of the objects he was studying formed an enigmatic creature, ein Rätsel after Organismus. Is there a typology of pathetic formulas? Warburg asked himself that question. In 1905, he began using a folio-sized notebook with a cover made of marbled paper, showing vortices, spirals, and serpents coiled around each other. He entitled it Schemata Pathos, apparently wanting to record the typology in question in this register. He made pencil sketches of several famous images, such as Giotto's allegories and Padua, and carefully went over them in ink. He drew, as was his habit, a proliferation of tree-form diagrams, hypothetical genealogies, and opposing pairs. He set up, on double-page spreads, large tables with rows and columns. There we can find lists of degrees of mimicry, whose entries include such terms as race, dance, pursuit, abduction or rape, combat, victory, triumph, death, lamentation, and resurrection, Lauftanz, Verfolgung, Raub, Kampfsieg, Triumph, Tod, Klage, Auferstehung. But the majority of the entry boxes have been left empty, for the project was undoubtedly hopeless. Figure 47. Let us then close the big notebook with its vortices, spirals, and snakes coiled up around each other. 297, Figure 48. The attempt to establish these schemas had, therefore, failed. 20 years later, the abandoned schemata pathos were replaced by the Mnemosyne Atlas, a non-schematized montage of a corpus of images which was already quite large and which, in principle, was infinite. Warburg worked on it constantly but never put it in a definitive form. Iconography can be organized according to motifs, or even types, but the emotive formulas define a field that Warburg considered to be strictly trans-iconographic. Given that, how could he account for an operation which conjoins the three principles of expression he adapted from Darwinian biology? And, since it is a matter here of cultural anthropology, how could he find, even going beyond Darwin, the relevant paradigms for conceiving the intensity of symbolic forms? Warburg first turned toward a linguistic paradigm, which meant examining the status of the formula within the expression pathosformal. When, in 1893, he announced his intention to study the force which determines style stilled and mocked, in Botticelli by examining the process of the intensification of movement, Gesteigert-Bewegung, translation modified, trans, 298. It was not by chance that he used the adjective gesteigert. The latter does, of course, mean intensification or amplification in general, but it also refers, more specifically, to the grammatical use of the comparative. The linguistic analogy is thus present from the start. In his manuscripts, Warburg never ceases to work with the levels of intensification that he calls, precisely, comparative and superlative, and what first interested him in the representations of the death of Orpheus by Mantegna and Dürer, figures 3 and 28, was the exhumation, as he put it, of very ancient antique superlatives of gestural language, superlative der Gebärdensprache. 300. We know the important role played in this conception by Hermann Osthoff's linguistic theories concerning the formal characteristics of suppletion in the Indo-European languages. According to Osthoff, intensification requires a change in the root. A radical displacement in Latin, melior, better, does not have the same root as bonus, good, and optimus, best, requires still another displacement. 301. Warburg expresses this phenomenon in the following terms. As early as 1905, the author Warburg is speaking of himself had been aided in his studies by reading Osthoff's text on the suppletive function in the Indo-Germanic languages. He had shown, in summary, that certain adjectives or certain verbs, in their comparative or conjugated forms, can undergo a change in their basic root without the expression of the energetic identity of the quality or action encased in suffering as a result. To the contrary, although the formal identity of the basic form may have disappeared, the introduction of the foreign element serves only to intensify the original meanings. Ondem das der Eintritt eines Fremdstammigen Ausdrucks eine Intensification der ursprünglichen Bedeutung bewirkt. One finds, mutatis mutandis, an analogous process in the domain of the gestural language which structures works of art, die Kunstgestalt and Gebärdensprache, when one sees, for example, a Greek Maenad appear in the guise of the dancing Salome of the Bible, or when Ghirlandaio, to represent a serving girl bearing a basket of fruit, figure 67, very deliberately borrows the gesture of a figure of victory depicted on a Roman triumphal arch. 302. In short, it is foreignness, which here assumes the power of intensifying a gesture made in the present by linking it to the phantasmal time inhabited by the survivals. It is foreignness which, in the anachronistic collision of the present, the servant, and the past, the victory, opens up a path for style's future development. Its very capacity to change and to become entirely reformulated, aphenome non-W. Warburg sometimes referred to by the term Umstylisierung, or restylizing. Such, then, is the power possessed by survivals, in languages, in the body and in images. For Warburg, every transformation, Every pretension toward the future, every intense discovery, every radical new development, involves a return to original words, URWORTE. Is why, in the end, Warburg considered his final project, the Mnemosyne Atlas, to be a quest, via survivals, metamorphoses, and sedimentations, of forgotten or lost time temps perdu and of the phantasmal dynamic characteristic of certain original words of the gesture language of the emotions, Urwort Leidenschaftlicher Gebartensprachlicher Dynamik. 303. Just like the primal words of Karl Abel, from which Freud, in 1910, derived his famous argument regarding antithetical sense, G. Jensen. 304, Warburg's Urwort are plastic materials destined to undergo successive impressions, ceaseless displacements, and antithetical reversals. It would thus be a serious mistake to look in W. Warburg's anthropology for a description of the origins of some phenomenon in the sense of the pure sources of its later destiny. Original words exist only as survivals, that is to say, as impure, masked, contaminated, transformed, or even antithetically reversed. Figure 44. They pass like a breath of temporal strangeness through Renaissance images, but there is no way they can be isolated in their natural state, not even in the ancient sarcophagi. Strictly speaking, such a state of nature has never existed as such. Likewise, it would be a serious mistake to try to find in this linguistic paradigm an iconological reduction of images to words. There are no reductive operations in Warburg. His philological passion, his debt to Hermann Usner, his admiration for the paleography of Ludwig Traube, his friendship with André Jalles and Ernst Robert Curtius, who dedicated to Warburg his monumental European literature and the Latin Middle Ages, and then used the notion of the pathos formal in the literary field, all this certainly indicates a profound affinity among these fields of study, but it in no way means that the study of images is a branch of the study of words. 305 As early as 1902 Warburg wrote that in his search for sources he was not aiming to explain works of art by means of texts but, rather, at restoring the natural connection between word and image. Die natürliche Zusammenhängigkeit von Wort und Bild. 306 This connaturality is inscribed in the history of bodies as much as it in the history of words. Thus, Botticelli's eroticism, think of the mythological figures of spring, whose roundness is so light and yet conveyed with such nuance, does not correspond solely to its literary sources, for example to what one can read in Politian. It is also, as it were, haunted corporeally by the original rhythms which already play across the surfaces of ancient sarcophagi. Figure 49. Well before Salomon Reinach and Marcel Mauss, 307 Warburg understood the necessity of establishing a historical anthropology of gestures which would not be held captive by the naturalist or positivist physiognomies of the 19th century, but which, on the contrary, would be capable of examining the technical and symbolic constitution of bodily gestures in any given culture. This explains the importance of a second paradigm, which I will call choreographic. Its role was to question more radically the status of the formula inasmuch as the latter produces a pathos, i.e., a physical and emotional impact on the human body. One might venture the hypothesis that bodily techniques, greetings, dances, rules of combat, resting positions, and sexual positions, offer a privileged site for the connaturality of word and image that W. Warburg was looking for. In studying Politian's stanza and Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, the historian should not be satisfied with simply positing a relationship between the literary source and its artistic result. He or she should consider the whole thick layer of anthropological data in which the social rules of amoris subjectium are found alongside the etiquette observed by Florentines and dancing the ballo and do, or better, the bossa danza called Venus. In The Birth of Venus, Wht is the hour, or the grace, doing W with her dress blowing in the wind and her large cape displaying all that movement? An iconographer attentive to the story itself would say that she is welcoming Venus on the shore and holding out to her a piece of clothing to cover her nakedness. W. Warburg would say, in addition, that she is dancing on the right side of the painting. Wht are Zephyr and Chloris, or aura, doing? W. Warburg would say, beyond the fact that they are the source of a breeze pushing Venus's shell toward the shore, that they are dancing, wrapped around each other, albeit in the air. Wht is Venus herself doing? She is dancing motionless before us, that is to say, she is turning her simple pose into a choreography of the body on display. Wht are the figures doing in spring? They are all dancing. Wht are the servants doing in the cycle by Ghirlandaio and Santa Maria Novella, apart from pouring water into a pitcher or offering a plate of fruit? They, too, are dancing, as much as they are simply moving about, and they are central to the dynamic of the image, even though they are marginal in the distribution of the figure is relevant to the iconographic theme. This is what Warburg was attentive to at first. In the case of Botticelli, 1893, or Ghirlandaio, 1902, but also in those of Leonardo and Agostino di Cuccio, and of Mantegna and Dyer, the question of the intensified gesture constantly arose, especially when a step became a dance. Nietzsche, in his article on the Dionysian vision of the world, had already spoken of dance as an intensified language of gesture, Gesteigerte Gebärdensprache in der Tanzgebärde, 308, which is a way of describing the conversion of a natural gesture, walking, taking a step, simply appearing, into a plastic formula, dancing, spinning around, strutting about. Warburg elaborated the notion of the pathos formal in large part to account for this choreographic intensity, which permeates all of Renaissance painting and which, since it is a matter of feminine grace, of Venus, he summed up, going beyond its conceptual designation, in a multiform transversal and mythic personification as Nympha, the nymph. Nympha, therefore, will become the impersonal heroine of the dancing, feminine pathos formal, impersonal, for she unites in herself a considerable number of incarnations, of possible characters. As early as 1895 Warburg thought of devoting a monograph to her. It would have been all the more paradoxical for having been the work of two authors since he conceived it as being the fruit of active, correspondence with his friend André Jalles. 309 Nympha is, first of all, the heroine of those transitory movements of hair and garments, die transitorischen Bewegungen in Haar und Gewand, that Renaissance painting passionately sought to capture festzuhalten, making them the displaced index of the pathos borne by the images. 310 She is the erratic heroine par excellence. Not only does W. Warburg associate the nymphae with the Ori in iconological terms, he also implies that the classical representation of feminine beauty, Venus, nymphs, really comes to life only in response to the action, the breath, aura, of an exterior cause, Ausserveranlassung, a strange occurrence in the atmosphere, for instance, or in the texture of some material, figure 43. This process was carefully described a generation before Botticelli by Alberti in De Pictura on Painting. I am delighted to see some movement in hair, locks of hair, branches, fronds and robes. The 7 movements are especially pleasing in hair where part of it turns in spirals as if wishing to knot itself, waves in the air like flames, twines around itself like a serpent, while part rises here, part there. In the same way branches twist themselves now up, now down, now away, now near, the parts contorting themselves like ropes. However, where we should like to find movement in the draperies, cum panos mod besaptas esse volumes, cloth is by nature heavy and falls to the earth. For this reason it would be well to place in the picture the face of the wind Zephyrus or Ostrus who blows from the clouds making the draperies move in the wind. Thus you will see with what grace the bodies, where they are struck by the wind, show the nude under the draperies in suitable parts. In the other parts the draperies blown by the wind fly gracefully through the air. 3u. Nympha is thus the heroine of this kind of physically and emotionally moving encounter, in which an exterior cause produces some ephemeral movement along the body's edges, a movement, it may be remarked, as organically sovereign, and as necessary and inevitable, as it is transient. Nympha is incarnated in the wind woman, in aura, in the goddess Fortuna, whom W. Warburg described as the embodiment of worldly energy, Soulbildung Weltzugewetter energy. Nympha is incarnated, that is to say, she is as much woman as goddess terrestrial Venus and celestial Venus, servant and victory, dancer and Diane, castrating Judith and feminine angel, as can be seen by looking at plates 46 to 48 of the Namazani Atlas trademark, figures 69-72. Aerial but essentially incarnate, ungraspable but essentially tactile. Such is the beautiful paradox of Nympha, and the text of De Pictura gives a good account of the technical aspects of representing her. It is sufficient, Alberti explains, to make a wind blow on a beautiful draped figure. Where the body receives the breeze, the material is pressed flat against the skin, and this contact results in something like the relief of a nude body. Elsewhere, the material is agitated and spreads out freely, almost abstract-y, in the air. This is the magic of the draped figure. Botticelli's graces, like the ancient Maenads, figure 49, join together these two antithetical modes of the figurable air and flesh, volatile fabric and organic texture. On the one hand, the cloth shoots forth on its own, creating its own morphology in the form of volutes. On the other hand, it reveals the intimate aspects of the corporeal mass, which are both physically and emotionally moving. Could we not say that all of choreography lies between these two extremes? Moreover, How can one fail to observe that this paradox of the pathos formal encompasses a contemporary phenomenon which is manifest, on the one hand, in the abstract and oversized dynamograms deployed by Loie Fuller, with her fabric volutes, figure 50, and, on the other, in the dynamograms produced by the chronophotography of Etienne Jules Marais, which are purified and abstract, but also organic, figure 51. Ninfa, we can now see, offers the possibility of joining the external cause, like the atmosphere, the wind, and the internal cause, which is, fundamentally, desire. Ninfa, with her hair and clothing in motion, thus appears as a meeting point, itself always in motion, between outside and inside, the atmospheric law of the wind and the visceral law of desire. The contemporary phenomenon I am speaking of unites Taine and Ruskin, Proust and Burne-Jones, Segantini, and Max Klinger, Art Nouveau and symbolist poetry, Hofmannsthal and D'Annunzio, Fortuny, and Mallarmé, Isadora Duncan and Loie Fuller, among many others. It unites them around a motif which is both dynamic and archaeological. One could call it a fin de siècle menadism menadism fin de siècle. Warburg discovered it perhaps when visiting the Munich exhibition 1888, while watching a performance by Isadora Duncan, or it may have come from the aesthetic influence of his wife, Mary Hertz, who is an artist close to the milieu of the German symbolists. Curiously, all this material is looked at in a new way in an archaeological work that W. Warburg probably read, and, especially, looked at, very closely, namely a lengthy treatise by Maurice Emmanuel entitled La danse grecque antique. The author joins his strict archaeological study of a large number of figurative representations, sculpture in the round, relief sculpture, vase painting, with technical considerations and remarks informed by contemporary aesthetics, turning, in this connection, to the authority of the official ballet master of the Paris Opera. Now, in order to create a measure of unity within the anachronism thus produced, Maurice Emmanuel called upon Mra himself. Chronophotography became for him, as it was for Eugène de Boulogne, the perfect experimental means for incarnating in 19th-century bodies choreographic formulas derived from a totally different epoch, namely those found on Greek vases of the 5th century B.C. E. 315. On the one hand, then, we find Maurice Emmanuel's clearly excessive efforts to use archaeology to demonstrate a similarity between the ancient pathos formel and contemporary dance moves. The archaeologist here looks at Greek vases as if he were looking at photographs. On the other hand, the repeated attempts, drawing on choreography and chronophotography, to test the possibility of embodying these same ancient formulas demonstrate that their power to elicit dynamic and stylistically interesting responses, their power of Nachleben, had not at all diminished around the turn of the 20th century. And Gabriel Brandstetter has shown how, thanks to the studies of archaeologists, the pathos formel of antiquity played a decisive role in what she calls the topos formel of the choreographic avant-garde in Europe. 316. It is not surprising that, in Maurice Emmanuel's book, the question of the draped cloth, whether found in freely floating volutes of fabric or in the revealing of bodily movements, is both important and frequently addressed. Figure 52. One dances with one's clothing as much as with one's body, or, rather, the clothing becomes something like an interstitial space, which itself dances, between the body and the atmosphere it inhabits. That is why the draped cloth, an accessory form in motion, in Warburg's phrase, is found in all the categories that Maurice Emmanuel proposes, from ritual and symbolic gestures to concrete or decorative ones, from mechanical and expressive ones to those he calls orchestrated orchestiques. 317. Nor is it surprising to see the Dionysian motif, Maenads and Bacchantes, inject its excessiveness into the beautifully measured classical steps, jumps, and positions. The dancing body, with its reproducible gestural vocabulary, gives way to a more mysterious, more primitive, and more instinctual choreography, a choreography of non-reproducible movements associated with rituals too violent to be reconstructed under the baton of a ballet master of the Paris Opera. Thus, Maurice Emmanuel evokes the extreme limit of curvature camber, reached by that bacchant who advances with very small steps and on half-toe. 318, figure 53. He evokes the very flamenca action of turning round while standing on the sole of the foot or on half-toe, which sometimes accompanies strange curvatures or bending of the knees. 319. He also evokes the funeral dances of the ancient Greeks in terms of a gesticulation composed of the participants tearing up their clothing, beating their breasts, and pulling out their hair. 320. Finally, he evokes the Dionysian dances and, more generally, the orgiastic dances. Ritual enthusiasm gave rise to the orgiastic dance. The latter is not the exclusive domain of the followers of Dionysus. The cult of Rhea and the Orphic mysteries evoked strangely violent movements, transforming the participants into frenetic, hallucinating individuals. It is possible that even the cult of Apollo made a place for orgiastic dances for enthusiasm, according to Strabo, is close to divination. Let us recall the contortions of Pythia. They are not without analogies to the ecstatic poses and outlandish movements of a great number of the dancers depicted on vases and reliefs. No doubt the Maenad who holds a human foot and dances, with her head upside down, an orgiastic dance is a purely symbolic representation. It recalls the legend of Dionysus Zagreus being torn apart by the Titans. But hemophagy, reduced to the laceration of animals, was practiced in the nocturnal ceremonies in honor of Zagreus. The initiates shared the raw flesh of a bull, and, in their enthusiasm, they imitated Dionysus, whom Euripides portrayed immolating a male goat and relishing its palpitating flesh. The Maenad of Scopas staring apart a kid and all the subsequent related activities can give us an idea of these dances in which the violence of the movements appears to exclude any kind of eurythmy. 321. This question of eurythmy, or rather of its absence, is essential. Maurice Emmanuel recognizes that in contrast to the modern fashion of regulating dances in large, uniform sections en masse, which is a quite academic approach based on the rigorous simultaneity of identical movements executed by all the dancers according to a symmetrical arrangement, the Greeks always preferred dissymmetry and apparent disorder. 322. That is why, following Warburg, we say that their pathos from Ellen allowed displacement and antithesis in order to let the dancers interlace dynamically, analogously to what would occur in a pile of snakes. Eurythmy, along with symmetry and measure, thus cedes its place to something like a complex polyrhythmy, an apparent disorder from which burst forth solitary geometries and asymmetric groupings, imposing thrashings about in moments of excess. It is necessary to understand, moreover, that with excess comes the Dionysian element and, with the latter, the tragic. It is necessary to understand that with the tragic comes the fight of beings among themselves, and the fight within themselves, that intimate combat between desire and suffering. And that the choreographic paradigm comes interlaced with another, more terrifying one. The agonistic paradigm, in short, the eternal war that Heraclitus speaks of. I have already indicated how the problematic of the emotive formulas emerged from Warburg's very early interest in certain iconographic themes that all involve a fight to the death. The Battle of the Centaurs, Figure 17, the Death of Orpheus, Figures 3 and 26-28, Laocoon, Figures 29-36 and 38-39, and the Niobites, not to mention the Old Testament figures of David and Goliath, Figure 44, or of Judith and Holofernes, Figure 71. And not to mention the sublime battles depicted by Leonardo, Michelangelo, such as his own Battle of the Centaurs in the Casa Buonarroti, and Raphael, all of them evoked by Warburg from the Heraclitean angle of the impulse toward conceiving and reshaping living movement in terms of the elevated style of the great art of the pagan ancestors. 323. With the entry of Ninfa, the tumult of violent death opens a serpentine path to the choreography of desire, which Warburg sometimes calls a stylization of energy, Stilisierung der Energie, and sometimes personages brimming with life Lebensvolljestaken. 1. The nymph eroticizes the struggle, revealing the unconscious links of aggression and the sexual drive. That is why Warburg was so interested in the topics of rape, of abduction, of amorous pursuit scenes. Think of Polaiola's Apollo and Daphne, which Politian put into verse in his Geostra, and of one what might call, by analogy, Ninfa's erotic victory over her mutilated enemy. Think, once again, of Botticelli's Judith and of the Death of Orpheus by Mantegna and by Differ. 325. Ninfa, therefore, eroticizes, for Eros is cruel, the combat of beings with one another. Then she ends up uniting all that in her own body. She herself becomes conflict, intimate struggle of self against self, a knot that cannot be disentangled of conflict and desire, antithesis in the form of impression. The agonistic paradigm and the choreographic paradigm are now one and the same. It is the Dionysian paradigm, which, henceforth, imposes the figure of the nymph as Maenad, whether she appears in pagan guise or in Christian. This time there was indeed an actual director of the Academy in Florence, the sculptor Bertoldo di Giovanni. He taught young artists by acquainting them with the ancient treasures of the Medici that he administered. Only a few of his works have been preserved, but they prove that like almost no other, Bertoldo, the pupil of the late Donatello, subscribed to the ancient formula of pathos with body and soul. Just as a Maenad tosses an animal that has been torn apart, so too Mary Magdalene, mourning at the base of the cross, clenches the hair she has torn out in an orgy of grief. 326. The Magdalene by Bertoldo di Giovanni, Figure 54, is obviously Dionysian, in the exact sense in which Nietzsche defined the term at the very beginning of the Berthoef tragedy. The tremendous horror that seizes her no less than the blissful ecstasy that seems to accompany it, when she is suddenly dumbfounded by the cognitive form of phenomena. The principle of sufficient reason, in some one of its manifestations Warburg would have said no matter which one of its formulas, seems to suffer an exception. In her movement, still choreographic and already agonistic, Bertoldo's Magdalene seems to provoke a collapse of the principium individuationis, and, as a result, she causes a welling up from the most intimate depths, an intimacy which here appears as the drama of the difference of the sexes, a point Nietzsche insists upon in this same passage. 327 Obviously naked, and provocative under her transparent garment, Bertoldo's Magdalene is Nympha, though a very devout, Renaissance one, who dances at the naked feet of Christ as an ancient Maenad would dance, body held close to body, with the naked satyr she is trying to excite, figure 53. This Magdalene is closer, in terms of figuration, to Botticelli's Judith, who so cruelly, and so sensually, displays Holofernes' disheveled head, figure 71, than to any of the pious, innocent women depicted by Francis Angelico. One may truly say that she incarnates the Naschleben of paganism, exhibiting both impression, Darwin's first principle, and primitiveness. On the other hand, where an iconographer must separate pain and desire, the Magdalene, in the context of this scene from the evangelists, is obviously all pain. The anthropologist of the Pathos for Melon would discover a much more complex rhythm. This is a dynamogram in which the signs of mourning, the hand tearing out hair, the kneeling position of the second woman, which is a more ritual version of the first gesture, merge with the signs of an unknown desire, the hand which brandishes its organic trophy, the semi-nudity of the body, the disorder of the clothing, the feet raised in half-toe position. Displacement, Darwin's second principle, is thus at work here, resulting in the acting out of a struggle between desire and mourning, that is to say, of two emotions generally considered to be antithetical, Darwin's third principle. Here, then, is Tennefe experiencing the inner conflict of her own contrary movements. In the face of Christ's Passion Leiden Christi, the Nymphes Passion Leidenschaft Nymphe, unites a horrible suffering of the soul with a savage bodily joy, combining light and Freud. Warburg, at the end of his life, will view the Pathos for Melon, those original words of mimetic expression, from the point of view of a genuine drama of the soul, seal and dramatic, in which images reveal their ecstatic, perhaps demonic dimension, even in their sublimated occurrences. 328. The process of demonizing Intomonisierungsprose is the inherited mass of impressions, created in fear, encompasses the entire range of emotional gesture, from helpless melancholy to murderous cannibalism. It also stamps the mark of uncanny experience der Prägrand unheimlich Bennerlebens on the dynamics of human movements Humanbewegungsdynamic that lie in between these extremes of orgiastic seizure, states such as fighting, walking, running, dancing, grasping, which the educated individual of the Renaissance, brought up in the medieval discipline of the Church, regarded as forbidden, verboten, territory, where only the godless were permitted to run riot, freely indulging their passions. The Italian Renaissance sought to absorb this inherited mass of phobic engrams phobishangram in a peculiar, twofold manners vispultigia. On the one hand it was a welcome encouragement for the newly liberated spirit of worldliness, and gave courage for the individual, struggling to maintain his personal freedom in the face of destiny, to speak the unspeakable unosprachliche. However, to the extent this encouragement proceeded by means of a mnemic function, i.e., had already been reshaped before by RT using pre-existent forms Durchvorgepragtformen, this restoration remained an act positioned between impulsive self-release Trieb after Selbstentauserung and a conscious and controlled use of forms formaler Gestaltung, in other words, between Dionysus and Apollo, and provided the artistic genius with the psychic space for coining expressions out of his most personal formal language. This compulsion to engage with the world of pre-established expressive forms of Orgepragtaustruxwort, signifies the decisive critical moment die crisis for any artist intending to assert his own character. 329 This decisive crisis, however, does not concern just the Magdalene Siot and the paradoxical excitement jouissance. The basic meaning of this French word is enjoyment, but it includes sexual pleasure, specifically, orgasm, of her lamentation. It concerns the memory of forms and artistic creation itself. When he works with an old hereditary store of pagan pathos from Maine, when he agrees to follow Mnemosyne, the mother of the 9 muses, The artist finds himself caught in the inevitable situation, at once structural unstructuring, of a coming and going between instinctual alienation, Selbstentauserung, and formal creation, Formalgestaltung. Everything oscillates, everything stirs, everything acts together with something else. One cannot construct any forms without abandoning oneself to the forces around one. There is no Apollonian beauty without a Dionysian background. Let us consider, one last time, those Nietzschean terms. What is the decisive crisis if not that moment of walking the tightrope, that knife edge moment in which blissful ecstasy totally embraces tremendous terror? In which the resurfacing hat is most intimate, linked as it may be to the duality of the sexes, suddenly consummates the collapse of the principle of individuation? In which the forms of knowledge are all of a sudden disoriented because they suffer an exception? 330 What, finally, is this moment which witnesses the conflict in the interlacing of the present time of pathos and the past time of the survival, the image of the body and the signifier of language, of the exuberance of life and the exuberance of death, of the expenditure of organic energy and ritual convention. 331 And of the burlesque pantomime and the tragic gesture? What is this moment, if not that of the symptom, that exception, that disorientation of the body and of thought, that rupture of the principle of individuation, that resurfacing of the most intimate, which, in Warburg's day, could only be comprehended by Freudian? Decisive crisis, however, does not concern just the Magdalene-Siot and the paradoxical excitement jouissance. The basic meaning of this French word is enjoyment, but it includes sexual pleasure, specifically, orgasm, trans. Of her lamentation. It concerns the memory of forms and artistic creation itself. When he works with an old hereditary store of pagan pathos from Maine, when he agrees to follow Mnemosyne, the mother of the nine muses, the artist finds himself caught in the inevitable situation, at once structural unstructuring, of a coming and going between instinctual alienation, Selbstentauserung, and formal creation, Formalgestaltung. Everything oscillates, everything stirs, everything acts together with something else. One cannot construct any forms without abandoning oneself to the forces around one. There is no Apollonian beauty without a Dionysian background. Let us consider, one last time, those Nietzschean terms. What is the decisive crisis if not that moment of walking the tightrope, that knife edge moment in which blissful ecstasy totally embraces tremendous terror? In which the resurfacing hat is most intimate, linked as it may be to the duality of the sexes, suddenly consummates the collapse of the principle of individuation? In which the forms of knowledge are all of a sudden disoriented because they suffer an exception? 330 What, finally, is this moment which witnesses the conflict in the interlacing of the present time of pathos and the past time of the survival, the image of the body and the signifier of language, of the exuberance of life and the exuberance of death, of the expenditure of organic energy and ritual convention. 331 And of the burlesque pantomime and the tragic gesture? What is this moment, if not that of the symptom, that exception, that disorientation of the body and of thought, that rupture of the principle of individuation, that resurfacing of the most intimate, which, in Warburg's day, could only be comprehended by Freudian?